take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
Howdy, y'all. Shout out to Nemo Jones and Crow777 for donating their work to our new intro. We absolutely love it. Check out their channels. Their links will be in the description of the show. Oh boy. So the Crowleyites over at the One Great Work Network have licked their wounds and regrouped after the browbeating they got over the last few months from our podcast. We see Will Keller and Logan Hart are on a new podcast campaign, not only peddling their hydrogen schemes, but also further muddying the clarity of what natural law is. They claim animism is a key missing part of understanding natural law. The problem with that is moral cause and effect operates regardless of belief in spirits. Animism is a belief system rooted in the idea that spirits inhabit all elements of nature. Natural law, properly understood, is the universal, immutable principles that govern right and wrong action, not subjective interpretation of spirit communication or worship of natural law as nature as deity. By conflating moral law with personal spiritual experiences and New Age mysticism, they distort the core message and open the door to moral relativism dressed in esoteric jargon. This deliberate fusion of natural law with animism doesn't deepen understanding, it derails. It creates confusion for sincere truth seekers and shielding their ideological contradictions behind poetic contradictions and undefined energies. This is their version of Marx's fake and gay eighth principle. Care is part of several of the Hermetic principles. No need to egoically add a redundant principle. These fools are lost in mythology. These fools are romanticizing tribal consciousness. On last week's show, we had close friends call my integrity into question. If we are all anarchists and leaning towards a society with less coercion, where there's no centralized government and all interactions are voluntary, reputation becomes one of the most valuable forms of currency. Without coercive institutions to impose rules or mediate trust, individuals and businesses live or die by their integrity, consistency, and ethical behavior. A solid reputation functions as your resume, your security deposit, and your social credit score all at once. It determines who will trade with you, who will defend you, who will partner with you, and who will hold you accountable. In such a world, word travels fast and trust is hard earned. So preserving your reputation isn't just about personal pride. It's about survival, cooperation, and access to opportunity in a truly free and moral society. I really don't want to waste my time doing this, but I feel like I have to defend my reputation. If Alicia had real power, what do you think she'd do to me and Darren? Banishment, torture, death? Because that's the energy she brought last week. Not healing, not resolution. Punishment, retribution, disguised as forced shadow work. Shadow work is all about how you act when the shit is going down. So who showed more alignment with the truth last week? Let's call it what it is. What it was, at least. A staged moral ambush led by Alicia, followed by Noah, Jana, and others, targeting me, Ali, and Darren for crimes we didn't commit. A full-blown morality play where the accusers dressed up as victims and proceeded to move the goalposts like it was a backyard game of emotional dodgeball. They projected their own unresolved New Age beliefs onto a public stage and attempted to call it petty tyranny, which it wasn't, because petty tyranny doesn't work if the person isn't guilty of the bad behavior. The hypocrisy was off the charts. Alicia demanded I call out Darren in public while insisted I handle her in private. on a show that's live, unfiltered, and built on radical transparency. We responded to her letter privately, directly, and respectfully before last week's podcast. She ignored it. Instead, she ran to every panel show I introduced her to and slandered the show, trashed my name, and tried to burn down my reputation. Then she showed up to my live chat, accusing me of breaking her anonymity and taking things public, after she already, in the days before, broadcasted her grievances across the internet like she was the moral police. And you, Noah, Jana, Braxton, you defend that blindly after hearing half the story? That's some impressive trivium work, guys. If you can't discern that dishonesty is being weaponized against us here, I don't know what to say. How many times does the goalpost need to be moved before you stop chasing them? Are you going to take this to your grave? Reputation is all we have, and Alicia tried to torch mine because of her emotional misstep. So, Alicia, I'm not your mommy, I'm not your therapist, or your emotional bodyguard. You have the ability to handle your own problems as an adult. I've even seen it with my own eyes. It's not my responsibility to stick up for you whenever your feelings get hurt. If you want support, you really shouldn't place expectation of what that support's going to look like. Earn it with truth, not by deception, guilt trips, and emotional manipulation. And Noah, kind of hothead over here, are you? You tried to make us think Jana was the unhinged one. Dude flips his whole vibe depending on who he's talking to. To Allie, sweet, warm, compliment-filled, supportive. To me, short, cold, annoyed, like speaking to me is a burden. That's a really weird thing, kind of like when Passio unfollowed me and then followed Allie in the same hour, as if Allie doesn't contribute and support to everything we do over here on the show. Noah loves critiquing my show while enthusiastically contributing to its worst moments. Then he gets mad at me for letting him embarrass himself on the platform. Bro, you did that. I'm not here to manage your ego. Like, make it make sense, bro. Jana's finally showing the cracks in her logic, kind of loud and clear. We saw it in her critique last week. We watched, or the critique of Slav last week. We watched last week as we saw her defending New Age nonsense like it was a sacred scripture. She let Alicia manipulate her into protecting flat-out dishonesty, grasping at straws to defend her tribe. That's not moral superiority. That's just being conned. When your moral compass points towards loyalty over truth, you're not grounded. You're just drifting wherever the loudest voice pulls you. Mad because you aren't building a community around natural law yourself. Then there's Manny Moneybags Mandala, who dumped nearly $1 million into the One Great Work Network, only to realize later that it's infested with carnists, moral relativists, and snake oil salesmen posing as philosophers. Once we showed him the evidence we have on the unregulated relativism going on in the network, what did he do? Instead of calling it out, he denied it all and tried to pay me off. Asked me what I did for a living and if I needed help to support my great work, aka hush money. And when I told him I was good, he shifted and started offering money to people around me. Anyone willing to turn their back and pretend I didn't exist. Manny doesn't want to believe he wasted $1 million funding a bunch of Satanists. He doesn't want to hear how he funded the very scam Will and Logan are pulling on the students of natural law right now. He'd rather stick his head in the sand in Costa Rica and continue his quest to become bigger than Passio, while ignoring the behavior of the degenerates he's funding. If I were a weaker man, less grounded, more desperate, I might have taken that bribe, but I'm not for sale. I value principle over comfort, and that scares people like Manny, because they don't know what to do with someone who can't be bought. It's wild. Like, once you start gaining a little traction, it's interesting the strange characters that come crawling out of the woodwork. Some show up to support, some show up to silence, and some, like Manny and Alicia, show up to control. But this platform, it's not a performance here. It's a commitment to truth, integrity, and natural law. If that makes people uncomfortable, they might want to take a hard look in the mirror before trying to crack mine. as always, this show is open and live, getting everyone and anyone the opportunity to call me out or defend themselves. Or you can just hide in the chat. I really don't care. Today we're going to be going over a lot of stuff that I would rather be going over other things, but here we are. Let me see. Some people were clicking in. What's up, Curtis? What's up, Ariane?
Hey,
Going, boys?
Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't realize you guys had just started and you were kind of doing your intro. How are you, Jeff?
It's okay. Things are casual here.
Yeah, I heard from Darren that you guys were kind of going in on Alicia and some of the nonsense going on, and I think you saw the.
But
Well,
just basically
okay.
putting the receipts. Like
Maybe that's more the language I'd use for what Darren and I have been doing, because I think you saw the show we did about Mark and Sethicus last week, right?
The dumpster fire.
The dumpster fire.
Dumpster dives, yeah.
Definitely check out Darren and Curtis have a show called The New Age Dumpster Fire, and their latest episode was on Passio and Seth Bozo. Their podcast together. They did a lot better job than we did over at VGT picking that apart. It was
I think
fun. You're a pretty funny guy, Curtis.
Thank you.
And I think when he was drunk on wine.
Well, no, yeah, I have my moments, admittedly. That being said, I mean, as far as the calling out the relativism goes, I think the most important point is we don't have to agree on everything. I don't have to see every single point you ever make and agree with it to never want you to be censored and to want to have those arguments, right? And that's the same reason why I want you to like get on Victor's show and stuff and have more viewers, because as far as I see, even if we disagree with each other, we're actually still trying to push in the same direction.
That's exactly kind of the point of this show.
Right. At the same time, if I had helped you get on Victor's show and you spent time in that show saying what a stupid asshole I am, I wouldn't have been angry. Yeah. You're still allowed to say that, and I'd still never want you to be censored. And that's something that these people have a right.
That's something we're dealing with here. Is this I can't have a simple disagreement with someone without burning it all to the fucking ground. And that's why we're putting all this time and effort into this subject, because that's what we're dealing with. Someone who there was a misunderstanding. We didn't even have, there is a disagreement, but it's a very complex disagreement, and it definitely isn't worth all of this that's happening.
You're referring to Alicia, right?
Alicia and some others that have taken her side and blindly kind of followed her into the battlefield without really knowing the whole story.
So as far as the the dumpster dive Darren and I did, part of why we can pick these things apart is Darren's very familiar with Hinduism and Eastern philosophy, and I was a philosophy nerd all the way back when I was in the military, and since then I've been studying European paganism and a lot of those things, to the point where I'm getting close to being fluent in runes and a lot of other stuff. So Darren and I can pretty much walk through this stuff and pick it apart in real time, right? Like we can go through Sethicus's website and I can read the runes that he's trying to write with and be like, no, that's the wrong use of those letters, that's spelt wrong. Like, no, he actually doesn't know these things. It only looks right if you don't know as much as, someone who's spent 100 or 200 hours learning it has. And so, and it's stupid to expect most people to have done that research, but that's part of why the grift works, right? And that's kind of one of the things these losers are relying on. And so that's kind of why I showed up here with Darren, was because I think we need to call some of this out. And that's part of what Alicia is.
Fuck shit.
Yeah. In this motherfucking realm.
Fuck shit.
Check your mic, Jeff. You might be muted.
Oh, am I?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
okay. Yeah.
Okay. Arian's back. So yeah, that's kind of, I mean, what we were talking about today. We were planning on talking about today was the psyop that we've been all brainwashed with, which takes shadow work to get out of. This idea that we have to completely self-destruct if we have any small disagreement.
But also, as far as things like Alicia go, when Darren and I first met her, she was claiming that she had been involved in Kabbalah for over 20 years and actually attended synagogues where Madonna was leading services.
She told us she doesn't remember any of that.
Right.
Stupid-ass
But I
motherfucking
remember
vegan
her
therapy.
saying that. So then you say, okay, describe one Kabbalistic meditation practice to me. I can't remember. Excuse me? You've been involved in this for 20 years. You can't remember one meditation practice. I'm not asking for a specific one. Just name any one off the top of your head. Your choice. And you can't name one? Like, she was a liar from the beginning.
Yeah.
Bro,
Tell us how to use the pendulum. Oh, I can't tell you. It's
Super
intuitive.
honeypotty at this point. I never
I
thought of it
speak
before,
Mandarin,
but
but I don't remember now.
she seemed like a full-on chaos agent that was just sent here to cause problems. But anyway, Braxton. So hyperlink here. When we posted the thumbnail, put these two questions. Put this up after he was at the last show. I'm really confused because if he was at the last show, he must have seen some of our responses because I spent 2 hours going through each. I guess he could have missed some stuff, but I went through each claim Alicia made about me. And so he shows up and he's like, I'm confused. I thought we went after Will, Logan, Mark because we were willing to talk publicly or privately. Now we're attacking people who try to reach out privately to hash out issues. So there's a lot to unpack here because this we've kind of had a repeated behavior going on. But we were sent a message by Alicia on what day? July 1st, which was the big letter that I read the next Sunday, which was I think the 6th, July 6th. 6 days before my podcast, she sends a message, and that's the one I talked about last time. I read it all out. Very long, very angry, very accusatory, very self-righteous. It was very strange, very contradictory to everything we've looked at and dealt with over the last year. But anyway, lots of accusations, but we responded. And we, let's see, privately. First, we responded privately. Did we pull up? Can you pull up your message here?
I was surprised, man. The reaction. I was really like, what?
Yeah.
It's really, even I don't know. It's really crazy.
So July 2nd, we respond. Okay. Here's me. Entire window. Is that it there? Yeah. So this is out. So I am a hammer. Allie is a pillow. I didn't know if this was. I thought it was best that Allie contact Alicia, and because I
wanted to contact
and she
Alicia.
wanted
It
to.
wasn't regardless of
regardless of anything,
where you
yeah.
stood. That was something that I definitely wanted to do, and attempt to open a dialogue privately.
Yeah. So, Allie, this is Allie. Hey, there's some things I really want to communicate to you moving forward. And me and Allie talked a lot about this before.
Yeah.
This is all our opinion of what happened. It's not my opinion or her opinion, and not my opinion. A lot of people treat us like like Allie's just kind of on the sidelines and she doesn't really know what I'm doing, and this is a two-brain outfit over here, and just because I'm talk more doesn't mean that she's not also involved and contributes to all of these things that we talk about here. She is more quiet. So anyway, so I have her. I was like, hey, maybe you should handle it because just seems more appropriate. And so, hey, there are some things I really never want to communicate to. I really want to communicate to our moving forward. Actually, you read it.
Okay. Hey, there are some things I really want to communicate to you moving forward. Some things I have been wanting to reach out about since the last episode. During this past month, I've been having trouble articulating my thoughts and feelings into writing to you, while we have been taking some time and focus back into other areas of life needing tendency, Jeffrey and I believe that in the silence during this time, hurt has brewed into resentment, resulting in corrupted assessments and judgments. I'm going to refrain from responding to each and every point in your message to Jeffrey. I like to at least get out the gist of what I've been meaning to say to you previously. I don't believe Darren is a psycho narcissist. I'm sorry that I didn't express that clearly enough in our conversations prior, meaning Alicia and I have conversations. Now, is he unhinged? Absolutely. Was he a dick to you in the group? And inconsistent dick in general? Of course. After that show, we had a call with Darren and questioned him about his behavior towards you and in general with leaving groups. We know he has problems. He knows he has problems. We're not worshiping the guy, though. I don't agree he needs to be exiled. But would I, as well as Jeffrey, have had your back if you brought something up confronting him during that last episode, meaning VGT, which got my arrest. Or anytime, anywhere, absolutely 100%. Especially after that call with Darren. I think it cut off it's weird. You see how it's like not, you can't read that line. It basically, I'm saying I do apologize for not calling you during that month, especially after that call with Darren, as a friend, for not filling you in and for not communicating more openly and transparently about my judgment of him. I understand there was an expectation that was not met. I understand you are hurt. I'm not invalidating that. It was the failure of us to have a real-time conversation about it, though, or about it, that turned a difficult moment into a totally damaging one. And so I sent this to Alicia the day after she messaged Jeffrey. And just to be clear, her and I have had, it's just the one line. I mean, I don't know if I can bring it up. Her and I have had many long conversations, and she did explain to me what her position was regarding Darren. And I was open to hear what she had to say, but again, I'm leaving it open here to where I see that there was, like I said, an expectation that wasn't met, and she might have had an idea that we were going to.
Why don't you elaborate on what?
You may have muted yourselves. We can't hear you now. Nothing heard. Nothing heard. Not yet. Nope.
Shoot.
Hold on. Say something now.
Check.
Okay, loud and clear. Yeah, you're good.
So, Alicia and Darren were very, very close friends. They talked a lot. Alicia would call us and tell us all about the stuff she's learned about Darren, and Darren this and Darren that. Darren, we nicknamed Darren Mr. Tablespoon because he had a low oil recipe that he told us about that had a tablespoon of oil within it, which is a huge amount to people like me, to us. But so we made a joke, Mr. Tablespoon. And Alicia decided to, the next week, call herself Miss Tablespoon, Miss Teaspoon. So this is how close they were, and so because of this, we actually looked back, and so all last week on the show, Noah, Braxton, Alicia. Oh, how dare you do this public How dare you do this public, right? So hold on a second here. How dare you do
Share
this,
the post.
Jeffrey Phillips? Where's J Mate?
Share the post.
Where's
It's been
J Mate?
occulted.
So I think something worth pointing out there is a large part because I've known Alicia about as long as Darren, though I broke it off sooner than he did. Obviously, she maintained contact with us after Darren, Slab Squatch, and I were basically all removed, along with a couple others, from the group chat that was the outside of class group chat from Mark Passio's class last year. After some of us were willing to express that we didn't agree with Mark on everything.
Yeah. So we're gonna.
Yeah, she maintained contact with us, and there's a whole set of stories to get into with that, but I don't want to throw you off your track, so please continue.
Yeah. Well, there's in a little bit we're gonna go back to that era and go over a couple things. So
I will go back.
there's yeah. So this is so one I was just randomly on YouTube one day and I was in YouTube live looking at people who was going live, and this guy, Julian Mate, popped up. And I was just like, I'm going to go on this guy's podcast and see what he has to say. And he turned out to be a pretty cool dude. And he's Australian. He's been on the show a bunch of times. Anyway, so Jules was live on Saturday before the last podcast. See, you see it says Saturday Sesh. Before the last VGT podcast, Jules went live. And we're going to watch his chat to see what happens. I'm going to close our chat for a second. No, we're going to leave our chat open. That's weird. It clears it. So Jules, we're going to watch this here.
Blindly follow any religion.
Yeah.
I don't see the difference in between the wrong and the wrong. Soldiers empty in the clips and little kids and their moms are just like a desperate motherfucker strapped to a bomb. Humanity's gone, smoked up in a gravity bong by a Democrat, Republican, Cheech and Chong.
Just for your information,
Preaching a song. I'm not controversial. I'm
oh,
just speaking the facts. Put your
I have
hands in the
left
air
VGT
like you got the
Live,
heat to
so
the back.
you won't
Shake
see me
your
on
body
that
like a
show
baby born
anymore.
addicted to crack.
Keep
Since
well.
life's a gamble like the
Be
craps
well.
tables in Vegas, I freestyle my destiny. It's not written in
Okay.
paper.
I hope everything's okay.
Alicia comes in and says, "Hey, Jules." This is Jules' mate. I don't know if Alicia's ever been on Jules' show. Maybe she has. But Alicia hangs out on most of the panel shows that I've exposed her to. She says, hey Jules, sometimes goes by. Yeah. So she already said it once before, hey Jules. Then she says, hey Jules, again.
What happened? Was there dramas?
And then
What everything
he
was?
was like, what? Is there dramas? Alicia says, just FYI, and this is before Jules started saying anything. Alicia says, just FYI, I have left VGT Live, so you won't see me on that show anymore. Keep well, be well.
I didn't catch the last couple, I don't think. I've either been sleeping or I'm back on the road, so I've been out. Oh, that's Jeff's life. That's why I go hang out, like, learn about the Italian, natural law, stuff like that.
Alicia says, I didn't make it public. And then send me your email.
Send me your email.
So she is making it public. By
Have
making
you got Discord? You want to join the Discord server?
on an international podcast in the chat.
Crikey.
Because I couldn't give you my email.
I didn't make it public.
I might have.
Oh no, this should be a topic.
Oh. So yeah,
And I think she says send me your email so she can send him
some sort of evidence
I guess. But
or
I
something.
just this isn't keeping it private on her end.
Yeah.
I think is the
That's not
like,
keeping it private. Going in a chat and saying you're leaving.
A public secret.
Yes, it's a public secret. And it's not like she tripped, fell into his chat, and the words typed onto her computer through her house. Like, it wasn't an accident. She went in there and tried to get his attention, and then spilt the beans. Like, she couldn't she couldn't control herself. She couldn't hold it back.
which is whatever. If you're gonna go public about it, go public. But then you kind of set the standard for what we're doing in terms of this situation and this disagreement. So then to turn around and sort of again like cry
Questionable. Her intentions are questionable.
Yeah, like, and first it was we didn't contact her in that month and didn't talk to her, and then it was that we went public. So like, what it seems like it's constantly what she's mad about us for is constantly shifting.
Changing.
Yeah.
So not only were we not the ones on Sunday making things public, but she made them public the day before. So that's a straight up dishonest move there. That's like, no, you went public and you've been going around to these panel shows, and
there should be no problem with us going
there should
public.
be no problem.
Like, that's what I was trying to say, is that shouldn't be part of the reason and part of your argument as to what we are doing wrong if this was already being spoken about publicly, and obviously there was no. And number one, you didn't respond to our private message.
Yeah.
Number two, you went public, and then number three, you're like, how dare you guys go public?
What?
That's a little. It's a little unfair and just like inconsistent. Like,
yeah.
Logically, even.
So back to Jules' mate, Alicia. I didn't make it public. Send me your email. I don't know what that is because Jules said, yeah.
Like apartheid,
Jules is like,
stress. I make me put the fucking tool in your chest.
Don't worry about it.
I wouldn't want to be I burn slow like
someone else in the chat says it's all right to move on, mate. Some Australian responding to Australian.
Making it hard to
Hysterical.
capitalism and
Discord's like a social media platform.
Made them sound so
but that'll never be me.
Certainly.
You brought us some brought us some evidence we had.
A plane crash, I'm out with the black box and I refuse to return. I spit reality instead of what
says,
you
just
usually
saying
learn.
I'm not there. I don't want
to.
Condescending advice, 'cause I'm the only motherfucker that has changed my life.
I mean, like,
not a good
I'm
way
like honest.
to not
I
start drama.
I had like 2 barbecue cheeseburgers earlier.
Whatever.
Um,
We're all adults.
wait.
Yeah, but
Does that mean like
I'm never going to be
you
direct,
eating meat?
right?
No,
Like,
you wouldn't be.
He's never just going to come out and say, "Here's my beef. Here's the problem. Let's hash it out." It's always back currents and yeah.
Get rid of them.
Emotional damage.
Or to go try to get other people to put social pressure on you, right?
Right.
It's,
That's what we're.
it's
That's what
putting a
we're
group
doing.
against you.
Yeah,
There's never going to be that moment where, like, no, I think you're wrong, and it's just a one-on-one straight interaction.
Or
Right?
one specific thing, or about the original thing that caused the issue.
Yeah, and it's so funny because we've been pointing out this behavior all year, me and Alicia.
Oh yeah, it's pervasive. It's everywhere,
and it's happening. It's also happening right now with like the whole One Great Work Network crew versus me and Nemo Jones. Like, they're doing the same things to us.
Okay, I'm not entirely familiar with your work. Can you please tell me who Nemo Jones is? I just don't know.
Nemo runs the Europa Natural Law podcast. Super nice English guy. He's a musician, and he got kicked off of the Sound Path Freedom Festival that some people in the One Great Work Network are putting on this festival, and he was invited to perform, but then he was kicked off because he didn't kick me off his podcast. He didn't kick me out of his chat because I was speaking the truth. in a circumstance when the new age community that piled up over there was piling on top of me, demanding that I be kicked out of the group. So it's really weird to have someone in my own house, like this podcast is like letting people in my house. Like it's people start thinking that they own a part of it. It's really fucking weird. But anyway, so it's really weird to have Alicia do this and go full on retard and double down and convince a bunch of people that I respect to do something that makes me lose respect for them. It's pretty strange. So back to Jules.
The diet and shit, playing fucking a life, a proper life force food and whatnot.
He said, "Oh, did you start eating meat?" And she said, "No, it's not about meat." Jules does one drama. Jules is just a chill dude. He's supposed to smoke some weed, and Alicia's bringing the drama in on him.
I wouldn't.
They are allowed to abuse. I am not
abuse
with that. So this is her version of not going public and not wanting drama, is saying that we allow abuse on a public and international chat room.
Do you know how many times she has sent me like a private voice message saying not to trigger you?
Also.
Yeah, not to trigger you. I don't mean to trigger you, as if I'm some kind of baby. And then proceed to tell me things that she thinks will trigger me.
Well, she would often... Well, this is one of the weird things. I've noticed and I've seen how Alicia talks to you and then how she talks to me. And she was very quick to put me on like a pedestal, and it was like almost uncomfortable because that's not like something I want or need or am looking for. And then she was always very worried that I was irate with her. She was like, always like, oh God, I hope Jeff's not mad at me because of this, that, and the other. And I'm like, dude, what the hell would I be mad at you for? But that's like a projector's thing. Someone who gets mad at
being a
someone all
snake.
the time. Yeah, it's like this. The cheaters always, blaming their partner for cheating when they're the one doing it. So it's like that kind of thing. And then like
someone viewing everyone from the lens of what they can gain from others, right? Like if she doesn't view Darren as having something she can gain from, she doesn't give a fuck about him. If you've got a platform she thinks she can gain from, she's gonna kiss your ass.
Maybe. I mean,
she actually like flipped out when Mark wouldn't let her do like marketing for him or something. But up until that point, Mark was cool.
We always saw her kind of like really holding back. Or often, not always. Often would see her really trying to hold back, especially when she would observe people not in control of their emotions. She would just lose her shit. I was in E&L once, and it was when I called. This is what started all the drama with Europa Natural Law. Derek Bartolocelli had like an emotional outburst on someone live on a podcast who definitely didn't deserve it. And I simply said, hey, Derek, don't forget your shadow work,
Yeah,
and so this is kind of what started the whole thing. Oh, shit. Hit it. There's good old Derek.
Yeah.
What does Derek think of the podcast, babe?
Stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy.
Stupid ass fucking motherfucking vegan therapy. And then we got...
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
We have
It's just
Will...
fucking whack.
We have Will Keller and Derek Bartolocelli calling this podcast
It's pretty whack, bro.
Derek
It's just fucking whack.
actually said that.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack. It's just fucking whack. It's just fucking whack. It's just fucking
We're just
whack.
going to play with the soundboard
just
for the
fucking
rest
whack.
of the show.
I really wish I could see the reactions to Darren and
Stupid-ass
I's dumpster
motherfucking
dive
vegan
last
therapy.
week.
Stop inviting all these American
That was
people
vicious.
over to the Europa Natural Law. Stop inviting all these American
Vive
people
la
over to
francophonie!
Europa Natural Law.
Okay, but what happens
Your
if you have a
whole
situation where the
fucking
Americans
live stream is
know more
mediocre
about
at
the
best.
philosophy?
Exactly. No, that's why we made it into the soundboard, because it's that fucking stupid.
Your
It wasn't even a rule.
whole fucking live stream is mediocre at best.
Yeah, you're better off talking about the Metatronic energetic reversal and the fib of no chi. Didn't you
Hell
know
yeah.
that already?
My symbolism. My symbolism.
My teleology.
But the Odyssey, though.
Uh,
Oh, yeah, dude. I love this dynamic. You know, Mark said we need forced shadow work, and now everyone's like, if they don't want to be my friend, they can't have any friends. Must
you're not
exile.
allowed to criticize the people I like.
Just
Yes,
like
I
that.
am,
In the
motherfucker.
dungeon.
Yes, I am.
Exile.
Everyone should exile. You, verbatim.
From life.
Life.
Well, frankly, you should be willing to be an island if you have to. If you actually
They want to give
sat
force
down-
shadow work. They want to receive one.
Well, like if you've actually sat down and gone through your stance and think you're right, you should be willing to both be an island while considering the other arguments at the same time. You should be able to hold both stances. Like, no, if I've sat down and thought about the counter argument I'm being provided, and I'm still convinced I'm right, even if everyone else is pushing back against me, that doesn't matter. It's not supposed to be about consensus. If this is actually
Yes.
supposed to be about freedom, it should look like a pit fight. It should not be univocal.
Exactly.
And that was basically what the whole thing was that she followed us into a private group about, because she really was enjoying the drama. But basically, like, I got kicked out of the chat, and you, Kurt, with what's her name, Tanya, my butt crack, the girl with the butt crack in her profile picture. She was like, she kicked me out of the group, and she's like, Darren said very nasty, horrible things to me, so I kicked him out. And you were like, wait a minute. When other people got kicked out, you showed the screenshots, but you're not showing screenshots of Darren. And then you're like, but actually Darren had the screenshots from when you kicked him out. And he was just saying, like, no, this isn't natural law, and, like, you're censoring me for new age bullshit. And then she kicked you out. And then Alicia followed us in there, and then she hit us with some, like, you know, mommy shit, like, oh, you boys want to, if you want some time alone with your masculine energy, I can step out. And I'm like, I'm just asking you what specifically about this situation pissed you off, and why are you here? And you're not telling us. So I'm just wondering, like, what does, like, I don't know. I was just trying to get her to, like, express some kind of genuine emotion. And then she was like, I want to be a fly on the wall. And I'm like, this isn't an observer space.
It wasn't just that. As someone who's read a lot of, like, Crowley and Hermeticism and other shit, and while I don't buy all of it, I've read it.
Yeah, you're right. She wouldn't talk about things she knows.
No. But more importantly, she was literally trying to engage in long-distance hypnosis shit.
Yes.
She was trying to create situations where she wanted either you, me, or Slav to be staring for long periods of time straight into our webcam.
Yup. She's like, whose energy are we invoking with the pendulum? I'm like, no, just ask the universe with your pendulum. Don't try to use anyone's energy. And then she tried to, like, have us look in the camera.
Why are you doing
I
that?
wouldn't look at it, but I could feel her probing. And I'm like, dude, what's going on?
Whereas, like, I did look straight into my webcam, but I was confident enough with my meditation that we got done, and she was just like, yeah, you just seemed, like, really calm. Like, yep, that's all I was giving you. I was just
and that's
blank.
what made me kick her out, because I'm like, oh, dude, she's sitting here trying to hack us, bro. And I'm like, not happening.
She's trying to probe in people's brains. It was fucked up.
But I realized that I could try to be civil and interact with her if I just keep my boundaries. And then, you know, eventually, like, because of all the private messages and shit like that, trying to prime us, basically what she does is she sends these private messages, and then she has her, like, above board, you know, above the surface chats. And then when she gets somebody to look irritated when they appear to lose emotional composure, she'll say, boom, right there. That's what I'm talking about. They have no emotional regulation. And that's exactly what she's about.
Emotional manipulation.
And so that's why she loves to be like, look, you know, just like Will Keller, look, I'm so stoic. Look, I'm Dustin Plattner, being shady in the private. you know, and then everybody will just love to just look so composed, but they have like raging, you know, vitriol and you know, malice inside. Whereas like I'll just tell someone to their face like I
And they
don't like you, but at the same
also
time
got
like that's okay, and I don't have to silence
closet,
them.
don't they?
Yeah.
Like,
So,
how
but-
much are you selling those hydrogen machines for?
That's why I got kicked out, and that's why Jeff gets
Right.
exiled from stuff because like we're not in with the fake and gay.
Right. So, like, no, just looking composed on the surface doesn't actually make you composed. It means you've got a grift go.
Yeah. So back to Jules.
Yeah, sorry.
Alicia says they are allowing abuse, and I'm not cool with that. And that's not natural law. I am happy moving forward, so take care. It's a shadow work podcast, and they don't do their own shadow work. It's hypocritical. Agree with your Passio comments, because someone said that he's a Satanist. I follow Rachel now, so that was a great podcast that you've had. The only forced shadow work on one can do is on themselves. The person needs to be ready and wanting to do it. Ego gets in the way. Correct. That's what's happening with VGT Live. So I think Jules was just like, yeah, well, some people, you know, they yell the loudest are the ones that, you know, are the most full of shit. He was just playing along with her. It wasn't anything personal or anything. But obviously, Alicia did very much so make it private before we went private, and after public. She most definitely went public, and it was before we went public. And we had sent her a response to her message, and she ignored it. So for her to get everyone riled up last week, talking about how you know, let's get back to what did Braxton's question say? What did Braxton said? Now we're attacking people who reach out privately to hash it out. We were reached out to privately. We responded privately, and then we were ignored. And then instead of responding to the message we sent to her, she went off and did that on Jules's page, which is pretty wild. So might as well remove the G from the show name. I don't know. I'm sure I'll be attacked next because that's what we're doing, attacking. It's not that Alicia and Noah and Jana attacked me. It's that I'm attacking these people. Right. This is emotional manipulation, people. This is exactly what he was just talking about.
Like responding and disagreeing.
Sorry, may I ask, what does the G stand for in your acronym?
Vegan group therapy.
So it's group, but I think he's referring to G like.
Okay, so is it vegan group therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like.
Okay, I just didn't know, and I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just a little confused. If you watched any of the show and you really cared or paid attention, it's just odd when these people claim to do the trivium, yet they will get a little bit of information and go public about their dumbass opinion when they don't know all the information. Because we last week put all this out here, except for this Jules stuff, because the Jules stuff is the newest stuff, and I think the most damning. They moved the goalpost like 18, 19 times last week, trying to come up with some reason to be mad at me, and they couldn't do it. They all bowed out one by one.
And it wouldn't be the Jules thing. It wouldn't be so damning if us going public wasn't such an issue, right? Like,
yeah, why does
if that
it matter?
if that wasn't a problem, then we wouldn't even be talking about going over Alicia's comments in some other person's life, being like whatever. But like I said, it's
you guys going public interferes with her ability to set up an ambush and smear campaign.
Yeah, and her letter is pretty unhinged, you know. Like it's very egoic and weird. Starts off very nice, but then...
and then I think she gets more and more angry as she writes, and she probably wrote it over a long period of time and added to it,
But this whole public and private thing, what is everyone dwelling on this public or private thing when the whole reason we all know each other is because of my live open fucking podcast where we don't censor shit. I'm just super confused. But anyway, so the last argument everyone had last week was, well, you went public, you're an asshole. So that our argument's gone. So where is everybody? Where are they? Are they watching in the chat right now? Probably. They just haven't said anything yet.
You've been exiled.
I've been
Nobody
exiled. We're getting the cold shoulder treatment. Real fucking shadow work warriors over there.
I really haven't been keeping up on Alicia. Does she have any... well, I said I really haven't been keeping up on Alicia. Does she have any of her own work published at this point?
No, I asked her like a month ago. I was like, what do I call you? Like, would I put you in the title of a show? You know, and like, what are you doing?
What are you? Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking of starting a network for a little bit, and it was like, well, like, what if I put Alicia on the network? What would she do? And I asked her that, and she didn't really have anything. She's all, you could just call me Alicia. And it's like, okay, so you don't want me to know your last name? That's a little fucking weird. But like, whatever, that's okay. I don't really care, but it's a little weird. You know, my last name, you know my phone number, you know where I live, you know, like, give me a break. So that was a little honeypotty. And so this whole public or private thing is unbelievably hypocritical. So because of this, we went back and listened to Darren and Alicia's original complaint. Alicia's original complaint video
from like
to Darren.
How to become the true media.
From the how to become true media.
Well,
where is it?
Which was exactly her taking something from the private into the public, by the way.
Was she like reading off the chat from the Gilded and shit? Or was she? What was this? I missed this.
This was Alicia publicly calling out Darren, or calling out Jerry and fucking Meg.
Oh, this is what it was about. I apologized to the group for arguing a little bit too viciously with Jerry and Meg, and she said I occulted something when I cut her out of the group and didn't apologize to Alicia publicly.
So
I flipped out. Yeah.
I just want to be clear. Cutting contact with someone is not occulting things. That's you exercising your freedom to choose who you interact with. If I think you're a piece of shit and I don't want to talk to you, I don't have to fucking talk to you.
And how dare I not be her friend? So she wanted everyone else to be like, yeah, Darren, why'd you do that?
So I have to apologize to Darren because she was able to do to me what she did to Jana and Noah and convince us something that happened that didn't fucking happen.
I appreciate it.
So
that's why I came on, because I'm like, Jeff doesn't know what happened. Like, I'm like, she set this up.
No, but you did. Well,
I did other things.
We're gonna listen to it. You didn't argue. You kind of like, you let them run with the whole, she's not the one doing the aliens thing.
Yeah, like
when you should have been like, no, I was talking about, because when you flipped out on her, it was, she said you flip out on people in the group, and you're like, fuck you, those people are crazy. Yeah. Which I thought you said, oh, you're fucking spreading alien bullshit, but you didn't say that.
That's what Alicia said.
That's what Alicia said.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah,
she tried to frame it that way. Yeah,
correct.
That was Jerry and her retarded nanu alien friend from the Pleiades. Yeah,
the heroin heroes. Yeah,
which we all know. Darren gets riled up sometimes. And out of anyone on the podcast in the last year, Darren's had probably the most growth, because the flip out you see him do in this video, I don't think he would do today.
Well, what's funny is even,
but it wasn't even that bad. I mean, you obviously went off the handle, but if you keep to what the logic of the argument, she was trying to call you out for calling out New Agers, which is fucking bullshit. Yeah, let's listen.
But in the terms of keeping online with the importance of what the argument being made is, when Darren and I first met each other, we had a huge blowout fight. It was a huge drama across last year's thing, and then he got kicked out, and I got kicked out after. But the funny part was, we didn't agree with each other even after we had both been kicked out. But the important part was we still didn't want either one of us to be censored. Right? Like, we don't have to agree. We can still talk about this and get over it. And part of that was, I was willing to say, yeah, I like Mark's work, but I don't think he's right all the time. And at first, Darren blew a gasket at me, and as things have gone forward, Darren's kind of come around and like, yeah, man, you were right about some of that. So
this is we revisited this, and we were like, we both looked at each other when we heard it. We're like, oh my god.
This came up by chance, by the way, because I mislabeled.
We didn't even know we had
I mislabeled this file number 1, and then I put this file in the wrong folder number 2.
Thanks, Mark.
And so I just when we were looking for something else, and when we were like coming up to this, I know, right? Coming up to this episode, and then I just happened to open this file and click right to this part. I'm like, holy shit!
Like, exactly right to it.
Yeah.
Like God intervened, parted the sea, and showed us the two things. Jules
the realm revealed the truth. It was this realm.
As I swung my sword.
you didn't use motherfucking. You got it wrong. It's this motherfucking realm.
Oh.
You got to have that in there or it's wrong.
Alicia kind of sounds drunk. It's weird.
Yeah, but she doesn't have a beard that claps every time she opens her mouth, so it takes away from the aesthetic.
Not as fun.
Yeah. Howdy. Oh, really? You guys can't hear anything?
Well, so far on my end, you haven't started playing the video.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Okay,
not
it's
playing.
not playing.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I think I saw the counter moving. Never mind, yeah. I don't know what system you're using to broadcast this with, so...
We should probably...
there might be a share system audio setting you don't have enabled that's preventing that.
It's a bit
So,
of a while.
oh god, every time I host a Zoom call, I have to walk people through screen share because this, I get it. It's a constant pain in the ass, especially with anyone over 50.
No. Go to click video file or image file.
We got an MP3. We need an
Oh,
MP4.
okay. Okay. Well, she's gonna work on that.
We can talk about something else.
We can talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if we listen to it, but we're gonna.
Jerry was indirectly the cause
Either
of this.
way, the original argument and why I, went to bat at Darren, and then the calling the cop thing was just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get him on both these things.
What, you're calling the murder squad? When did that happen?
Darren was calling the cops. But yeah, so I was a little shocked when we watched this back, and we were like, oh, because he called out some of our fellow students, and it needs to be brought to the public or brought to light. Now, quote what she's saying. So for someone who's demanding anonymity to be doing public things like that is a little shocking.
Hey,
All
is that
stuff
Jules?
is on public.
Who's
That's
Jules?
What's up,
Who's that?
Jules, man? What's up, you
What's
cunt?
going on, guys?
Oh, getting by. We're just going
That's
through
right.
some of the New Age Mark Passio trash cult drama. I don't know if you're familiar with Darren and I's work, but we've been doing a show we call New Age Dumpster Dive, and last week we did a video making fun of an episode Mark and Sethicus Bozo did together. So,
Oh, you have to show Jules a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that dude. That's beard fucking claps. Yeah. Is that
yeah, that's
Yeah,
the guy. Yeah, the fucking Viking Grail
Yeah, I know the
shaman
one.
in this
No one
motherfucking
fucking
realm,
likes
yo.
you. All right. I wouldn't say no one, but
Listen, Darren.
Oh shit.
Darren, did you hear this?
no one fucking likes you. All right. I wouldn't say no one, but
I wouldn't say no one, but nice. We love Darren.
I'd still be cool with that. I don't need anyone to like me. How you feeling, Darren? Do you need anyone to like you?
His dogs like him.
Oh yeah, Maverick and oh god, what's her name? What's the? It's
Lita.
slipping my mind. Sorry, say again.
Lita.
Like Lita Ford?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, motherfucker. Oh man, now I gotta go replay Brutal Legend. What did you just do to me, Darren?
I don't know. Maybe we'll watch it next time. It's we're gonna have to convert it to some sort of file that we can't convert for.
it's just fucking
Go to
whack.
VLC,
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking
save
whack.
or
It's pretty whack,
convert,
bro.
or pull up Audacity and change it to an MP3,
Do it on Audacity.
or send it to me and I'll send it back as an MP3.
Well, it's an MP3. It needs to be an MP4.
Oh, it needs to be MP4 for.
And I've
audio?
had trouble trying to convert
Okay.
MP3s to MP4s with VLC.
I can do that if you want to send it.
Okay.
You don't have this, Darren?
No, I don't have a saved copy.
Can you not send MP3s over Telegram?
It's also on one of your previous videos, though.
I think there's a
But
file
it's
size
too
limit is
messy.
the only thing.
Through Telegram, it'll
And
work.
the size you're trying to send.
I can clip it.
At worst, you could go to WeShare, send the file through that to Darren's email. He could download it and then send it back or
Your
play it over
whole
the stream.
fucking live stream is mediocre at best.
Well, you know, that's better than spouting nothing but new age bullshit for what, 2+ hours straight.
You stupid ass
Like-
motherfucking vegan therapy.
Yeah, that's
Fuck shit.
vegan therapy is still better than over 2 hours of new age buzzword salad.
I don't think Derek's getting it.
Sometimes I get a little fired up or worked up or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I will bust that out.
But I'm
Stupid-ass
appreciating the
motherfucking- no one
soundboard. I
fucking
love
likes
it.
you. All right?
We just
I
gotta
wouldn't say
leave,
no one,
like,
but
a little time to explain.
Gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy!
Oh yeah,
your
Mark being a
whole
fag.
fucking live stream is mediocre at best.
Bro.
Mediocre? That's great.
I mean, I'm saying it's shit.
Yeah. I wouldn't even expect them to say it's good at all. But mediocre is like pretty nice. Nice. Okay, so we're not watching that. All right, that's coming back. Let's see if we watch anything. Let's see. So next week, no, the 29th, Arion. The 29th, we are we're interviewing this guy, and Arion is going to write some interesting questions for me to ask him.
Thanks for having me. And why do we value human life so
Maybe
much?
because nature is full of species.
killing other species.
It's also full of species not killing other species. It's also unfair because nobody else wants to do anything else that lions do. Notice that convenient argument? We just want to do what the lions do when they eat antelope.
No, the argument is it might be quite natural to kill animals. Maybe you should do it in the most humane way possible and
Like a
not
humane
exaggerate.
Holocaust?
What?
Like a humane Holocaust?
But animals are eating animals. But it's part of our circle of life.
No, this is the circle of torture and death.
When you see
No, this is the circle of torture and death. When you see
a lion eating a zebra,
Okay.
and you're.
But I
you're
notice
saying,
you
okay,
have
this
clothes
is-
on. And I notice that you have a cell phone and you have a computer. It is unfair to pick one thing that lions do that you want to mimic when you don't want to mimic anything else they do. When lions walk up and greet each other, they sniff each other's ass. When I came in this room, you did not kneel down and sniff my ass. When I came in this room, you did not kneel down and sniff my ass. Okay? Lions sometimes kill their young when they're
Are we actually praising this stupidity?
their baby because they didn't want him. We arrest them and charge them with murder. Could you go to a courtroom and say, "Hey, but Your Honor, lions kill their babies, can't I?" It's
But
an
it's their
unfair.
survivor.
It's an unfair comparison. You're not a lion.
When you see a lion eating a zebra,
You're not a lion.
when you see
Not a lion.
Good morning.
Come on.
One of the fears of the Ministry of Education is the way that you choose to provoke your agenda, I think. And in schools, they might think that it's inappropriate. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I'm here to speak on behalf of the most oppressed, most abused, most murdered group of beings that has ever existed, the animals. I speak against speciesism in the same way Nelson Mandela spoke against racism, in the same way Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Rosa Parks spoke against the evils of racism.
Like if let's take for example some farmer far away, maybe far away in time, in the past, grows an animal, and the animal has a wonderful life, grazing and enjoying itself. And when the time comes, he kills the animal in a nice way, the nicest possible. This is not rape. This is not Holocaust. This is the way of life.
Okay, so if I go and meet a woman at a bar, I buy her some drinks, I bring her some flowers, I take her back and put on some soft music, some Teddy Pendergrass, and we dance and we look in each other's eyes, and I slip her a date rape drug and rape her. Is that humane? Why not? She didn't feel a thing. See, because the act of rape is evil, okay? The act of murder is evil. You can't do it in a nice way. Okay, we have to stop thinking that there's a nice way. In fact, you know what the nice way to kill is? Not to kill. See, we can't throw this word humane out there when we're talking about rape, torture, and murder. You can't put the word humane next to it. Doesn't work like that. That's not how the world works.
What about the argument that families send their kids to school, family that eat meat send their kids to school. They don't want their kids coming back from school and say, "Hey, we're vegetarians or fruitarians from today."
What's wrong with somebody choosing to be compassionate?
Hey, Mom. I learned in school today that I probably shouldn't be supporting the suffering and death of animals with my food choices. I think I'm going to go vegan.
What? No, don't do that. Please, little Johnny, no.
Wait, why? Didn't you raise me to be nice?
Well, protein and a thing. Yeah, me. Did that okay? Yeah, right, yeah. Got it.
Okay, you've got some overlapping audio shit right now, and it just like hell to listen to. This is fucking ear-rape.
Repetition, you're right.
Hey, what's going on with the audio?
It's him. Hello?
Yeah, what the fuck was that? No,
It's gone quiet, man. Yeah, that was cooked, bro. These cunts putting a curse on us or something.
Seth, will you respond if I talk like this?
In this motherfucking realm.
Fuck shit.
Yeah, I've got to throw an explicative in every 2 words, or it's not going to have the right punch.
Maybe he just wanted
Is that actually that Cephicus Boza lad? Is that the one with the dude with the funny beard?
It could be someone
No,
making.
that wasn't.
It could
Okay.
be someone making a joke.
Probably.
Do you hear me, Seth?
Even if it's someone just
There's,
doesn't.
no. There's no way that's the right voice. That's not the actual Sethicus Bozo. Thank you for joining the call. It's nice to meet you, whoever you are.
Maybe it's Vivek.
It could be Vivek. Vivek's trolling us. Oh, Vivek's mad at us again.
Wow, that was
Vivek?
a good troll. He made us stop the video.
Yeah, that was mission accomplished. Anyways, Vivek's mad at us, so he doesn't immediately have a fucking link. What are you doing? Oh, the cringe karaoke video.
The point is, we're going to be interviewing.
Yeah, we're interviewing him. He's got some. No, you are too. He's got some pretty hot takes. He thinks we should.
Yeah, he's retarded.
What was the thing that they were called? The
What? What thing? Harness?
No. So the whole argument we've been having with the network is, they don't know how to walk and chew gun at the same time. They either are going to be fighting for ending human slavery, and there's no time for veganism, or you be vegan and there's no time for fighting for human slavery. And allegedly, this is a giant debate in the vegan culture, in like the more like, I guess, maybe liberal vegan circles. This is a big argument. What's the word for it, Ariane? Intersectionalism? I can't hear you. Intersectionalism, I guess, is a liberal feminist.
But it's the idea that where social justice comes from, that in order to pay attention to one issue, if you're
You have to take away from another issue.
or no, it's like in order to care about.
Well, that's not.
To care about racism.
That's not exclusively wrong. I mean, you have a finite amount of energy in your life. If you direct a certain amount in one direction, you're not directing it in another. Every choice you ever make in your life, by definition, must be a negation of all other possible choices. That's
right.
That's just common sense.
Exactly.
I think the main distinction is just like the point like are vegans able is veganism even effective at all if you care about human rights? And there's some vegans that say no, it takes away from veganism if you at all speak or spend any time. But yeah, like you said,
I think it depends on what it is you're trying to push for, right? I mean, Jeff and I, the last time I came on, had it in about like tribal cultures like the Inuit, but there's also cultures like the Tibetans who literally collect goat shit and ferment it and use the gas they harvest off of that to cook on and use for lit lights. Like, there are people who have dug themselves out of poverty using fermented methane off of goat shit. Well,
talking about like Mark saying that we shouldn't talk about veganism at all. We should allow
right. My point is, if someone's saying that people should go in at gunpoint and tell them they're not allowed to own goats, when that's what's allowing them to not use wood fires that are making people go blind early, well, we've got to have a discussion about what's going on here. There's nuance involved now, right?
It's kind of like the vegan equivalent. So there's vegans that say we should kill all of the animals that eat other animals. And
okay,
so
but
like
now, when you start getting into that, what about like all the parasitic insects? How far down that chain are you going to go to? Because like the wasps that lay eggs on animals so that their eggs will hatch and eat the other bugs from the inside out.
It's
There's
a
a
very
lot of
statist and scientism-ist. I don't know, how do you say scientism-ist
and
way of
that's
thinking, because it's like, oh, in order for you to want that to happen, you would have to believe in authority, and that authority does the right thing all the fucking time. And I don't trust anyone with
I'm far more
other
afraid
nature, you know.
of giving the right to regulate that to anyone than I am of the nitty gritty in between, right?
Yeah.
And so again, I actually, as much as like Jeff and I don't agree on everything, I think there are a lot of talking points we agree on.
Hear me, guys?
We might just not agree on how to get there, right? Like, Jeff and I can absolutely agree that the modern factory farming of animals is horrific. I don't know how to solve the problem. I don't see all the same answers the same way.
Go ahead, Arden.
I want to say that, I mean, it's not about the reducing of suffering. Veganism is a really basic principle of about emancipating animals from human use. It's not about the threshold, like the deontologist bullshit, like how much they suffer, or how much they feel pain, or how much.
And this is why I have no respect for you. This is why I have no respect for you.
my point. How can I have respect? I don't.
Yeah, I've heard it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you have respect for me or not. I'm just saying what veganism is. And it's a principle that humans should live without exploiting animals. That's it. It's not about animal rights. It's not about suffering. It's not about not killing animals.
How is that not about animals' rights? In what way can you say we shouldn't exploit them, but you don't care about their rights? That's ridiculous.
Guys, which rights are we talking about? Are we talking about the rights of ants that we step on every day? Are we talking about the?
So, are you going to become a Jane? Are you going to become a Jane and wear?
Nah, man, I like my honey, bro. I ain't fucking giving up honey.
Guys, okay, whatever.
What is it? Where's your line?
My line is animals. My line is animals.
So everywhere you walk, you make sure you never step on a fly or an ant.
No,
right?
but that's not what we're claiming. That's not what vegans claim.
Well, that's what he said.
No,
that's
it's not.
Yes, it is. It's about the animals, not their rights. Okay, so you never exploit an animal. You've never worn wool. You've never eaten honey. Where's your line here?
I do that. Can I explain, or will you interrupt me every time I start explaining?
Oh, no, please. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Debate, guys.
I don't want to debate. I'm not in the debate bro mood. I'm just explaining, something. So I'm just saying, the definition of veganism. It's not a practice. It's a principle, So you do only by existing. You cause suffering. You kill animals. You walk around, right? So it's about not objectifying animals, right? To the point that you use them for your benefit, right? That's veganism. Understand?
No. Because when you clear cut
Curtis, karma is rooted in intention, bro.
Yes, it is. But when you clear cut thousands of acres of old growth forest to make room.
Okay, you're getting back to Curtis. You already got smoked on the crop desk thing on my show live, so you can't bring it back up again. You got smoked on that subject, so you can't bring it up again.
Jeff, I was wondering.
Clear cutting going on fucking for cattle harvesting than fucking any kind of whatever you're trying to say.
Jeff, could you provide source material like educational stuff? I was telling Curtis I'm not even the one to explain it to him because I never really cared about the reasons, honestly, other than just karma or whatever spiritual reason. So I never actually went into the argument. So I can't really explain all the finer points
or environmental argument. It's
when you're getting into
doesn't have an argument, even the crop death argument
of the not exploiting the animals. Well, keeping chickens for eggs versus what
That's
happens.
not what you're
to their-
doing, Curtis. You're minimalizing thing. That's not what you do. You
What
don't.
is it that
I don't see a bunch of carnists only eating eggs.
What about vegetarians?
I eat a
Because
variety of
there's that
things.
intermediate,
I eat
right? There's the
all sorts.
vegetarians and then there's the vegans.
Yeah.
So what
You know
about
what's
that?
the difference?
Back to the original part. So
You know what the difference between vegetarians and vegans?
Yeah.
What?
what is it?
Well, again, dietary wise, the vegetarians are willing to eat eggs and dairy. So if you're saying there's no exploitation of animals, the vegetarians are still exploiting the animals. They're exploiting them for eggs and dairy, but they're still exploiting them. Am I wrong?
Yeah, David says that you misunderstood me. You know, yeah, and that's true. I'm trying to explain to you. I'm not about like reducing suffering. I'm about.
So real quick,
No.
so morally, the right thing to do technically would then be veganism altogether, like no use of animal products, or what's
No
the
use of
ethical use of
animals.
an animal's product after
It's
it's died naturally and then you can use it
No
inside, or
intentional, intentional use of animal.
No,
Something
There
I-
is a book, right? Like
No.
that I've never read.
If an
but-
animal is on the side of the road and you pick it up and eat it, there's no fucking problem with that. Dumpster diving after, like, if you're getting
It's a
trashed,
problem. You know,
trash,
actually, it is a problem.
That's cool.
Actually, Jeff, I have to say,
for me,
I
it's not really like a fucking. It's not a
I have
moral
a correction.
decision. I understand all that side to it, but for me, it's like a health decision.
You
'cause
know,
I've
Jeff,
developed
why
a
it is a problem?
sensitivity to particular meats and shit.
It
I'll
is.
get sick
People
if
go
I eat
vegan
meat.
for different reasons, Jules.
No,
And there's
that's-
ethical, health, and environmental reasons. And
I
a
was-
lot of people go vegan just because it's their part of their political party.
Well, I've done the
No, no,
vegetarian thing for a couple of weeks.
I
bro,
thought
and
the
that
same
was-
way as you did. I was mistaken a lot of years, right? And it's not like a totally, you know, if you take a feather from on a street, you just sparked an idea to normalize using feathers, you know, and then other people see that feather on your head or head or whatever, and then you normalize objectification of
Well, I
animal
would take a feather and put it on,
animal stuff, right?
you know.
You understand? That's the
But
problem.
that's what our species does to associate meaning to things, though, don't we?
If you use something that's from an animal, you're sending a message to other people. It's okay to
And it's
use animals.
okay to, right, okay. Yeah.
It creates a market for it. Creates, you know, and market supply.
So people are basically selling off veganism, which is
But
not.
scientists didn't scientists just say that fucking plants scream and stuff when they get cut or something like that?
That's not sentience, though. They emit a hormone when they get cut.
Well, it's not just that they emit a
Carnists
hormone,
use this
it's
as
that
an
they're
argument
capable
against
of
vegans.
communicating to the other plants in their area what they've experienced through the mushroom mycelium in the ground. So they're actually capable of connecting to a network
So
of
that's
other
sentience.
plants
In a way,
and
that's
expressing their
sentience form of
suffering.
communication.
Yeah.
Just leaving them alone.
And mushrooms,
Vegans
mushrooms
eat the least
communicate in a
amount of
specific
plants
language too.
out of any people who eat, because when you eat a cow, see, to make a cow, you have to feed it like billions of calories, right? Just to get millions of calories out of it. You lose all these calories to their shit, piss, sweat, methane coming out of their ass, their slobber. You're losing calories, and so you get this minuscule amount of calories out of your investment that you've spent the whole cow's life feeding it all these calories, and you get
Well, even realistically, like the way we look at that
This
in
is
terms of
basically the
nutrients.
bullshit I've ever heard, and it's exclusively about the factory farming of animals, where you've got them in tiny cells where you're feeding them grain, which is
That's like
horrific.
altruism, you know. What you're talking about factory farming, you know, the you know, like.
But
the
when we talk
conditions, right?
about the thousands of years of human evolution that existed before that, the keeping of animals was part of it. Without that,
it's
Part
animal
of
husbandry.
So was chattel slavery. So was chattel slavery.
No. My point is, you're
Keeping
getting
animals only happened in the last 10,000 years. People have been growing plants for like
Oh,
100,000 years.
10,000 years is not the last 2,000 years, is not the last 100 years.
Yeah, but you're making an
10,000
appeal
years,
to tradition,
no,
some sort of
10,000
appeal to
years
your
ago, there were no
fucking
government
ancestors.
subsidies.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But I was just
You're
saying,
making an economic argument. The economic argument is separate from the moral argument. Keep them separate, because the economic argument is nonsense.
They're all arguments for veganism, though.
No, but
economic
again,
argument. The fact that it's
let's cover one
economically
conversation
insane,
topic at a
economically
time.
insane to keep an animal for food. You're
No,
literally losing millions of calories that could be fed to people by
Again,
giving it to a cow.
We
that
covered this
spit
last
out
time,
those-
and you got
you
banned.
got smoked.
No.
you got smoked. You had no idea what you were talking about.
Again, I've got
You had
family
no
that
response for
cattle-
anything to say.
No,
maybe
I've got
because you were a
cattle
little
that
too drunk. But
No,
maybe
I've got
probably
family that keep
handed out
cattle
to
on
you.
land because it can't be farmed. You dumb bitch. I've got family that keep chickens, and the most they give them is kitchen scraps, and that's all they need to keep them alive throughout the year. They're not spending a ridiculous amount of money to keep the chickens around. They literally give the fucking
You're
eggs
back
away
to
to
that.
their
You're
neighbors.
back to this idea that you guys only eat chickens, and that's your only moral.
No,
inventory.
we're not even at
Only
chickens.
eggs.
We're just at eggs.
Hey,
my sister
so a
doesn't
chicken-
even kill the chickens.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
just
Eggs.
lets them live.
Bro. So that chicken
It
has to
doesn't
risk
want to
its life
understand.
out all day long, risk its life gathering calories, and it lays the egg, right? And if
Risk
it doesn't
its
get
life.
fertilized, the
It's in
chicken
a
will eat it.
fenced
So it doesn't have
yard
to
with mixed
risk
shade
its
and
life.
sun and
That's
an
sort of
infinite amount of
incorrect.
food.
Chickens go through
guy.
a molting
You're
process,
stupid.
and that can increase
What
egg
you're
production
saying
by
is
500%
moronic.
for not feeding them or giving them anything to drink. So,
What's that, Jules?
chickens, bro, if they don't need calories or anything, if you don't feed a chicken or don't give it water, they used to do it here in Australia. It's called a forced molting process. It increases egg production by 500%. So they won't feed them, they won't give them anything to drink, and they'll lose all of their feathers, and it just boosts production crazy.
They put them in the
But
like,
look,
without
if
sun
you're
and
not
all
eating
that
a chicken or collecting the
Horrific
eggs,
factory
like they're
farming
actually really,
processes
really
I
good for
don't
your gardens and stuff, man. Super good for the garden. Like they've got nitrogen in their shit.
Of course, sure, that's one thing,
Which
but
is
it's
great
also
for plant cells and whatnot. Helps them grow.
those are just the
as long as
symptoms.
it's good for humans, we should have. We should be able to manipulate animals and exploit them in any way, right?
Well,
As
you
long
get
as
to
it's
a
good for
point
humans.
where, like,
As long
I
as it puts some
remember-
nitrogen in the ground, we
I
should
was
totally
reading-
enslave, sentient beings that feel the same way we feel.
Again,
they can have their feelings hurt. They care about their children. They can feel pain. All
Again-
kinds of stuff. They feel just like us. So
And
as long
I've
as
said
you
to
put
you
nitrogen into the
before,
ground, it's
I
totally
actually
good. We're exploiting
understand
them.
the argument for vegetarianism. It's when you get to veganism, I don't see the lines anymore. Because
see them
where
because you
does
don't
it
want to
stop
understand.
being slavery, and where does it start being symbiosis?
Dairy,
At
then.
what point are
about
you
dairy?
providing enough for that animal in return that you're
What
not
about dairy,
exploiting?
Curtis?
Yeah, what about dairy?
What about it?
So
you're talking
if-
about eggs. We're on
again,
the dairy
my
now.
sister has 2 goats. She collects milk from them and makes cheese.
I've had 2 goats before too.
Right.
So what are you going to say next?
In Brooklyn, all that stuff. Yeah.
No. You're saying, what are you going to say next? What's wrong with my sister having the 2 goats?
So one thing that's wrong, it's
What's wrong with
economically
keeping
psychotic.
humans as slaves, What's wrong?
She knows more than anything how much she spends on keeping those goats alive. It will never equate to the amount of money she'll save by having that meat or that dairy. It's never going to equate to the same thing. It's way fucking cheaper to buy it from a fucking factory farm. She's spending so much money to keep those goats alive. It doesn't make any sense economically. That's because the government subsidizes it so we can all eat it. Then it makes it not economically psycho
She
anymore.
has 2 fucking goats.
Oh, I had 2
She's not
fucking
getting
goats.
stuff-
I've had 2
Right.
goats.
But
so you're not telling me anything.
feeding them out of her garden.
You're
that
giving me.
grows-
You're giving
No,
me.
no.
You're
Shut
saying
the fuck
I have
up.
firsthand information.
Shut the fuck up. She's feeding them from her garden. She's not spending a
Of course
fortune.
she is. She's doing everything perfectly and symbiotically. That just like every one of you other carnists does. You guys all get your meat from some fucking organic farm down the street. You get all your chickens from shit.
I don't
You guys
wanna
never go
say
to
we all
stores,
do.
never go to restaurants. Give me a fucking break.
I've
Give me a
never
fucking
said
break.
that. Once, you're now creating
bullshit.
straw men to throw shade at me when that's not what I've said.
Bro,
I
just
said
told you I
my
have
sister-
firsthand knowledge
I'm
about what
giving you-
you're saying your sister did. How
Right.
do you think you have better information than me?
No,
Because your
you're
sister
making
did it, I did it
assumptions
myself.
about one individual, and no, I go visit her. I know how she lives. No, the
This is all
assumptions
super
you're
boring.
making
I
are
don't really care
stupid.
about any of this.
I know because you
about
don't like being
how
called
you're
it.
visiting your sister, how you feel when you visit your sister. Like,
No, what I witness when I'm there. What
Yeah.
you have are a bunch of stupid assumptions. You have stupid talking points about one way of keeping animals that do not track onto the rest of human history. The entire Spanish
not
colonization
you're cherry picking your ancestors' fucking shit to fit your fucking agenda. Because you were
they
fed
didn't-
meat and dairy before you had a choice. It was forced on you when you were a child. You're mad, so you got to be mean at vegans now and alter.
No, I don't have to be
compromise
mean
with
at
your
vegans.
own integrity.
What I'm
to make
saying
these
is
stupid fucking
the
arguments. that
moral
you know are
argument
bullshit.
and the
You
economic
know these arguments are all
argument are
bullshit, bro.
separate, and your economic argument is
Economic
bullshit.
argument is for veganism. Moral argument for veganism.
No,
Health
the
argument for
economic is
veganism.
bullshit
Environmental
because
argument
it's demonstrably
for veganism.
false.
You can't say
It might be
the
for
vegetarian industry
veganism,
wins
but
any
it's
of these
still
arguments.
stupid.
You can't say carnism wins any of these arguments.
Oh, you just can't say it.
No, you
can't
can't.
say it.
You can't
E-
say it. And all you
Again,
can do is
Can I-
appeal to ridicule.
Can I interject a little bit?
Yeah,
and
be my
repeat
guest.
things
Let's
because
hear
you don't have any argument. You just repeat the things I'm saying. This is all like basic shit you should know for a smart guy.
I
Happened
should
last
know.
time too. You came here. You had bad body language. You told me everything without saying anything. You still don't have anything. It's still the silence is deafening, bro.
Oh yeah,
He doesn't want to understand. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, because he
What,
has
they-
to fucking argue his side. But
That
he never
morality
chose-
and economics are not the same
He was
argument.
never vegan and made
That's
the decision
hard.
to be a carnist. He never was.
They're not the
given that.
same argument, but they are both in a way an argument for veganism. That's what he's saying.
Well,
That's,
again, but
I think the point he was getting to.
I actually, and the point I've been trying to make is the morality argument is the strong argument. The economic argument isn't, because we've had thousands
The
of years of
economic are
human
not.
history where the animal farming was a backbone of the economy.
I mean, where's
It
your
wasn't being
citation?
government.
You're just throwing
Now,
numbers
hold on-
out,
hold on a
thousands
second.
of years.
Okay,
You're just
so
making stuff.
when Spanish colonialism was going on, they shipped pigs all over the world.
Let's go to the
And that's-
caveman, man.
Okay, what
So,
about the caveman?
Curtis, you're
Man,
you're
let-
combining a survive
Ugly.
an argument for survival, like you're talking about tribal cultures, people throughout history, doing something to survive in an area, yes, versus an economic argument. Oh, did you mute him? I'm done.
It doesn't work. You can't be doing something for survival if there's a massive calorie deficit. You're wasting energy. It's stupid. No one would ever fucking do that. It's retarded.
Yelling over you. What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I
Let's
mean?
take the first part over again.
if
Why
you've
are you
got-
getting so angry, Curtis?
If
Why are you
you've got
talking about
10
this?
million calories of corn and you can
Uh-huh.
spend it to have 1 million calories of beef, no tribe would ever willingly do that because they
fucking
starve to
tribe
death.
living in fucking survival.
Incorrect. It's not
No.
a million. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
He's
what you're
again
saying.
just throwing numbers out that don't make sense. If you listen to what he's saying, he's just throwing numbers out that he doesn't really
In a
know.
tribal society, the calories come from nature. Nobody has to pay
Yes,
for the
there
feed.
and any science you look at now, hunter gatherer has been switched around to gatherer hunter. Bro, would you rather go pick a apple off a tree or go fight an animal to the death? What's easier?
The problem is you've got to plant enough apple trees because they don't grow in groves in nature. You've actually got to cultivate that first. You've actually got to engage in the agriculture. Veganism is, at the end of the day, a decadence that can only be provided
We've
by
heard
a
all this
certain
shit
level of
every day. We deal with
technology.
Curtis. You got an original argument, don't you?
I'm
just coming
actually
here with everything that any dude says.
You're
you have an
actually
original
ignoring
argument.
my point. I'm okay
It
with
is not a
veganism
decadent
on
thing.
that
It's
level.
something every single person could do. It's easier to live off plants than it is to live off animals.
Oh
You're
yeah,
just
I want
making
you to go
shit
to
up.
Tibet and tell the fucking tribals there
You aren't
that.
living in Tibet.
Go to Afghanistan
Cherry picker,
and tell
cherry
them
picker, cherry picker. Where you live,
Oh,
where
yeah.
you could be
No,
vegan, you're
you
cherry picking
said
someone
anyone.
else's shit for your fucking excuses.
You said
Your excuses.
anyone, and the moment
You
I
were in
start
here
pointing out
talking
the
about
people who
fucking
can't-
Eskimos last month,
No,
and you
no,
didn't even know
right.
they all die at
Okay,
50.
so now
You
we have
fucking-
three different groups of people who do not
Anyway,
conform to your.
Anyway, this isn't what we're doing today. We're moving on from
lying
this.
little.
So, yeah. So we got the next part of today. Oh, this is why this one thing was up.
Debate me, bro.
Debate me. He's just mad because he got smoked up here because he was intoxicated once and couldn't
He doesn't
even
have an
fucking talk.
argument against what veganism actually means. That's why.
Spend everyone's time talking about how when he visited his fucking sister, he fucking saw something, some fucking anecdote. Can't hear you, Ariane.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
There's only
Adrian?
a calorie deficit because we haven't found the right plants yet, because that information gets suppressed and people take the piss out of it naturally. And vegetarians and stuff, like people that eat meat and do the barbecues and everything else, they take the piss out of vegetarians, but that's the way they're programmed to as well because of social media, mainstream. There's not
Calorie
enough
deficit is
information
because-
out there for people to actually wrap their heads around it properly, so they just stay doing what they're comfortable with, what they know. But you look at moringa, I think that's an African plant that's full of fucking iron, I think potassium, one of the best nutrient-rich plants we have. Kale's another one. There's
I don't need
something
to
else.
take anything like that. I got fucking perfect blood work just from eating correctly. I got so many friends and so many family members. They're obsessed with supplementation. They spend so much money. My grandma, she got like stomach cancer. The lady would eat 35 pills a day. She thought all these supplements were going to save her. And that's what like these guys, Will and Logan, who we're going to watch right now, who think that you need to buy a Chinese machine and breathe hydrogen through it to be healthy. And in the same sentence, they talk about animism and being one with nature. Yet these guys think you have to be stuck to a fucking plug in the wall in order to be healthy. The same kind of shit I'm dealing with, coming from every angle. Scam artists. Supplements are all scams, basically. Like, there's a very small amount of them that are actually really like do anything. And I'm not talking about bodybuilding shit. Obviously, some of those supplements are good, but I mean, the ones the popular supplements.
All of these ones.
Collagen's an absolute scam. Your body digests that just like any other protein. You're just spending top motherfucking dollar on some protein that's just normal ass protein. Just like all this lard or this beef tallow is the new thing. Beef tallow is the new marketing scam. Take a product that's worth nothing and now charge tons of money for it because it's popular now in the carnivore diet scene. It's pretty funny. But yeah. So hydrogen revolution, guys. So Will and Logan are using spirituality and natural law to basically, like, they're trying to mix in this hydrogen machine with it So they go out and they're doing this campaign of all these interviews where they talk about, all this cool spirituality stuff, and then talk about how, hydrogen's the missing alchemical element that's going to fix all of everyone's health. And it's like these kinds of guys that aren't confident, these carnists that aren't confident in their own health, they start looking to supplements to make up for all the bad things they've done to their bodies and for the consistent bad diets that they have. They go panicking around looking for supplement to save my life. And that's all this hydrogen shit is another like attempt to let's figure out some hidden science, some Tesla technology that he was killed for this technology. And these guys make wild claims, wild scientific claims, wild health claims. Bald face just lying to people, saying that if they buy this machine, it's only $5,000. And if you go to the hospital, you could spend $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 at the hospital. But if you just buy this machine for $5,000, you won't have to spend all that money. They've literally said that. Like, I'm obviously paraphrasing it slightly, but they've literally said that in their presentations. They're using a predatory multi-level marketing scheme where if you buy one of their machines, they recruit you into getting your friends to buy machines, and they all pocket thousands of dollars. But really, the only people who make money in those schemes are the people at the top. Everyone else gets fucked, and they end up holding on to a machine, a $300 machine that's worth that they paid $5,000 for. It's all a big scam. And basically, the entire One Great Work Network is defending these guys right now. I've been going head to head with, except for obviously Nathan Redette and Patty, and there's some people that have seen this that are like not really, that know it's snake oil, but it's very snake oily. And so this was kind of an interesting, just like what we were talking about earlier. Will and Logan are trying to do like a eighth principle type thing where, Mark Passio coined the term eighth principle, adding another hermetic principle to the 7 hermetic principles, which is kind of redundant because, like I said earlier, care is wound into several of the hermetic principles. Now Logan and Will are adding animism as the daddy of natural law, that animism and the spirits in animism are the ones that actually control natural law, and it's not natural law is just this subsidiary thing. And so these guys are trying to like get famous by changing the definition of something and trying to make some hot take that is completely, they're grabbing a bunch of stuff from a bunch of different places and mixing it all up in a confusing mess and delivering it to these people that are completely brainwashed by Mark and his network into just believing anything that these guys say. And and then meanwhile they're peddling $5,000 machine while trying to be spiritual gurus. Pretty weird.
Hello.
It's a pleasure.
Yes,
Thanks
absolutely.
for having us on.
Yes, I'm really excited
Turn these guys up a little bit
about this.
Always have.
I named this podcast The Hydrogen Revolution because I am so interested in this topic. And of course, always health and wellness. It goes hand in hand with natural law. So I'm super excited about everything we're going to be discussing. I'm going to just do a quick screen share. And you guys, if tell them, please, each you tell them again, different platforms that you're on or anything that you want them to know about the work that you do or where to find you or how to get more involved with what you're doing.
Go for it, Logan.
You covered the basics pretty well there. There's the other platform, Logan Makes Noise page, I guess, where I'll be posting more like music and funny like voice impressions and stuff like that. So anybody interested in that can check that out. Or just follow my my personal pages like Facebook.
Yeah,
Okay.
and for me, I kind of went with the self-titled website, willkeller.com, where it's like a central hub. People can get to the One Great Work, they can get to Ostar Hydrogen, they can get to Freedom Under Natural Law Conference, interviews, presentations. So that's like a one-stop shop. And I try to post on as many social media platforms as I can manage. That can be tricky nowadays, but
Yes.
all the links are on that website.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I am in trouble on both TikTok and Instagram. So getting pretty heavily shadow banned right now. I keep getting my hand slapped for my posts. So yeah, natural law is extremely unpopular for the machine, for the matrix. So but that's okay. We're gonna keep spreading the word every way that we can. So all right, gentlemen, let's get into it. All right, let's see here. So our first question, what are the missing components for understanding natural law?
Photo. It's hilarious.
Great question. Yeah, so I mean, when we were talking about this question, it was the
missing
concept and understanding of animism.
Fuck are you guys?
And it's something that both Logan and I have talked about extensively in our work individually. It kind of brought us together, another relatable topic that we both share. And we've had many conversations on this. And this absolutely is a category for people that are interested in going deeper into natural law, or really just life in general and themselves.
Yeah.
This is a category that needs to be looked at and understood. So definitely it's got a lot of baggage and a lot of mentally perceived ideas on what animism is. And I think we're going to talk about that today and kind of demystify it and shed some light on it. And also, bring it down to the human level where people can relate to it.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. To make it relatable makes all the difference.
And practical.
Yes, and practical, and practical. So let's get into it. So first, let's give some definitions. I love to define terms so that we're all on the same page, because some people think of a term a certain way, someone else a different way. So let's get some definitions for both animism and integration, and then we can, kind of dive into, why they're so important to natural law and why you think they're missing.
Cool. I'll do animism. And animism, the etymology, meaning the origin, it's Latin, and the first part is ane, which means breath, and anima means breath, soul, and life. And even within that, there's many cultures and traditions that have related that to spirit and relationship even. So animism simply is a worldview or a perception that everything in reality on this planet, in nature, is interconnected and alive. And it's not about being a belief system. It's about understanding that there is always relationship involved. It's inherent to existence. And we can understand the conditions of that relationship. But at its root, animism is a worldview. A default worldview as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree.
So to me, animism and paganism go hand in hand, because animism is the mindset, paganism is the application. So all civilizations of any kind were animistic before mainstream, like world religions, especially Abrahamic religions, came along and kind of obliterated them. And this was despite any interconnection between these societies, because just like Will said, this is the natural or default mindset or way of being when not clouded by any sort of religious dogma. And it's simply a more pure and open understanding of who we are and our place in the universe, in nature, understanding that we're a part of it and it's part of us. And so it's like an ecology. Spiritual ecology is another word that I like to describe, because it's this constant flow of energy and resources and input output, like a computer program. So when we talk about natural law, that's more of a naturalistic way of looking at that. We say cause and effect, but everything is a cause and effect ongoing, and like the interplay of all those. It's not just a singular cause, a singular effect. That's not how the universe works. It's this constant cascade and like soup of events that are all influencing each other. And then we have the ability as conscious beings to recognize what's happening, to recognize patterns, and also our ability and even responsibility to have the influence, but also to be a force of good. So you need moral judgment to determine how can I influence my environment and my community, any of these things in a positive and moral way.
Yes, no, I agree. And when I think of animism, one word that always pops in my mind is reverence, because I think we have lost our sense of reverence, and we put that hierarchy into everything. That's like nature, and so we think of ourselves as above the rest of nature. Oh, I don't have to worry about that because that's down there on the totem pole, and I'm up here. So when we don't approach all of nature with that sense of reverence and that deep respect and that understanding of connection, knowing that we're all one from the same source. Yeah,
And she just said that to two anti-vegans.
It's kind of like that foundation of us, and so with your spiritual journey, you really kind of have to start to embrace that in order for that journey to really flow to the next level.
Well said. Yeah, both you guys. So yeah, I always like to mention some of the misconceptions that the majority of people, when they hear the word animism, even if they don't consider themselves religious, there's religious programming that has just by osmosis has been acquired just living in the modern age, right? So they hear animism and immediately they think of primitive people, indigenous comes to mind. And yes, that is accurate, but this is not about animism. It's universal truth. So it's not about the past, present, or the future, right? It is a mindset and it's very proactive in the here and now. So it's not about going to the past. The only thing about the past that it has in common is that we need to remember who we are. We need to remember to get back down to what it means to be human and how we relate with nature, that there is no separateness. And animism is that default mindset. So I've said many times, a great example of this is children. Children come into the world. When we say default mindset, this is kind of what we mean, because children, they're very animistic very early on. They talk to the plants, to the trees. They can see the energy and the living expression all around them, right? Yes. Even in their homes. And we can learn a lot from children in that mindset. So people that even are resistant to what animism is, right? They talk about vibes. Oh, this person gives me a good or bad vibe. They talk to their animals. They go to their favorite park or river, and it has an effect energetically to them. They talk to their plants in their garden. All of that is animism to the core, right there. So their own car, their room, their home, everything, even inanimate objects have an extension of an energetic field that gives them characteristics and attributes, right? And anyone can walk into a space and come to know and develop even a light relationship with someone's home or someone's car or whatever it may be, something that someone builds, or their backyard. So all of this is animism. And it's this is why I consider it, Logan and I consider it, all of us do, a missing component, because it brings us, it's a unifying factor. It brings us back down to what it means to be at our core, to remember that, to have, like you said, Cynthia, reverence, and understand that there is an authority, and that is nature itself. And we are living in this expression. And it's the oldest truth. And we can harmonize with that. Absolutely. And it's very active.
Let's control everything, not natural law. Got it.
Yeah, I used to think of natural law as kind of the umbrella concept, and in a way it is. But I agree with Will that animism is actually like a layer above that, and then natural law is an extension off of that, because it does encompass everything in a more broader sense. And then the natural law part is more of the interface aspect, because it's like the animism is the understanding that we are part of the all, and that all is part of us. And then the natural law part is the.
Well, there you have it. Factioning off natural law, like I've been saying all for this past 2 years now, almost. Factioning off natural law, chipping away at it.
I don't even see that like the animism thing isn't necessarily harmful, or the belief in animism and interconnectedness of things and even things having spirits, but it's not I wouldn't say animism is required in order to understand natural law, because natural law isn't governed by spirits or anything. It's just an inherent law, like in the fabric of reality. So I don't see how it's a key important thing for people to understand in order to grasp like karmic law or natural law or anything like that. Like that's it's just kind of like like a rebrand, I guess.
Isn't what they're trying to isn't what they're trying to say just morality? They're just making up another concept.
Yeah, and sort of like attaching to it, because even if like the streams and rivers and rocks and plants and animals didn't have an inherent spirit, that wouldn't change how morality functions in this realm, on this earth. Like it's not like, I'm not saying it's necessarily opposed to natural law, animism that is. It's just, I would say that it's something that you inherently need to understand in order to understand the concept of morality and karma.
And it definitely doesn't control natural law. Like, it's just these guys. This leaves it open to being like, oh well, if animals kill animals, that means I can kill animals. It's like they're Logan. We have a couple quotes from him, just saying that morality only matters to a certain point, and then it's whatever the fuck you want. He's been pushing this kind of thing a long time, and I'm not surprised at all to see him say what he just said, because these guys are they're leaving it. They're getting wrapped up in mythology, and they're leaving reality when we need to be dealing with natural law in reality. We can't hear you, Arian. Damn. But they're not, and like, these guys are carnists, these guys are anti-vegans, these guys are these guys are doing a multi-level marketing scheme using predatory marketing tactics and deceptive double speak, all kinds of stuff. Go watch their videos on YouTube. Go fact check what they're saying. Just go use common sense and listen to what they're saying. They're absolutely using the same lines that grifters have used for decades to scam people, whether it was timeshares or Kangen machines or alkaline water, or like any of these scams that come along, where scammy people take advantage of something popular to make money. These are the guys we spend the most attention on, because they're the ones making the most missteps. This isn't an accident. This isn't just one time, oh, we're kind of misconstruing something they're saying. This is a pattern in their behavior of doing, saying one thing and doing something else. Can't hear you, Ariane. I know. Gotta get another headset. Meanwhile, I don't see these guys really doing anything to lower the amount of harm they're putting the world through. I don't see them trying to lower the amount of taxation that happens to them. They both have normal ass jobs. Logan bought a brand new big rig truck so he can drive around, do state of shit with it, create revenue for the death machine. These aren't things that true anarchists do. True anarchists figure out other ways of making money and other ways of getting by that don't require voluntarily bending over and getting it from the government. It's the whole point of all this stuff, is to lower the amount of harm and stop other harm from happening. And I just don't see these dudes doing anything in the least bit. I see these guys making excuses, just like Curtis was. Oh, there's nothing wrong with keeping chickens. It's like, okay, well, what about all the other shit you do? And keeping chickens is wrong. You are enslaving them on a very small level. You are making them go out and find food for you. There's no getting around exploiting animals for food. Bees bees live off that honey. That's supposed to be for them. Many beehives don't last through the winters because they have so much honey taken from them. These, just because it happens to lower sentient bee animals does not mean it's any less. There's any less of a karmic burden that you take off by doing it. It's the intention, like what I said earlier. If you intentionally set out, to kill animals every day and eat several different animals a day, your karmic inventory is going to be bad, and eventually you will die from consuming all those animals. That's how. I don't know how much more karma you can get. So, and if you don't, you don't. Most likely. Oh, Lordy.
So where can I get one of these hydrogen water devices? Oh, gosh.
Yeah. And then, let's see. Where'd email go?
I seen them on Temu for like $20 or something like that, which is a fucking steal in comparison to what these guys are selling them for. And how's their technology any better than the one that I'm seeing on Temu?
Well, we watched another guy's video that did like a deep investigation, a multi-month long investigation on hydrogen water in the machines, and he tested them out, and he found that they're actually making H3O, which is acidic. So the water is actually the acidity of the water is raising in most of these machines. And these machines aren't filtering the water, so who knows what kind of water people are putting in them to begin with, and then it's doing some sort of weird electrolysis. And the second you open the cap on that little device, the hydrogen goes poof. It like poof disappears. So it's like, how much of it are you really getting? Is it worth the more acidic water? Is it worth the cost? The electricity.
Because I've read a little bit into like actual hydrogen water, and it's supposed to be like there's anecdotal evidence, like bullshit about it, but the only thing I could see was like anti-inflammatory, maybe.
And they found that in mice, not even in humans.
Yeah, and that doesn't always transfer over to people. No. So it's another thing that people need to consider.
So there's only been one serious study on it, and it was a mouse study. Yet Will and Logan spend all day talking about the hundreds of studies that there have been on hydrogen, and how they're so sure about all of these things. And we had a doctor on here, and it was funny because I told Manny Mandala about what the doctor said about their machine, and he's like, "Oh, well, that's a Harvard guy. You can't believe those kinds of guys," which was pretty fucking stupid. But anyway, what the doctor said was, these guys are saying you should breathe it in through a cannula through their machine. And
that's probably
what happens
dangerous
if that machine goes bad slowly and starts melting plastic into your hydrogen?
Yeah, then you're going to be inhaling dioxins and things like that.
Straight to your brain.
Well, believe it or not, Jeff, I've succumbed to buying cheap cigarettes on the black market here in Australia because of the tax that they put on them. So a pack of 20s from the shops is like $44, and then a pack of 20s on the street is $15, so I can get 3 for the price of 1. Yeah. But the problem with it is tipping the cigarettes out. I always mix like my weed with my tobacco, but I found plastic in the cigarettes, man. They're putting chunks of plastic in the black market cigarettes, bro, making people sick. This is the third time I've found rolled up bits of fucking, rolled up little bits of plastic, bro.
The government's doing that. So
either the government's doing it or the Chinese are doing it. They're trying to make us sick, and like heart attacks are one of the leading causes of death here in Australia. But
they did that in the USA during the when they got rid of.
You know, our oceans are fucked right now, bro. Our oceans are cooked. We can't know oysters. They've got a massive virus, Vibrio virus. We've got fish, dolphins, sharks washing up on the beaches, bro. They're calling it a massive algal bloom, but this has been going on for 6 months now.
It's up into all our lakes here too. But back when they got
Everything's
rid
washing up dead,
of
though.
alcohol in the United States, the government started poisoning alcohol and releasing it. So I bet it's the same fucking thing that they're doing. They're putting plastic in those cigarettes, so it gives those cigarettes a bad reputation. So everyone goes to the
Makes
store and
people
buys
sick.
the expensive ones.
100%.
If you want your drugs, you got to buy it from
And then
us.
no one, like, I told my doctor about it, bro, and he's like, "Oh, that's not good." I'm like, "Not even a blood test, cunt." Like, fucking,
Bro, you need
really?
to stop contaminating the body with fucking chemicals, Jules.
Yeah, I understand.
Everybody
I
a
understand,
break.
but I'm not well still, bro. Like, I'm still fucking like sick. I got a lot of shit going on,
You're
so
trying to like body
I don't.
build on top of being sick, are you?
Fuck no, man. My body mass index is terrible. I'm 62 kilos and 6'2", right? I eat 3 meals a day almost, right? It's nothing's working, so it's pretty messed up. But I've had all your colonoscopies, endoscopies, your stomach scans, the liver, bladder, kidneys all look okay on the scans. But
Yeah.
the only thing they can find is chronic inflammation in my upper intestine and swelling in my bowels.
Damn, that's
So,
like 140 pounds.
and the
That's a
stomach
lot.
lining. Yeah, bro. Yeah. So it's pretty fucking wild. But I eat meat, I eat chicken, I eat steak, all of that, and that's not working. Like my nan cooks. But yeah, something strange going on with my system, bro. So those 2 jabberonis that I got a couple years ago from Pfizer. So
Namaste.
I think so at least anyway, because I was like 80 kilos, 90 kilos almost, bro. I was pretty fucking solid. And then just lost a lot of weight.
You see that we're broadcasting from Mark's studio. See our background? It's familiar?
It's real.
It's real, I swear. We're actually in Mark's studio. Oh, we don't hear you. Your audio is messed up. It says you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Everybody's having problems today.
Can you hear me again? No.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Finally, go ahead.
I restarted my laptop, but I'm gonna buy those headsets. I have to. Adrian.
Yeah.
What's up?
Is he coming back?
Considering getting
Yeah.
hydrogen device.
He's going to get it.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get a hydrogen device.
You should get 2.
Boy, we'll go halves, bro. What do you reckon? Split the cost.
Yeah.
You gotta hit that. You gotta hit it on screen. You gotta show us
Yeah.
that you get it.
Or we'll all
Can you
put
hear me now?
$1,000 and you can buy it. Now we can hear you.
For my hydrogen machine, I couldn't live with myself to scam people anymore, so I threw it.
Would it be ethical to sell these hydrogen machines to like dodgy relatives and things like that, or terrible people?
How does it work? What are they selling when they are selling these hydrogen machines? What are they selling to people?
$100, right?
It's just it's an electrolysis machine. It's just like a couple different metals and electricity, and it makes little bubbles, and there's hydrogen in it. Do you remember they used to put these on cars, hydrogen HHO generators? They put them on cars and scam people in cars because people would get in the car and they go for a drive, and subconsciously they'd be driving lighter, and then they'd notice this big difference in their gas, and they'd be all ecstatic about it.
Yeah, that can actually be toxic to people. What they're doing, they're hydrolyzing water.
It's 100% efficient. Any of the hydrogen it's making gets eaten by the engine to support the alternator to make the electricity to do the hydrolysis that makes the hydrogen. So it's like it doesn't ever actually put in any new energy. It's just taking energy and putting it back in.
Yeah, it can also be dangerous because hydrogen can be like it can cause a blast or something as well.
Yeah, you could blow up, like if these guys smoking weed right after hitting the hydrogen machine, they could blow their freaking lungs out. But that would have to be that, and that's totally realistic, because if the machine goes bad, this Chinese machine goes bad, it can't regulate how much hydrogen it's putting in you, because it's
Jeff, did you know microwaves are banned in Russia? Did you know that?
Yeah, that's pretty based.
Yeah, 100%.
And also,
what it does is microwaves denature the proteins and like supposedly change the molecular structure of
do you know how
certain
they
foods. So
how they study
actually, your
gluten?
mitochondria can't even.
Can we guys have this
nutrients.
discussion about veganism and like let me talk my point. I will not talk against or for anything. I will present myself as an independent entity in this topic. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Are you a vegan, Vivek? I'm not sure. Never asked.
He likes
I'm what? No, I'm Indian.
Are you vegetarian or vegan?
I'm Indian. All
You're
these
Indian?
ideas are coming from India, actually. If you don't know,
Yeah,
all
Eastern
these
traditions. Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah, we did not have all these things. Like we were vegetarian from the beginning, and West used to mock us in the older times. They used to laugh at us. That who are these savages? What are they telling us? Right. So yeah, vegetarianism is like, is drinking milk bad actually?
Yes.
Why is it
Version.
bad?
Use animals.
Yeah, babies need them, but only from their mom. But like after a certain age, you don't need milk anymore.
But breast milk has all the essential nutrients.
Western stomach cannot
humans
digest
need,
milk,
realistically.
but rest of the world can actually. Not everybody becomes this lactose intolerant as they grow up.
Not about health. It's about
their health goes downhill.
Yeah,
because,
but there can be ways where you can process milk, like naturally process, not like some chemically or this and that. Like we have this milk with nuts and cashews and all stuff, so it actually becomes healthier.
So we don't need milk. Can you agree that we don't need milk?
I'm pretty sure the enzyme comes from.
How can you be natural if you don't drink milk?
Natural means nothing. That's an appeal fallacy. Like doesn't mean anything. If you're saying natural, then adults eating a cow's milk, drinking a cow's milk is absolutely unnatural. But I don't like using natural as
we are using technology which is not natural.
For example, if we don't,
it happens in nature doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, but what is so wrong about milk? That's what I was asking.
You know what?
Somebody drinks milk.
It's you're exploiting an animal.
It's the labor of another animal.
But animal milk makes like 20 liters of milk. How is it that
should be going to the animal's baby? And it has to be pregnant when it does that.
Yeah, they feed animals, like people feed animal babies, and whatever is left, they use.
Yeah, so Vivek,
I'm talking
I know
in terms of
people that work in the dairy industry, for example, and what they do to produce milk is
industry is wrong. Industry is
they
wrong.
Stop feeding them and they stop giving them water to increase milk production. But what they'll do instead is they'll use pregnant cows. Right,
that's wrong.
Like 80% of the full cream milk that you buy from the shops is water anyway. But it's labeled full cream. You're just buying the label for the most part. But with the cows itself, the process is pretty grueling. What they do on dairy farms, it's nasty. It's not a
that's wrong.
Moral.
That's wrong.
It's not like
on small farms, not just big farms. That's completely.
But I was coming from rural India point of view.
Big farms.
Okay.
But could we would you argue like perhaps industry over animal husbandry? The other way around. Animal husbandry would be better. Whereas if you just had the one cow, you nurtured it, looked after it, and you had that relationship where you provided the food and water and the necessities for it to survive as well, beside you, without carving bits of steak off it and just eating it along the way. Could we still do that, or is it still morally wrong?
You'd need two cows because you'd need to be eating one while the other one's growing. So it isn't just one cow.
These are just symptoms, guys.
Isn't realistic.
Put up animal husbandry. If you try and do that, it's just a way of
if you try and do that to millions of people, it doesn't make sense because not everyone can have two cows.
Exploitation is wrong. Abuse is wrong. But I'm coming from India. We have this thing in India. Like we were like when we did not have all these businesses and this and that, we had cows, and we used to and I believe this is the like thing with the rest of the world as well. Some have goats, some have cows, some had some
Livestock.
other animals.
Livestock.
Yeah, but that's
That's
the
where the
wrong term,
word
because
stock comes from.
livestock is like people, they also eat meat, but in India we don't do that. But I mean, in the old
Where
times
the
we did not
stock
do that.
market, you know.
So we
The
did
stock
not see it as
market-
livestock. That's what I'm saying. We don't have the term.
No, the term stock market, it comes from this.
Yeah, but
when
we
people
did not
value-
have. When I'm talking in background, I just have a different point of view. In the West, I believe.
I'm just adding to what you said.
Yeah, but we don't call it livestock. We don't call it livestock.
Okay, but the stock market, you know, the stock market whole
Yeah.
system, it
Yeah,
comes from this, you know, it comes from this idea to use animals as value.
Capitalization
like,
on I understand that.
Like resources, right?
Yeah.
So that's the crux of the problem, you know, that we use them as resources to use them as we want. Doesn't matter which forms. It can be like a small farm or industries. They are just symptoms of use of objectification of animals. You know, so you know, you can call them, you know, free range. You can put all these labels. You know, like
These are all Western terms. All animals we were free range, and not in those terms like to be slaughtered later.
It's a bullshit.
Right, and free range, like in a legal term, like free range is only outside 8 hours a day, right? That's coming from the
these are very technical terms actually.
Slaves. We are free range slaves. You know, we can walk around the city.
Free range is a fucking scam. I'm telling you now. It's
it is
a scam. It's a big fucking scam. I know, because like I worked broiler farms, and then like they were cutting holes in the sides of the shed and putting fucking doors that open up like that on a manual winch system to let the birds out in the morning. Do you know what happens when you let a bird out at 6 o'clock in the morning in freezing temperatures? They start to shiver. You know what a bird does? They don't sweat. When they get hot, they don't sweat. They pant. That's how they like exert the heat as well. But when they're cold, they burn all their fat, so they lose all that weight that you've just fed them. So it's not an economic fucking, and they charge double what a broiler bird would be, you know what I mean? But the whole industry in Australia is going free range. There's no more cage birds. It's been outlawed. The technical definition of a free range chicken is a bird that gets let outside for 8 hours a day.
Domesticating wild animals is abuse. Is an abuse. That's right. I agree.
Abuse is welfare term. It's a welfare.
Because they only grow them up to 56 days. The first catch starts at 28 days, so you're not even eating a bird. It's like the whole thing's genetically modified. Even the cow, you know, cows are a man-made product. They're not a natural animal. Like you can trace it back to the big-horned ones, bro. They're the OG cow. But the one we have now, that's
when they're slaughtered too, or something.
That's a patented animal, man. It's fucking all genetically modified.
That's wrong. All these things are wrong.
Yeah,
I understand.
About it.
But like for example, I was talking with Boza, and I was taking side of Christians, so he thought that I was Christian.
Earlier. Was that you?
What
was that? You coming up here as Seth Boza?
No.
Nah, he sent an evil thought form after you, man.
Why would I come like that? That loser.
Someone came up named Seth Boza. Yeah, Boza was up here.
I don't know what you say. So, like, I was talking with Boza, and I was taking side of Christians, like where they are not wrong, and he started attacking me, calling me Christian or Satan is something. So people idolize things. When they idolize things, when they think that their version is the only version and that's the only truth, so this thing cut people off from the logic, from the rationality, from the reality. Then they start to live in the idolization.
A big problem.
Boza was attacking me like I was a Christian. I was like Jesus Christ himself. So this is where all these things. See, we are dealing with children. Grown-up children. When we are talking with all these people, basically we are dealing with the narcissism of people. And when we don't let people talk, when we suppress, oppress, or cut off people, they will still have that energy, and then they will amplify this thing. So when we interact with these people, these men, whatever we call it, so we should let these people at least express whatever the fuck they want to express and have their point. We cannot change it by force or by oppression, suppression, something. So maybe at some point they will come to an understanding about these, because people who are like too much into meat eating and all stuff, they're not doing it just for the hunger or nutrition and all stuff. Let's get it straight. People eat chicken wings and all stuff when we're watching movies, so this has become their habit or something. These things will only come to light when people start to see the implications, see like all sorts of stuff. Right.
Hey, Vivek.
Yeah.
What do you mean by Adam's family girlfriend?
What? What
do you mean by Adam's family girlfriend?
Yeah, this was a joke between me and Darren.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain. Is it just because she has bangs? What is it? We were trying to figure out what Adam's
It's
family
an
is about her.
archetypical. If you like search it on Google, you will see that there's a archetypical, like there's a Karen archetypical, there's Adam family, there's all this type. So that was more of like,
so it's like a
joke type.
Personality type.
Yeah, Jeff and I were talking about how like you make funny ass jokes, and I was like, "Here's one," and Jeff actually laughed. He laughed when I said that.
That was a really good joke. We were cracking up. We
And I was
we
like, okay, I see
appreciate
that.
comedy, but we were like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like,
I was thinking because of the bags or whatever, you know.
That's
and
what I
then
thought.
Maybe just kind of sitting there sometimes, like Wednesday, like if she, is not saying something. But I was listening to what Vivek said. I missed the beginning of the argument with Curtis, but I think this is where, like, okay, so like people who don't understand veganism, like, is there like a veganism like manifesto or Bible or something where somebody lays down like the reasoning? Because for me, like, I can't convince anybody of it because I'm not like, let's say, logically convinced or anything like that. It's a choice that I made, but it's a choice based on like the principle of like non-aggression or non-harming. As in, if I have a choice, then why not take the choice that does the least harm? I don't know how to think of it any other way. And if I were an Eskimo or a tribal person or one of my ancestors in the Middle East, I would have been eating meat too. Like and I was raised on it. And there's certain parts of the
in
world.
Siberia, they only eat meat.
Right.
In Siberia. Yeah.
But like,
Don't go to Siberia.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I was thinking like even in ancient cultures that
Then
had
that's wrong.
vegetarian or non-harming diets, they didn't call it vegan or vegetarian. They called it ahimsa. Like they didn't they didn't lock the cows up. They didn't beat them. They didn't kill them when they're old. Like they protected them. Like, I mean, it's one of the 7 mothers. It's like she's like your wet nurse. Like you wouldn't kill a cow in traditional cultures that were vegetarian any more than you would kill your grandmother just because she can't have babies or something.
Cow is mother in India, by the way.
Yeah. And so like cow protection is part of the culture. Like, I mean, killing a cow is like killing your mother. Like it's a taboo. So I came from like more like of a, like an ashram life, like idea of like, yeah, why make something suffer? But I understand the practicalities. And Vivek, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but even in the cultures that believe in vegetarianism, they don't expect forest-dwelling people or people in the rough terrain to necessarily be the same as civilized. So there's
it is deeper than that. Actually, let me Please, correct you, Yasmin. Yeah. So as long as it is for protection of animals, this and that is good. But here's in India, there's a thing also. So people accuse wrongly of other people, Muslims mostly. Yeah. This is a wrong thing according to me. I don't know. I don't talk in terms of Hinduism when I talk in terms of these things. I talk in terms of how I have observed or experienced something. Right. So they start mob lynching people. Right. How is it anything right?
They're like Hindutva, like Goraksha extremists, right?
I'm
Like
not calling
right-wing.
names. I'm just using the examples that have the events that have occurred. I'm not for or against. I don't have an ideological input about all these things. I'm just saying what I have observed. So how is it right when you become so aggressive in the name of non-aggression? How is it right? How is it helping anybody?
Right, like people in the U.S. bomb abortion clinics because abortion is violence, and then they kill people. Yeah, or they lynch like abortion.
Yeah, that becomes narcissism. Actually, that becomes narcissism, and
They
that is
believe
very
they're
wrong.
the arbiter of like they
Yeah.
take it upon themselves to like play God.
Yeah.
And that's also like an argument I had with people like, it can be imbalance. It's intention does
How could
matter.
there be imbalance to the truth? I don't understand.
Killing human instead of cows is justified.
Well, I think what he's saying is that these
a
people
bit
are
extreme.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, these people are okay with other abuses as long as it suits them, or like
No,
they're
no,
not.
no. That's wrong. Indians, Hindus are not okay with any of that
No,
stuff.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying people who would kill a human to save a cow probably aren't perfect in every other way. In other words,
That
those
is
people
because of
aren't
the avidya, how Buddhists say, or durbuddhi. There's a negative, there's neutral, and all stuff. So when people get into all these things in extreme views and all stuff, they are lacking. They are not taking into account the whole aspect of the thing, and they are making it idealized. That idealism is the issue. Like Mark Passio, when he talks in terms of natural law, this and that, behavior, good behavior, you cannot see anything in his behavior or in his demeanor, anything, but he's preaching you all these things, right? So why would anybody take Mark Passio seriously? People learn more than words from the actions, right? What you actually truly do, people learn from that. Anybody like Greta Thunberg or whatever her name is, she screams a lot and people hate her for that, because she's just a kid and she's not doing all things that one required to do to be on that ideal position. First of all, secondly, she's making people idolize, and she's making all the thing about her, how much she's suffering, and that starts a new cycle, that start a new madness, right? Yeah, so that's why we should be very careful and very mindful about these things.
So it's like moralism, like going on a moralistic crusade without like embodying the actual values, or like basically like there's always going to be immoral people. And this is where I think Mark is wrong when he thinks like we have to end all the evil. And it's like, bro, the universe contains it. You cannot. It's a delusion.
Exactly.
Within your power to make choices and maybe even influence people by setting an example, and maybe even, using logic and words, like you can influence. But the moment you try to control, you basically have appointed yourself governor. So it's just like there's a limit to what, like, basically we can't just sit here and tweak out about the evil in the world, but we should try to help within the moral bounds of like what.
If you are not letting people participate, people learn from participation. If you're not letting people participate with whatever capacity, even in the slightest, like there can be these carnivorous people who eat meat and all stuff, but not just because they eat meat does not make them all evil. Maybe they have some sort of like empathy toward animals still, but if we shut these people down, so they make it about their false ego, they make it about their narcissism, then they don't participate anymore, then they react and overreact. So that starts a new cycle of
defensive,
abuse. So they never learn. They think that maybe you're wrong, because whatever one person is comfortable with, they think that is the ultimate truth. That is not. People can be stuck in places and maybe they get comfortable about all these things, but that's where you have to guide people by participation. Like it's like,
I mean, I've struggled with that myself, because there's certain things I understand and then I expect people to understand those things and then get frustrated when they don't. I think people have noticed that.
Like,
but then
yeah.
again, there might be blind spots in my perception and stuff, and
Mhm.
like, I don't know, it's that's just something like I guess is part of maturing, but like realizing that not everybody's ready
No,
spiritually at the same
children
time
can
in every
also
way.
participate. It's not specifically about maturity, because maturity comes with a specific
Well, children
experience
have
and time.
innocence too, so they
Yeah,
have
so
like.
it's not, we cannot talk in terms of maturity
No,
all the
I mean
time.
like maturity as in like readiness, maybe not.
It's
age.
just, yeah. That's right. If you are willing to participate, you're good enough. You don't have to understand all the technicality, all the morality and ethics behind it. People, if like for example, we don't have the right leaders. Actually, that's the issue. The leaders we have are narcissistic. Mark Passio is a narcissist. That's why nobody will ever actually truly learn from Mark Passio. That's the contradiction
A
in
lot
this.
of the natural law people scare the shit out of me because of their
Yeah.
their personalities and like what they would do if they had any power whatsoever. And this is not just strictly natural, it's a human thing. So I was looking up like theories of error, like have you heard of Kyativad? Like where like you like where does
Yeah, Darren,
misunderstanding
one more thing I would like to tell you. When you use certain terms, so
Mhm.
first explain them so that people who don't know anything in terms
Yeah.
of Hinduism or
I was
anything,
talking about
they can relate also.
Your
Yeah.
mic's cutting in and out too, Darren. It's like up and down.
Okay. I'm in a bad area.
quiet.
I'll be back later.
Okay.
I'm in a bad area. Yeah. Sorry.
Shit. So Vivek, is what you're trying to say you're a vegetarian?
I used to be a vegetarian until people forced me to eat, specifically doctors, because I got sick at one time, malnourished, and I had really bad health. Then doctors suggested me to eat meat rarely, not like an animal every day. So I still eat meat, but very rarely, like after months or something, not on an everyday basis.
Like a pescatarian or something? You chicken or every once in a while?
I don't label it anything. I just say it like we cannot like if you actually listen to other people's point of view as well. So there are some specific, like our mind developed actually, like it has developed because we ate meat as a human species.
I don't know about
That's
that.
why we are. Yeah. You can do the research. I've done the research. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
we have done the research. Trust me.
Okay. So I would like to hear your points. Are those people wrong?
Starch is why we.
Well, cooking specifically, it could be whether it's cooking meat or cooking animal products. I mean, it's a theory again that they don't, as far as I know, they can't. I think mainstream doesn't definitively say what caused the rapid growth of the brain, but that is one that seemed most closest or the most likely to be would be the cooking idea. Depending where you were regionally, some humans would be cooking more plant foods, some more animal foods, but both, whether you're talking about meat or starches, roots out of the ground, you can absorb more calories from something once it's cooked.
Yeah.
So utilizing fire might have been what it might have been.
More likely.
In my opinion, of all the theories, but yeah.
Yeah, but there's this belief that
there's nothing about meat that goes to your brain and supercharges it. There's no science pointing towards that. There'd have to be
there's this belief that if you eat liver, so you get better blood circulation and all this stuff.
That's what all the carnivore diet people say, but they're not healthier.
Well, especially imagine just wherever anyone is right now, going outside and having to live off the land. The hardest thing, you wouldn't be thinking about meat or plants or protein or carbs or fat. You're just thinking calories is like, especially your brain, it's one of the most calorie.
Like for example, when we eat eggs, they have specific type of protein that helps with your vision, and it helps with your mind as well. Omega-3 fatty is something. So maybe because of that.
Everything we eat has protein.
Yeah, that's what doctors told me actually.
But
and it all originally came from plants. Every gram of protein
that's true.
Everything ever, it all came from plants.
The mainstream
We don't have to do it, actually. You are right. You have the right point here. We don't have to do it. But how can you guide the history, the past of people? They have already done it. How can
It
you
doesn't
reverse
matter.
it?
We've like the United States has been at war for 300 of the 280 of the 300 years we've been around. That doesn't mean it's the right way of doing it. Doesn't mean
True,
it's the
that's true.
truthful way. The
People
right
are
way.
conditioned. Yeah, you're right.
And more every day, more people become vegan, and less people, it's meat eating has been going down for 15 years. That's why in the United States they put so much money into marketing towards the carnivore diet and keto, is because the people that are going vegan, those keto people are eating the meat that those vegans would be eating. It's a genius marketing scheme, and it totally works. But the facts and the science and the studies that are happening every single day, and looking at studies that have been going on for 300 years, meta studies that have had, that have gone around the world, they're not, more meat is not healthy. It's less meat is more healthy. And, like your diet, I don't really have a problem with it. Obviously, I'd rather you be vegan, but if you're being truthful and you only eat a piece of meat every other month or something,
6 months, 5 months, like that.
Then I would consider yourself a vegetarian pretty much, or a pescatarian, or close to vegetarian. I mean, not like in your as in like a diet sense, but not like a like a principles or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
Doing less harm than most people that eat meat every day.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's
You're
utilitarianism.
still a carnist.
Yeah, but we can understand this thing. You and I, we can have a discussion, and we can like civilized people understand this thing. But how are you going to teach this to, let's say, a person from a tribe?
I'm not trying to do that. That's not my directive. Statistically, that's a very small amount of people too.
Yeah, but I'm saying that somebody who's adamant to eat meat and they don't want to change, how can you make a difference in their life?
Sometimes I won't, but the people that watch me make an example of that person may. It's not always about the person we're talking to. It's about the people watching, and the people learning.
Bad way of doing this thing. This is more Christian way of doing it. Like shunning people is never good. Shunning people.
Being nice to people all the time is never good either.
No, don't be nice. Be specific. You don't have to you don't have to kiss their asses.
You're a very aggressive guy to be saying something like that.
How am I aggressive?
Huh?
Can you tell me? Can you tell me how am I aggressive?
I don't know. You made a bunch of videos about me that you take down and put up.
Yeah, you were ad hominemly attacking me, and you were doing psychopathic things actually. So I had to.
In the chat, you're going ballistic anytime you're in the chat.
See, for example, you talk in terms of these ad hominem attacks, but all your videos are ad hominemly attacking.
Then I let you up here, and you're super nice.
Oh, that's
different.
Like
3 different personalities.
I asked you whether you are going to allow me here or not, right? So everything is not
everyone's allowed up here.
Everything is not quirks. It is actually like rude what you actually do, I will say.
What me letting you be up here is rude?
No, what like there's a depth. I understand things in terms of when I interact with people. I also see the psychological aspect of it, logical aspect of it. I do a lot of analysis when I'm dealing with people. I did not used to do it in the past. I used to think that all people are good, but I can tell you a lot of things. Whether you will accept them straight away or not, that's a different thing.
I think aggressive doesn't mean evil. Also, I don't think Jesse.
You can be.
Yeah, I'm not aggressive actually. If somebody is doing me something wrong and they are initiating something, I have to I have to hold my ground.
Right. So take someone who's more meek, let's say, and if someone says something about them, they just kind of be quiet, don't say anything. You're not that type of person, right?
I don't initiate abuse or harm on other people. I don't abuse. I don't participate in the abuse either.
Yeah. And not what it's meant by aggressive. It's just more aggressive in demeanor, outspoken,
Yeah, that's how Indians are actually. All Indians you will see they have like everybody have these personalities. So Indians are a little bit loud. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are being aggressive or attacking somebody or something. We
Okay.
are loud by default.
Did
Yeah.
was Darren abusive towards Alicia?
I don't want to get involved in all that stuff. I
Oh,
know all the sites. Let me give you something.
once
I
I
know
finally ask you
all the
something
stuff
you don't
about
want
Darren also, and
Darren?
Alicia also. So from my point of view, I think you should do it offline. That is better. If you discuss these things offline,
But
that is
Alicia
better.
put it online before anything had to do with anything. She put it online. We just showed it to you before the show. She did it
Darren
public.
was talking about
That
Alicia when I
we,
did not even know her.
yeah, we had responded to Alicia too, and she immediately went online and started talking to us on a panel show like this
Yeah,
on
this is
Jules'
wrong
show
way.
right
Actually,
here.
this is affecting
So
the community in the negative sense.
yeah, but it's not me going public. I went public because I was not responded to, and then the person went public. So I need to defend my reputation by going
That's
public
fine.
and telling everyone that she's full of shit.
See, we can do it in more civilized way also.
I
That's
think it was
also
a
a
bit of a
possibility.
form of
Very civilized. I'm not even
manipulation as
mad
well,
at them.
trying to
I'm not
change
even
how I
mad
look at
at
you
any of
guys.
these people.
But
Jules
I
is
have
saying
no
something.
problem with Alicia still. I'm not mad at them. They just need to figure their shit out and control themselves because they're going crazy.
Bad at killer also. I
Over a
think,
mistake.
right?
Alicia said me, I don't know how much is it true or wrong, not because I don't know any of you people.
We just showed everything on the
that
show.
way.
The last two shows, Vivek. Like
Yeah,
all
but
the
Alicia
seasons.
made an accusation that Darren tried to hit on her, and she rejected it.
What does that even mean?
That's why Darren was mad.
So what?
So maybe she did not like it. Maybe she thought saw it in different way,
Then-
different sense.
Then she should have been like, Darren, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You make me uncomfortable because you hit on me. And-
Maybe that's why Darren started to attack
but they
her
stayed
because
friends after
he got
that,
rejected.
and she actually changed her
I
name to
have
Mr.
a
Teaspoon.
picture of her
and
that she sent me.
Darren says
And I gave her a compliment, and then she considered that hitting on her when she was sending me like a suggestive photo, and she said, "Hey, I don't want everybody seeing this photo. Like this is just between me and you." And then I gave her a compliment. So I don't like she's just making that up, but I understand what you mean. And some people do get mad, like if they get rejected, but that's just not what happened here. Like that's made up.
And like, did Darren send a dick pic or something? Like,
Never.
Yeah,
no,
like
never. I don't think I
what?
sent any pictures of
Oh, you
myself.
look nice in that picture. What's wrong with that? That's not abuse. That's not aggression.
See, I don't know any of you people. I don't know what actually happened, but this is what presented to me. That's why I'm talking about this thing. It's better. I should not involve myself with all this stuff. That will be better for me.
You
And
could just look at it all and adjudicate as a man and make a conclusion instead of just hiding when you're
so
the.
I cannot say that Darren is speaking the truth as well. If you're saying that,
right? Yeah,
I'm not against him. I'm not for him. I don't know him enough.
There's no way to know either way. So basically, like just like Jeff's making his videos, Vivek makes his videos because he wants his point to be clear.
No,
And
I don't want to fight all these fights. When I interact with people, I try to find the truth.
Right.
And truth can only come from what people have presented. So I come to a conclusion from whatever the data I have in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't have any take. I don't have any sides here.
So what was
I don't
being
play any sides.
presented is that like I was like some kind of sexual harass her. Like she tried this before with Slav and like with VGT
Let's
before.
do this offline. That is more like better
So
way.
what we just want to like basically like what Jeff is saying is like Darren's not harassing people and Darren's not out there abusing people and somebody's angry at him and then they decided to have some kind of defamation campaign.
The solution for all this is to have boundaries, healthy boundaries.
I agree.
That is the solution.
Boundaries are good.
I'm not accusing of you of anything. I'm just saying what is in front of me, and I don't want to participate in this madness, to be honest. Yeah, because maybe people.
This is where I think Mark is wrong about.
How is conflict resolution madness? We're trying to get.
It
to
is
this
not my
conflict.
conflict. I'm being dragged into something that I don't know properly.
You were
Something so
choosing to talk to all sides and choose.
no,
this.
you initiated the topic. I just input my what
You're
I
the
already know.
guy, but you're not going to have an opinion on the biggest psychology thing that's happening right now.
If you are going to pay me, I can give you my psychological analysis on this. Why should I do it for free? Yeah, I can say anything like you're saying.
Yeah, I can understand he wants to stay out of it since it's not his personal conflict. But yeah, the reason why the show went public about this issue is because the rumors were made public by someone who isn't us. That's all. I don't really want to dwell on it either.
Yeah.
But you have that energy, Darren.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Very good.
Dude, it's been around for a while, and I mean, I definitely want to change that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Let's talk about the topic. Let's change this.
Topic is veganism.
Let's back to the veganism.
Veganism, coined by Donald Watson and defined by Leslie Cross, 1951. It's a principle that humans should live without exploiting animals.
That's nice principle, actually.
And the vegan society diluted the vegan principle. They started to change the definition to make it more palatable for other people. And they said, oh, it's a practice about not eating animal products as practicable as possible. No, it's not that. No, it's not about a set of practices. It's a principle. It's a mentality that doesn't see animals as resources. That's all. No, the practices are just the symptoms of that mentality. When you're not objectifying animals, biologically, you're not going to use them in any forms. So that's veganism. You're not going to
like
use
feminism. Feminism started as a good movement. Older feminism is actually it has really good points to make. But what feminism is today is toxic.
Neo-feminism by the CIA to get women taxed. It didn't even start off as a good thing. They were just getting taxed, and now they get taxed.
No, actually, women were very much abused in the older times. Like if I talk in terms of India, we had this sati practice where a widow were thrown into the fire with the dead husband. So women were exploited badly. So maybe that's why these movements came to give women some rights. I don't think that's the wrong thing.
I think all movements get co-opted. Feminism, regardless how it started out. I mean, that's what Jeffrey talked about. It was used by the state, by the government to justify taxing. Yeah, both genders. But
that's also a thing. Yeah, true. You're right. Absolutely right.
Yeah. I mean, same thing with veganism. There's vegans who advocate using the government to control people through voting. But that's not vegan.
It's like women's rights, the right to vote. No, you got the right because so the system can use you also, right? As taxpayers or whatever, right? It's not about human rights or whatever. It's about the woman was women were taking care of the kids. Now the government will take care of the kids, and the women will work. Right? Something like that, or I don't know. I think.
Why is it that while government want to take over everything, according to you? Why government want to be our parent?
I mean, obedient slaves.
So get ahead of the populace in every way possible, have power over everyone.
Yeah, that's right. Because they want to colonize other planets, and they have space programs.
Mommy and a daddy. Mommy, daddy.
Yeah, so they want to replace our parents because parents will never send us to Mars. They will say that just stay here, have a good life. So government want to
have mommy and daddy issues. Created government because of the parental abandonment issues, right? Which come from rejection.
That's a societal stuff. Narcissism, I talk against, to be honest. I've looked into all these things. These psychologists, they say that it is coming from somebody's bad parenting. I would say this is coming from bad governance, because bad governance makes bad parents. If a person is constantly fighting for resources, trying to deal with all these things, that's what creates narcissism actually. Not somebody's parents are doing it, but they have pinned these things to one's mother. The mothers are creating narcissists when they don't raise their children right. So that's also an issue.
Possessive love and all that stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have children because of my selfish reasons or something like that, or
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
And then
we-
when the child is
them while I'm off paying taxes at work. Both parents are off at work the whole time. It's hard to not raise a narcissist when both parents are off paying taxes.
Absent. Yeah, they're absent actually. They are not raising, their nannies are raising or something, some devices raising the
The
kids.
schools
And the
are, the government
psychopaths-
is. Yeah.
the
And the government
psychopaths are
just molds our
creating-
kids into being the next generation of tax slaves. And so on and
the
so
primal,
on. Over and
the
over.
primal psychopaths are creating secondary psychopaths who are gonna police other people and create other psychopaths.
Secondary
You know,
psychopaths are actually like when they are defensive, like they are right winger, left winger. So right wingers are abusing left wingers. So their reaction is secondary psychopathy. They're not primarily doing it out of
trauma,
pleasure
symptom
or
of trauma,
fun.
like you know,
Yeah, trauma.
secondary
You're right.
trauma, secondary psychopath. You know, like,
So the Republicans are treating the liberals in a psychopathic way because that's the only way they know how to react.
Yeah, right wingers are narcissistic and left wingers are psychopathic. In general, not making it. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So is that like a left brain, right brain thing?
It's just ideological thing that people are fed. Like when people don't want to do things right, there are these escape mechanisms. So some go to left, some go to right to escape the things they are required to do to revert the situation. If you do things right, you don't have to left or right. You do the things, you are doing the things right.
right or wrong is the right term, not left or right. Right? It should be right or wrong.
The issue is with their like personality. They are more like haughty behavior, or they are more easily like tripped. They get like easily. What's the term? I was usually forgetting these terms. Impulsivity. That's one term for this. If you take things in the rash, you are very angry of something. So how you're processing it? That if you're not processing it properly, it will become something disorder.
There are like nine types of intelligence, and people maybe are good at one, but are not good at some other, like social intelligence.
Environment is wrong. There is a eugenics program that is going on. Mark Passio is right. I'm not totally against Mark Passio. I'm against his behavior and how he treat people. His logic, his knowledge is not wrong. His knowledge is good enough. Mark Passio actually has put work in those terms. He's right about logic, reasoning, whatever he's saying. He has exposed your eugenics and eugenics. He's right about all those things. I've seen these things in India as well. That's actually going on.
It's crazy that like in India, it's example, you know, there are a lot of Zionist Indians, right? Something like that. And it's crazy, like
they are not Zionist but casteist pandits, upper caste, lower caste.
I see like a lot of support for like you know, like Netanyahu, all that stuff, right? And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
You are
right
also.
That's more right and left wing stuff. Yeah. They think that Muslims are liberals and they are exploiting liberals. So see, everybody has a right point as well. I will not bluntly say that because I have gone through all the depths of all this madness in 6 years. Everybody has a point, but the point is I am right, you are wrong. Why cannot we all discuss these things and understand these factors?
Like, you know, communism and Nazism,
civilized.
right?
Like communism is communism, Nazism. How can they be
slavery? Yeah, so
slavery. If you look it from a different point of view, they look the same, but they have different ideology.
Same. I mean, if you see, Nazism is the national socialism, and communism is international socialism. So they are both
Yeah,
just
in this,
euphemisms for slavery,
yeah, yeah, you're
authoritarian
right.
ideas.
But why are they fighting then with each other?
Because they're the
Why
same.
cannot be just big communist? Why cannot we become a big North Korea?
You want Auschwitz or you want like a gulag, right? It's the same bullshit. Like dictatorial
Without
states.
Nazism in Germany, it would have been communism. It would have taken over the rest of Europe. So it's kind of like it's a lesser evil that sort of saved most of Europe from communism.
Lots of
Stalin.
people died
If we
because of
compare
communism.
Stalin with Hitler, they're both very bad people.
And Leopold the second of Belgium, he killed 10 million people in Africa, right? Oh, that's crazy.
But we actually, Indians actually sent their army. So there's all sorts of history. And I don't want to get into all these things because in India, these things become illegal very fast. So avoid
It's
talking
all
in those
about
terms.
control. There are people who want to live their lives.
Narcissism, I would say. Narcissism and
There are
psychopathy.
people who want
That's the root of all these things. Communists, Nazis, they are all narcissistic. They are not properly developed human being. That's why they can inflict so much pain and agony on people just to satisfy their narcissism. Right?
We all have a little bit of narcissism in us, I think.
That's good thing. Good narcissism is good, but pathological narcissism. My bad. Pathological narcissism.
Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Dunning-Kruger syndrome.
Yeah. Mark Passio will tell you all the day that behavior, this and that, and he does not even realize that.
Not relative to him, just the denial that you might be wrong. Like that's the problem.
Yeah, I can be wrong if you're directing it toward this. I can be wrong.
Not for you, but in general, like people are afraid to admit, hey, I might have been fooled. Because other people will see that it's like people think it's a weakness to admit that you are wrong, that the person is wrong. No, it's not a weakness. It's just you're human and you make mistakes, right? So you just grow when you accept.
But there are the reason is once again this corrupted system, because if you admit you're wrong in a court, you go to prison. So people they do all these things according to these laws. So they have exploited these laws.
Yeah, man-made laws.
Yeah.
A court, if you think a court is for playing tennis, right? It's a game. If you go to court, you go to play their game, right? So
run and back and forth.
There are judges in the tennis court, right? So there is a judge in the court, right? So they make up these laws, right? That are not aligned with natural law, and then you have to play their game by their rules, right? So
because there's no objective like if you get into all these things, if you like for example, I see things, I don't know, this is an Indian thing. When we get involved with certain people or certain let's say your idea, so we try to put ourselves in somebody else's shoes first, and then we think about those things. So this is like a brainstorming technique.
Empathy. Yeah.
So yeah, empathy. So
based intelligence.
People should also participate. I would say like government is absolutely wrong. They've done all sorts of fucked up things to people, but people are also responsible for not responding properly to these things. Somewhere, like for example, people react instead of responding. If government keep on proving you wrong, you are giving more power to people, to government. But if you start to respond and participate in these systems, it will happen slowly, no doubt. Mark Passio gets really mad when I talk about this thing that if you want to change something, become that thing, become that change. Like Gandhi said, if you want to reform or change something in a system that is oppressive, participate in it, make those rules, change those rules, make systems more humane. Right? Is this the right way, or bluntly attacking, terrorizing? That is the right way.
What do you think about Will and Logan's little hodgepodge of a bunch of mythological things and stuff in order to, get people to buy hydrogen machines? What do you think about that?
Mm-hmm. Me?
Yeah.
I ask me. Oh, Logan Paul. Not
Logan
Paul. What's his name?
What
is his name?
I call him Logan Paul sometimes.
Logan Hart.
Hart.
He was there as well in my targeting with Boza. Boza used this person. The very first video Boza created to target me was Logan and his older friend. So I understand. I've been studying this psychopath as well. I've seen a lot of things where Logan Hart is disconnected from the reality. He does not care about. These people are more about causing chaos and feeding off that chaos. All these people, Sethikas Boza,
blocking people who call them out, right?
yeah, that's just their strategy. Actually, they call it a strategy, and Boza infected these people. Logan did not have this idea in the beginning. He infected these people.
I don't understand why Passio doesn't how do you say, sustain himself from those people. Why does
Passio is a collapsed narcissist. He's a failure. So collapsed narcissists, when they fail, they think whatever the hell other people do to cause harm, whoever are against their whole shit, it will still give him some credit if people who are not supporting this person and he's attacking those people. So it will still satisfy him sadistically, narcissistically in some way. So he is more about that right now. He's a collapsed narcissist right now. None of his bullshit worked.
He's taught all these guys that anyone who says anything bad about them is just against natural law and a Satanist, and you should just block them. Have you seen this video, Vivek? I found this the other day.
Yeah, I think I
agree
have.
with all of it, but I agree with a little bit of it.
Oh, no, I did not. Just let's play. This is interesting, spicy stuff.
You want to see this one? Oh, yeah, you like
garam masala. Yeah, let's see.
You said it in a nice voice, so I'm going to call you the fucking low-life loser, no-nothings that you are. Just in a nice,
he was
chill
calling
voice,
me.
right? With a big shit-eating grin. And then you accept it and you don't get all nuts on Mark Passio because he's not yelling.
Somebody has relabeled it.
Is the worst YouTuber.
So he was making fun of me.
In the category of hater YouTubers. How can you be the worst? How can you be the worst commenter? You have to become a hater. The stealer of self-esteem, the criminal of legal things. Yes, legally you can send me hate. But legally I can also ban you and block you and delete your shit.
Yeah.
And I probably should do that too because you kind of crossing those moral boundaries. And in this case, we're not talking about haters anymore. We're talking about a hater YouTuber. We're talking about a one step higher. Maybe there's hater corporations like
they
Nintendo
invent
that
all the
also
crumbs.
want to destroy their own reputation. It just kind of happens. They have very shady competitive practices now. And that we are witnessing the self-destruction of the world. It's quite fascinating. This guy is not some kind of special case. He comes from Alex Jones' community, by the way. He's kind of branched off and took his platform a little bit, even mentioning in his final video. This is technically, potentially going to be his final video. He will never come back. Why? Because he decided to. Of course, he's the smart one. He wasn't just abused out of the platform and deteriorated because he's attacking his audience. And everyone can still be like high ego of like, wow, what have you done? Look at him. He has 180 subscribers and he done this and that. And it's like
180,000.
Well, if you give me the benefit of the doubt, I can tell you what I've done and I can interact with you in good faith. But if you're just gonna fucking yell at me, I don't think I can have even a conversation. Besides, I uploaded way more videos. There's a chance that I am just 8 times better than Mark Passio. And I technically upload videos in Mark Passio style where it is locked on an hour.
This dude's like,
I don't dip below an hour, my friends.
Vivek.
Just like he doesn't want to dip below 3 hours. But it's a podcast style bullshit. And every sort of streamer or podcaster eventually deteriorates into just an insane person. Unless they do their Joe Rogan style. And instead of ranting, he sits down to listen to other people. He just keeps it cool by switching who gets to talk. If you get to talk all the time, you will go insane. Because it's so easy to hate you personally, and then you suck in all the hate, and you can't control yourself. It's actually a good tip for me, because I am getting bombarded with haters, and I have to moderate that shit. It's not difficult for me to detect haters, but it's always a bitter moment. Absolutely. Which again now includes this guy who gave me consent immediately to ban him, basically, because that's what they do. You know, they have no esteem, they have no reason to be there, and they want to be kicked out.
Hold on, I want to see who that was, if we know who that was.
It's somebody.
It could be
Everybody can
Detect
feel
haters, but it's always a bitter moment. Absolutely. Which again now includes this guy who gave me consent.
Dave is mantled. Let's see. Mark has been around a long time, has a website. A website, I might add, that only they get less than 1,000 views a month. I looked it up. Has another content creator website, has ran a technology seminar, has hundreds of podcasts and videos, many long hours presentations, has a documentary, has almost 200,000 subscribers, and the list goes on. Who are you? What have you done? You have lots of content, I guess. I could call it, and only 355 subs. Lamau. Yeah, exactly. Typical response. Where's your content? Where's your great work?
Is that even Mark
immediately
Passio?
to ban him?
No, that's not Mark. That's just some Mark. It's a guy with a One Great Network thing in his thumbnail. So it's obviously somewhat one of Mark's yes men. You know, someone who's you know, these guys, they get their, you know, like I get it.
Basically,
yeah, people can feel it.
That's what they do. You know, they have no esteem, they have no reason to be there, and they want to be kicked out. You know, so I can't wait to be truly YouTube CEO with buttons, because the first one I would press is deny access to this channel. Until Mark Passio posts some kind of apology video and recognizes that probably it is a bad attitude to just be hateful towards your audience, and then the next thing you say is like, listen to me, go to my website if you don't want to be retard. He literally says that, and so much more. Every hater comes with the taste of hypocrisy, of like, they are probably bad themselves, and nothing they are attacking is actually supposed to work. It just bounces off. Whatever they're attacking, it bounces off to them. They're the bad guys because they attacked in the first place without reason. There's no reason to attack the entire audience, even if the audience is comprised out of newcomers. Even if he uses the Dunning-Kruger effect immediately for his final episodes.
Passio created this video specifically for me.
Against him and put him over here.
You are there.
I want to progressively get to this point of the video, and you'll see that it takes a long time to get there, my friends.
Of that crowd do not still, to this day, influence that the occult has. I mean, it's like a nursery school understanding of what's really going on in the world, sadly. It's the people who display.
It is nice to have a concrete pattern of where the enemy is. And the enemy is selfishness, is the hatred around everywhere. That should be the enemy that people actually support, because they don't see it right now. And he doesn't see himself as the enemy. Yes, you can be the enemy and you can defeat yourself and bring back the reputation back to normal. What have you done is a tough question, and I have done something, you know? But the worst thing of all is to do something and then destroy it. Destroy whatever you are up to. I think he destroyed himself, like, after all this work and all this existence.
This person is very wise.
On this planet.
And just because you don't have, many people don't have content, that doesn't mean that they're not right or they can't be right just because they don't have a bunch of content.
Yeah.
Content, especially around a human being, like a guy, any of these libertarians, celebritarians, whatever you want to call these anarchist celebrities, their body of content isn't an accurate representation of who they are as a person. It's just a body of content. It's just a front. It's not how these guys are, but then their followers see it that way. They see their body of content as being an example of how this person lives their daily life, and that's a big mistake.
Yeah, actually, people who are not online, they are healthy people. They are doing something right. When these people attacked me 6 years ago, I did not have any YouTube. They actually scammed me, and Passio started to attack me like, search your name. I don't know how he speak even. I cannot even mimic his madness. He was saying that, where's your content? Where's your name? Search your name. You loser. Search your name. So this is their defense
Fucking
mechanism.
losers!
When you
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. Fucking trash apes. There's a song for you.
Yeah. That's narcissism. What he's doing is, this is what narcissistic tantrum is. Mark Passio is a narcissist.
Yeah.
No one fucking likes you. All right? I wouldn't say no one, but
He likes me?
No, that's Derek Bartolocelli saying that no one likes me, but then he corrects himself and says, well, maybe not everyone, but these guys
Mark
are very
Passio
cultured
is
with
not
their
the
words.
right. I respect some of his work. There's no denying in that.
Also, man,
But
the
he's
reason
not even absolutely right when he talks in terms of technicality, logic, this and that. I can see past his bullshit, but like, I'm from India, nobody takes me seriously, so I don't know how to express this person, to tell this person that he is even wrong in computers when he teach. He's wrong. It's not like about morals and ethically different. He's absolutely bluntly wrong. He attacks these programmers of like, no software is working, nothing is working, it is their fault.
Yeah.
No, it's not their fault. You are
Well,
stupid.
not stressing because of programmers.
Yeah, he attacks everybody.
Yeah,
So,
he's teaching like a 90s era version of a technical course to all these people.
Absolutely.
It's like an early 2000s version of everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a good class. Ali learned some stuff from it.
There's better ways to do that now. Most
Yeah.
of the things he's teaching, this is obsolete also.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't before
So
him.
it's
I
pretty
didn't know.
funny. There's another one. This one was cracking me up. We were watching it earlier.
Welcome, one and all. I'm Mark Passio of whatonearthishappening.com.
Contradict.
It's a pleasure to be here today to present at the Greater Reset 5. Thank you to Derek and John for inviting me to speak, and to all the other great organizers of this event for hosting it. My presentation today is entitled, Why We're Losing,
by the way.
7 Reasons the Freedom Movement is Failing. And a lot of people kind of tend to get on me for being so tough on people within the freedom movement, especially. And I want to tell people today that I'm going to go over some very specific reasons why I am. And hopefully by the end of the presentation, people will more fully understand, if they truly, really listen to what I'm saying here, why we have not, as a species, made much progress and much movement toward true human freedom. So let's jump into the presentation. As always, I start my presentations with some basic caveats and warnings. The first is always that there is nothing new that you will be seeing here today. As the ancient saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. Number one, this means that things have not changed and there has not been any real new progress in the human condition. It has remained the same over the centuries. The phrase nothing new under the sun also means that the truth has always been here and it will always be here. It's eternal. It is something that just simply needs to be fully recognized, that it is the way things are and that it has always been like that. Once that is recognized, then maybe we can make some progress and change things and create something new. But all I can really do is present what I'm going to present in a personalized framework with my own style and my own aesthetics applied. The information itself is pretty much something that has always been with us. So a lot of people say, oh, I'm not hearing anything new here. Well, you're not going to hear anything new. Until humanity grows up and makes progress in consciousness and frees itself from the condition of slavery, there's not going to be nothing new here on this planet. It's basically the same thing all the time. So people have to understand that and not expect this to be some news show or some form of entertainment in which they're always being hit with something brand new. This is something that, while ancient, has still not been integrated by the human species, and that's why we're in the situation that we're in regarding human freedom. The second thing I always tell people in my presentations is feel free to get as offended as you like by anything I'm about to say. This presentation is for psychologically mature adults who are ready and able to hear factual information and truth. It is not for those who appear to be adults bodily, but who still have the psychological mentation of a child, meaning those who attempt to think and reason with their emotions. As soon as they hear something that rubs them the wrong way, they say, oh, that must be disinformation. That can't be true. I can't accept that. I can't entertain that notion. And real intelligence is being able to look at something from an objective
Ooh, who's doing that right now?
standpoint, getting your emotions out of the way, and neither accepting it immediately nor rejecting it immediately. That's where real intelligence begins. So
that's interesting. I haven't seen him do that.
Don't be the little kid who puts his hand over his ears because his feelings are hurt by truth that someone's telling him.
Oh, really?
I've been putting this phrase in some of my recent presentations. If you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. But if you are absolutely determined to learn, no one can stop you. And that's the attitude that people in the freedom movement really have to take.
It's coming from the guy that teaches everyone that it's okay to just block anyone who's bothering you. He preaches about it all the time. Yet then at the same time preaches foreshadow work and petty tyranny. So what is someone supposed to think they're supposed to do? Listen to the petty tyranny and look inside, or just block the person doing petty tyranny? There's big contradictions. And I feel like this is what I should be saying right now about these guys.
Yeah, they
they're
do
the
Darvo.
of their eyes.
Yeah, they whatever the hell they're abusing people, they make the victim blame. Actually, if he's going to abuse you, he's going to say that you are doing these things to him, not he is doing these things to you.
He said I was beefing with him. I've never beefed with him ever. He just assumed that because he had an impulse reaction to me.
Yeah.
Oh, we're beefing. There's a rift. No, there's not.
So he's talking specifically about you or the whole
biggest
whole
proponents.
Okay.
Yeah, someone brought us up, or he brought us up in one of his classes recently. And he was like, these guys are like acting like we're friends. There's a big beef going on. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've never beefed with you ever.
They're scared, actually. We are exposing these people's stupidity, so their cult will fall. So that's why they are doing this.
They really don't want the network to look not really cool, too, because they think it's the coolest fucking thing in the world, and they're all emotionally attached to this networking community that they have. So when someone comes along and calls out someone in the community, they all freak out because they feel like they're being attacked. When I'm like, no, I'm just calling out Logan and Will for running a multi-level marketing scam right in front of your guys' faces. And I'm calling out Derek Bartolocelli, who's now on the network representing natural law, that he should probably work on his presentation and not have emotional outbursts over minuscule things live on people's podcasts. It's just like kind of common
therapy, but a bunch of
Yeah, like Boza is selling rocks to people.
Yeah, for thousands of dollars. Because Boza touched them once, not because they're worth anything.
Stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy. Stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy. No one fucking likes you. All right?
You love Derek Bartolocelli. Derek Bartolocelli is one of Bozo's biggest fans.
And trust me, if you meet these people in real life, one-to-one, they will run like bitches. They will not confront you like they're trying to confront you.
Derek has threatened to beat me up if he ever sees me.
That skinny person.
Yeah.
He cannot fight his way out of a wet paper bag. He's going to beat me. Yeah, these people are just birds.
These are one of the most cowardly claims, threatening somebody. It's so cowardly, like totally.
And I was like,
that's how they present themselves as alpha male when they are like weakest people. I see these people. Mark Passio, he grunts a lot. Meet me in real life and let's see what happens. Let's make it real first for one time.
Fuck around and find out.
Yeah,
the tiniest fist fight ever. Two tiny dudes.
Yeah, because these people know they're hiding behind this screen, and they think that this is their safe space, and they have more reputation, so they can abuse
so
people.
much
in
respect for his work and everything. And when I see, first time I came to the show, I stated that what's wrong with the network, great network, like Passio.
One bomb network,
really, one great threat network, I thought that he was really selective who he's gonna allow to be on the network, but
but he's not.
Now I see, like, now, man, this is
So he handpicked these narcissists.
Well, it's what's weird is that most of these guys are from like 10 years ago. Like he hasn't even gotten any new people really. Like he's got a few new guys.
No housekeeping.
But you'd think 10 years in he'd have like a bunch of awesome people on his network, but he's just got the same douchebag, like Crowleyites that he sticks up for. It's like he's just happy with his little group of these guys that all just like emulate him, and he doesn't want any criticism whatsoever because he says he's done everything and he's done, he's all done with his shadow work and everything. It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, Thelema is religion actually.
Yeah,
is Thelema.
I think who was it? We found Darren and Curtis found that Stethicus might have Tourette's. We had him glitching out on that show.
Was it?
Fuck shit.
Fuck shit.
That was crazy.
He doesn't have Tourette's. Actually, he is insecure person. So he hide his insecurities when he's very scared when he's making these videos, and he's usually either drunk or high when he starts to grunt.
Why is he talking all stupid? Why is he talking
when he slips here and there when there's some like mistake or something, so he tried to hide those mistakes with his abusive words. He tried to redirect people's focus when he slips here and there. That's why he does this.
You want to hear something funny about Bozo? We figured it out this week. So we found Seth Boza's on this website. It's a musician's website, and he's like death metal singer looking for a band, and he's got this picture of him all scary, and so we were listening to him talk to Marja. They were doing an interview together. Marja, your little best friend, and
Hag. I call her Hag.
He's been in all these death metal bands and how he got canceled by the death metal music industry because his lyrics were too intense, right? And so Allie's like, whoa, what band was he in? So we go deep dive looking for what band Seth Boza is, and we find this website, and his only example for music from the past is a song that was from a big band where he used an app to strip the vocals off, and then he put his vocals on them and put that up as, hey, this is my music.
Funny. That's really interesting because this is exactly what Boza is truly. He steal people's stuff, he mix his whole shit, and he make the whole thing about him.
So, like, if you were in a bunch of bands, why would the only thing that you have as an example of your vocals be someone else's work? How does that fucking make any sense? This dude
is what Boza is.
What's funny is if you should watch the interview with Marja, because he was being lazy. He was just telling crazy fucking stories in that one. Like every story out of his mouth. Oh, what did he say? Oh, God, he said some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. He said that, when he was young, he used to be in fight clubs. He used to just fight every day. Fight people. Fight clubs.
He said when he was young, he was a Christian pastor. He told me that.
But then he was fighting people his whole life in fight clubs.
Christian pastors are fighting people? What the fuck? That does not even make any sense.
It's just, he sounds like I've always had, every once in a while in the friend group, you have someone who's like a fucking pathological liar. They just lie all day, and they're a liar. Like he just sounds like one of those guys.
Everything about Boza is fake, made up, lies, stolen, and
make it till you make it from the extreme.
Yeah.
And how do people not see this? All these fucking guys love this guy, and they're buying his rocks and buying his fucking courses and shit. I mean, you did too, Vivek, so don't fucking laugh too hard.
I did not. Actually, what happened with me and Boza, if you want to know the real truth, let me tell you, I was doing something else. I was researching something else, and I came in contact with Boza's YouTube channel. He was talking with that person, what is his name? Jordan Maxwell, and he was talking about a specific tree. I discussed Boza that I want to know about this tree, what you're talking about, and I paid money for that tree. I did not, whatever the hell he's sucking me into, all his cult, this and that, that was his failed attempt to coerce me into his cult.
I'm sure
That
that
was
was
never
very
my intention. Yeah.
I'm sure it was super obvious once you got around that.
Yeah.
I mean,
he
some people
coerced
don't
people.
even see it, but like I can't. Like someone starts trying to sell courses and fucking advice and shit, and it's just like, dude, fuck,
Yeah.
you out of your
So
mind.
this was a honey trap actually.
Yeah.
He was honey trapping people. So this is what his true game is. How can Mark Passio see all these Satanists, this and that, and not see Boza doing all these things? that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Is it willfully ignoring or lying, allowing?
Yeah.
Well, there's no way he doesn't know about Will and Logan's little multi-level marketing scheme at this point. That is directly, he's heard it from me directly, and he's heard through the fucking grapevine, I'm sure, plenty of times. But he also knew that Slav was going around speaking for him as if he was his best friend and making racist rants and, you know, like crazy, just like unhinged behavior, and like just didn't want to do anything about it. I know Jana told Mark about Slav when she was defending the pedophile guy. They were all friends, and he didn't seem to care when he was defending the pedophile.
Yeah, they are weird people. Mark Passio is all about this
Lazy.
narrative.
It's called laziness. I don't want to deal with these people around me that are in my circle. I want their attention. I want their money, but I don't want to deal with any of their issues. So I'm just going to go out and save the world. I'm going to tell everyone I'm saving the world. And therefore, I don't have time for your people's bullshit. And the majority of the network, that's how they treat it. Oh, don't bother Mark with this stuff. He's too busy fighting Satanists every day, smashing Satanists. And Mark, in his rhetoric, makes it seem like he's the busiest fucking guy in the world, making content and smashing statists and smashing Satanists and like all this shit. And it's like, well, what are you fucking doing? You're not talking to anyone around you in the least bit outside of just giving them false confidence. And
it is actually dangerous to people.
Yeah, he's literally giving the concrete they need to glue themselves up stupid on Dunning-Kruger effect. Like, these guys are all fucking hysterical. And you know, like, and it's been funny watching. We have this background because like some of the fools been they've been broadcasting from Mark's network with these big smiles on their faces because they're like, oh, we got power because we're in their studio. So I believe we shook them the last couple of months, and they had to recover, and they had to start new campaigns and start making better work and making more content, because I've seen everyone double their output in that time. And you know, I know if you type up Ostara Hydrogen on YouTube, it's all my shit. It's not even their stuff that's getting through. So they know that they're pretty fucked. At this point, if they were fucking smart, like I've said in the past, I'll talk to you guys again. We'll talk. I'll take the fucking thumbnails down. Get rid of the fucking stupid fucking scam. Say you're fucking sorry. I learned it was a scam. I didn't know I was scamming. Say whatever the fuck you want to feel. Say whatever you need to get this done, and we can move on and be friends. But no, they want to keep their fucking scam
Jeffrey,
going.
Let me tell you one more thing if you want to listen to this, and that I understood after many, many years. There's this thing called trauma bonding. These people are not friends. They're worst people to be friends.
They're clout chasers in you know, they're brothers in clout chasing, really.
Yeah. So don't, even if they approach you, avoid these people because they're narcissists. I'm not just saying as a buzzword. I've done deep research in these people for many, many years. These people are actually narcissists, and what they do with people is it's called trauma bonding. When I talk in favor of Passio, I'm not talking out of trauma bonding. I'm still talking out of like studying his stuff as well, comparing it side by side. I used to do this in very beginning until Sam Vaknin took direct interest in my case. He put things together for me directly, not like inflating my ego here.
Who is that?
He's Sam Vaknin.
Sam Bankman.
Sam Vaknin, the whole
spiritual guy.
The he's a professor of psychology. He put things together to show me what is actually going on. And then after a year, I understood that this is what is wrong. Then
There's a lot of videos about narcissism during COVID, I think.
He's the one who has termed a lot of these terms about narcissism. He has actually developed
psychosis, like mass psychosis, also all this stuff, right? Also,
he's a professor of psychology. If you look his
I watched his videos.
Yeah. So he's really good. He has termed a lot of things that we use as a vocabulary today about narcissism. So he put things together. Then I started to see that, okay, this is wrong and this is right. Without him, I would have never understood any of these things. So if you actually truly want to understand how these things are, I highly suggest you to watch Sam Vaknin.
Think about it in that like lens. It really is obvious. Like Derek Bartoscelli, all these people, like crazy. Like, they are showing these patterns, like narcissistic patterns, a lot.
Whatever the hell they do, whatever hell we people actually feel something is
you can
wrong.
say in other terms, like attention whores. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't even call them narcissists. They're just not working on their shit, and they're full of shit. Like
no, they actually have narcissistic personality disorder. They cannot be changed. They cannot be fixed. Ever.
So? Huh?
Never, ever.
They
are rabid dogs. Rabies cannot be cured.
Yeah, I mean, I worked with an activist for several years who was a former troop PTSD, full on serious narcissist. This dude was able to destroy like 10 people's lives in a week. Like these people, like this guy was on a whole nother level. And then pretty close by, I dated a female narcissist. And so those two people really taught me a lot. I stayed with the female narcissist way too long. And she took a big chunk out of me. My self-esteem, all kinds of stuff. But those two really taught me what a true narcissist is. And so when everyone starts throwing the word narcissist around, so and so's a narcissist, it's kind of hard for me to believe because these two people were such remarkable fucking pieces of fucking goddamn shit. And these other people just kind of suck, and like those two people knew how dangerous they were. These people
they actually had narcissistic personality disorder.
Yeah,
like Mark Passio has, like Boza has. They have the disorder. It's not traits.
Boza definitely seems like he has it. Mark could definitely have it.
See, this narcissism can be covert and overt, and then it has many like facets.
What about
specific narcissist?
Is there a difference between a pathological liar and a narcissist? Like, can they be separated, and we're just confusing people that are just crazy liars with people that are actually evil or have bad
can pathologically lie for different reasons. All pathological liars cannot be narcissists, but all narcissists can be pathological liars in that sense.
Yeah, definitely.
And they are not even actually lying, to be honest. There's confabulation. There are a lot of stuff, dynamics about these things. They actually truly believe something deluded is true. They deluded. In their mind, they think it is true, but for normal, common people, we can clearly see that it is not even Dunning-Kruger effect. This is a pathology. This is a disorder, actually. They are not seeing things how they are because they're living in the narrative idealized form, which is deluded and based around their hubris of their false ego. It's something like that. So they lie, but they think that they are speaking the truth. But we know, normal people who don't have narcissism, we know that this is not true. There's something missing here. Right?
Why does Mark look so wrecked in this video?
Spot on analysis. And actually, in the scripts Vivek wrote, that's exactly what he's trying to get at with the podcast is look what happens the moment you don't conform to group expectations. Look at the reaction, the hostility.
Yep. It's and it's surprising how quiet things have been. Alicia went around and talked to everyone. And it's just like funny.
Well, I think
I was like,
is that
it's like everyone is nice until you get to know them. And I guess it takes about 60 podcast episodes for people to start being, I guess, maybe 20 or 30 podcast episodes.
Alicia has a different point of view. I will say I've talked with her. Okay, she has some element here and there.
Oh,
But I think
character.
It's not even about character, to be honest, about ideology. Maybe she has a different version of philosophy that she's using that may or may not fall into the same category as people from VGT life have. So I think she's very intelligent. She's way more intelligent even me. Way more. I cannot even imagine this thing. So maybe there's a difference because of that. And she has some element where she has this thing that Derek says that some infantilization. But I think that is coming from, I'm not sure. I don't know her enough. Maybe that's coming from care or it is misunderstood. I'm not sure about that. That can be fake, but as far as when she was talking with me, I think that was coming from the care. She wanted to, I'm not sure, once again.
Hey Vivek, I got a question.
It goes from one thing to another, to another, to another, to another, and she's kind of just always looking for the next group or person to latch on to that she believes in, and then she'll probably, because I was always kind of tell, just by how opinionated she was, that there was at some point I was gonna piss her off and all hell would be broken loose, because I was talking about when I was on Europa Natural Law and I was calling out Derek for being a crazy person, Alicia was in there pounding on the keyboard, posting sentences that made no sense with no all these errors, all this shit. And I'm like, lady, calm down. I got this handled. I don't need you in here acting a fool when everybody knows you're from my podcast. They're like, oh, this deranged person is in here pounding on the keyboard at Derek because she sees Derek as being emotionally out of control. And then I see Alicia go completely nuts on us this last week. And it's like, oh, okay, so she was projecting. Every time she flipped out on anyone behaving badly, she was projecting because she behaves in the same way. But
see, maybe I think Darren and Alicia was in Cold War for a longer time than we people can understand. So maybe this was happening behind the scenes.
Well, that is true, and it was super funny that Noah was in the chat. Oh, you guys are immoral for making a space, not making a space for Alicia to be on the podcast, not with someone that sickens her. That sickens her. He used the word sickens her. Well, Darren does not sicken Alicia, but Alicia made him think that. But Darren Noah doesn't know that those two are buddies. Those two have always been buddies. They talk to each other plenty on the phone, whatever. So it's not like I'm allowing some criminal on my podcast and I don't give a shit that Alicia, that he's made advances, creepy advances, whatever. It was a long.
Once again, my opinion about this whole thing, because I don't understand the facts here. I don't.
Yeah, no, it's
truly
ridiculous.
understand. Yeah. So my opinion is take it offline, discuss, have some like intermediate to the body.
We tried to do it offline.
Basically, she had some expectations of Jeff. You know, like
She thought I was going to
she idealized.
kick Darren off the show because he told her that he did not want to be friends with her anymore, and explained to her why, because she masks him or talks down to him, blah blah blah. Which I've seen. She talks to him very differently than she talks to me. She talks to him in a very weird motherly way that would probably irritate me too after a while. So, and this is the same thing that they had talked about the first time when there was the first explosion, when we thought Darren was freaking out and saying that Alicia was talking about aliens, but he was freaking out on her, being like, why the fuck are you defending the alien people? And, you know, you're just mad because I kicked you out of my group, which I believe that's what happened. Alicia got butthurt.
So I'm the alien?
Darren kicked her out of the group. And so she went and tried to grill him in front of the whole network about him calling out Jerry and fucking wacko fucking alien lady, whatever her name is. You know, so it's like, it's all pretty clear to me, the fucking high school shit going on here. But
actually, let's change this thing. Let's make it more topic oriented.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but it's a little light.
And less conflict oriented.
A different topic, but related. Like, how much of this is like learned behavior from watching Mark Passio or other like messed up dynamics, to where we may not have the personality disorders, but we've learned maladaptive behaviors because of the shit we've seen, Vivek? And how do we deprogram from the unhealthy behaviors?
By not participating. By not participating.
That's
but not
a good point.
This was ingrained into us since birth, basically.
That's okay. There are certain practices that people think are new agey. This is why we have meditation, actually, to have that. Like, meditation is very scientific. People don't understand, and there are a lot of satanic meditation, this and that. There's some interpretation from Christianity, this and that. I don't like when I say meditation, people automatically try to fit these things. But meditation is not about any of that. It is very scientific stuff. So we have this qualia before we form any sort of opinion or thought. When, like, for example, there's something happened in the environment and you don't have any reaction toward it. Reaction formation is after that. So when we meditate about things, it is very difficult in the beginning, but slowly we develop this reaction formation time. We delay it a little bit more so that we can process things properly and then have some opinion about it. So that can actually truly change this thing. But you have to learn meditation properly for that. It is not something new age. It is very scientific. Trust me.
And I think they exploit this, Vivek, when they talk about new age. Like, they label stuff new age incorrectly. And also you hear like
it actually works.
Like Michael Tessarion say the Western mystery tradition. Like, here's the thing. We all know that Mark Passio he's like very disrespectful towards the Eastern philosophy. And he always talks about like how you have to get angry about something, but you actually don't have to get angry to engage in right behavior. And that's where he's misleading people for the purpose of priming and entrainment. And you know more about that than me, but I think that's important to realize how these only the selective things that are like combative are what they're emphasizing, and they're purposely denigrating the Eastern stuff. And that's something that pisses me off when every time they mention something.
Michael Tessarion's grandfather was a charlatan. He was Nepali. He told him. I heard it from Michael Tessarion himself. And he was a charlatan. And he used to do all this because there are different versions of Hinduism. I cannot tell you.
Krishnamurti was not a charlatan, I think.
No.
Was it?
No, CIA actually tried to hire him to make him like God figure, but he denied. So no, he was not a charlatan.
Yeah.
No, he was not. But he was very strict and non-flexible in those things. So that's a whole different topic. I don't really personally like Krishnamurti.
But it's easy to see how he was like that because he had to close himself off because people were trying to like exploit him and like, you know, prop him up to be this figure since he was a little kid. So he shut down, basically.
Yeah, there can be developmental defects that you cannot pin on people for
Right.
their behavior, poor behavior, or whatever the hell what is going on in the West, in America specifically right now. If there's something wrong with people, that is system that American, like people are only mirror of whatever the hell they are following. And if a system is closely like dictating somebody to behave in certain way and people fail to do that, that's not people's fault. Actually, there's something wrong with the system and people don't want to admit it. They don't want to take in consideration that everything cannot be idealized. America has a lot of idealized things.
Right.
We have wholesome things in India. We don't have idealized things. We see things from, like, we are okay with dirty people as well, smelly people as well. It's not a bad thing, to be honest. We don't judge people using those things specifically. But if a person choose to be dirty all the time, that is issue, that is wrong, that is unhealthy. But if there's certain like, we don't judge people with using these things. We see these things as more human aspect.
Not as superficial like as the West.
Yeah.
Even though maybe sometimes it happens, but what I noticed is that this is like the whole idea of what Mark is saying about the universe is spoken into existence and all this crap about influencing change in the universe. It's all egocentric nonsense, though.
It's stolen. It is stolen from Hinduism. It is
Correct,
stolen from
but also
Hinduism.
not only stolen, but like fucking backwards.
Mutilated,
Yeah. Mutilated, like bastardized. Yeah. And then they have the nerve to fucking, you know, disrespect like ancient traditions and say the Western tradition is great, but it's actually not, dude. Because
there's no Western tradition
that wants to, yeah, pretty much. Unless you want to talk about whiskey and muskets and colonizing space and being some transhuman freak like Elon Musk, you know, they suck. Materialism sucks. Capitalism is, you know, more or less fake and gay. And
even technology is coming. Even technology is coming from the East. I can show you a spacecraft.
That poverty is a problem, but the problem.
What about
is
the
that
Native Americans? Like, do they have like?
They're different. They are organic. They're real people.
What spacecraft are you talking about, Vivek?
Viman.
Vimana.
Have you heard the term?
Vimana, yeah, Vimana.
Yeah, I've seen Vimana.
Yeah, we have temples, statues, tens of thousands of years old, and we have cell phones in them. We have helicopters in them. So
I think there are also in the pyramids some like hieroglyphics.
Yeah. That is also once again East.
Hold on here.
Vimanas, is that guaranteed to lead to happiness?
There are things called anomalies. There are things that were carved on walls that ended up looking like things we have now, but weren't. So there aren't. You can't go too crazy about things carved into walls.
We have text to back it up.
I've seen the pictures of Vimanas, like how they work and everything. It's pretty cool. The old
but also like, you know,
they used to like shoot missiles at it. Didn't they used to fight? Like there was like great battles
wars
in with Vimanas with like nuclear weapons, and you could go out to India and there's like deserts with glass sand. That they think is where like the weapons were used and it melted the sand. But that's like some ancient.
So either way, the technology, if it existed then, wasn't the answer also necessarily, right?
People are fighting for stupid things, to be honest. I have nothing against Western people. I like a lot of Western people, to be honest. There's nothing wrong.
We're talking about specifically their obsession with like super secret occult powers and spheres of destiny and all that shit. You know, it's unhealthy. like
Definitely.
super weapons, like magic super
Yeah.
weapons. That's a mentally ill fixation.
Or could they have been using them to get rid of them? Maybe there was
Like
altruistic
Buddha
ways.
said, all the issues that we face are coming because of avidya, because of ignorance. People are ignorant
Not
and not in
ignorance,
Christian way.
ignorance.
What?
Ignorance.
Ignorance. Yeah.
Omniscience. Already
Yeah, yeah.
starting to get
To
delirious.
emphasize the ignorance.
That's how Indians speak.
Entomology.
Oh no, but he
don't
was saying
geometry
because
me?
they're also ignoring
Don't use
reality.
geometry, bro.
Yeah, like Russians have the accent, so Indians have our accent. So
No, but what he was saying is ignorant. We say ignorant in English, but really it's
ignorance.
ignorant because they are ignoring.
I got that from
reality.
Passio.
Darren, you're talking with your demons. Your demons are also talking with you. Like you're sounding like more people are talking when you're talking.
I'm on my net. Let me fix that. Okay.
Stop inviting all these American people over to the Europa and natural law.
Okay, Derek. Geez. I'm sorry.
What is going on?
Nothing. Oh boy.
Jeff playing Derek's
Which one was
friends.
my soundboard, my new soundboard. Like a little kid in a candy shop.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's a little bit more of this. That was the silly stuff.
More that they don't have all the information that they need, and they need to hear things that remove them from their comfort zone, from the things that they think they already know, and they don't need to know anymore. I encounter this continually in the freedom movement. That people think they have all the information that they need when they absolutely do not. So if you do hear some things that ruffle your feathers a little bit, step back, attempt to calm your emotions, and think about whether the statement is true or not regarding how it applies to the human condition and the freedom movement in particular. I'm very hard on the freedom movement for very good reasons. These are people who should know better. These are people who should be making more progress in their understanding. And
Okay, so one of my big complaints, one of the things that my complainants keep saying over and over again, including last week, was you should be treating people within the natural law community differently because they're already aligned with natural law, so I shouldn't criticize them as much. Where I severely disagree and think that there should be more criticism of these people because of what Mark just said. These people should know better. So if they do, they should know better. And if they do something wrong, it should be a bigger deal than it should be, it's like, wait, you're supposed to know this. But these people ask me to brush it under the carpet and act like it didn't happen. It doesn't make any sense, and it definitely doesn't go along with what Mark's been telling them forever, because I've been hearing Mark say this forever.
Yeah, but he's not going to do that because that one thing in narrative and other thing in the reality, he say these things to pose himself something better, bigger, larger. But when things get real, obviously he's going to protect his boys. Do you think Mark Passio is actually moral and ethical? How he screams on people? That's guys. I need to go because I have something to do.
All right, dude.
So,
thanks for coming by.
Good talking with you people again.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
very unfortunately, I see very, very little of that, even within the freedom-oriented movement. People who are, saying that they recognize the loss of human freedom and the encroachment of tyranny in our world, and yet they really don't identify the true underlying causal factors. And I'm tough on those people because
you're not tough on anyone. He's only tough in his podcast talking to this hypothetical person who Vivek says is him, but I don't know if it's Vivek. But Mark's always complaining about this trash ape, but we don't ever know who the trash ape is. So we can't identify the practical trash apery that's happening in front of us because he's always speaking in this hypothetical. He's not hard on anyone. No one listening to his rant is all, oh, Mark's yelling at me. That's why I don't understand everyone and Vivek freaking out because Mark uses strong terminology and tells people they aren't doing good enough. I don't really see any problem with that. I see a problem with him being vague about who these people are. And because I think if he was being truthful, he would be talking about every single guy in his network every time he's complaining about the trash apes. Because that's how I saw it when I first started when we first started watching the last 5 episodes of Mark's show. I thought he was talking about everyone on the network. He kept saying he's going to burn this motherfucker down. I thought the fucking the 200, 300 pound sock full of shit was Justin Pedini. And, like he's just holding back from telling them all because he knows he'll lose support and he'll lose money if he does so. But obviously he's not. He's just talking about, he's just getting mad at somebody for some reason, or he's got misdirected energy from some sort of shit he's packing inside of himself and not actually like working on. He just has to come and get on a show and yell at some people. But I don't have a problem with it, really. I just have a problem with him not dealing with the fucking dipshits in his network as they're fucking scamming people. I really don't have much of a problem with anything else he has to say. Vivek might, but at the same time, he'll say he does respect a lot of his work. And like the other guy, even the guy before, and the guy that said that he respects Mark, he just doesn't think that he treats the people around him correctly. And I think that's what we're seeing, the whole blocking and ignoring thing. You can't put yourself out on the internet and not expect to deal with the public, but yeah, so let's see. I saw a funny carnist. You might like this one, Ariane. Boom.
Tunes, how y'all living? Hope everything is Nova and you're all having a preem week. So, for years now, my viewers have been asking me to expand my horizons and cover subjects that are scientific and related to other subjects besides just hair loss. Recently, I've taken those suggestions to heart, and I have made videos on controversial health subjects related to topics like cholesterol, seed oil, fluoride, and even raw milk. Even though this is and always will be a hair loss channel, I do nevertheless appreciate that people find value in my non-hair loss related topics. So today is going to be one of those days where I upload something that is not related to hair loss. I'm going to be covering the internet's favorite fad diet of all time, the carnivore diet. As you guys can probably imagine, I don't exactly have a positive opinion about the carnivore diet. In fact, I question whether or not it's even a serious diet to begin with. I really think it is just a reactionary troll diet that people promote to piss off groups of people they don't like vegans and environmentalists. It's definitely no coincidence that the carnivore diet's popularity coincides with the vegan diet's popularity on the internet. And that's because the carnivore diet is basically a way to rebel against not just veganism, but also all mainstream health and medical advice that is considered to be woke. The carnivore diet is basically just the own the libs diet. It's the fuck you can't tell me what to do diet. It's a puerile and immature way for childish man-children to get back at all the people who told them all their lives that eating vegetables is good for them. And since they're all hopelessly addicted to social media, the internet algorithms will send them down into these alternate realities where their smartphones will only recommend carnivore influencers who will tell them good things about their bad habits, and they will get absolutely enraged whenever someone promotes an idea that threatens to take away their metaphorical safety blanket that tells them that butter and bacon are good for them, but that broccoli and beans will kill them. The reality is that the reason why they like the carnivore diet is because they think meat tastes good and that plants are yucky. The carnivore diet is basically just their way of coping with the fact that they have the palate of a toddler since their parents could never teach them how to eat vegetables. It's definitely ironic that most of the biggest carnivore diet promoters like Joe Rogan, they come from the online manosphere of internet tough guys, because carnivore dieters literally are the most blue-pilled crybabies on the internet, and they can't help but have an estrogenic meltdown every time they hear someone tell them that an all-meat diet isn't good for their health and that they should probably eat some more vegetables. Of course, there are already plenty of videos online of people explaining why they think the carnivore diet is bad or why they think it's good, so rather than just repeat what everyone else is doing on the internet, I'm going to approach this subject subject a bit differently. I've noticed that a lot of people who have criticized the carnivore diet have tried to argue with these carnivore dieters at their own level, but they're missing the big picture here. Carnivore dieters aren't playing fair. The big problem isn't just that the arguments carnivore dieters make are bullshit. It's the fact that the very foundations of their arguments are completely fallacious. Even when you give them the benefit of the doubt, nothing they say makes any sense. So, in this video, I'm going to go over the 3 most common logical fallacies that promoters of the carnivore diet make. So, let me explain what I mean by that. I've been watching a lot of carnivore diet YouTube videos lately, and I've noticed that the arguments they use all follow 3 common logical fallacies. To best illustrate these fallacies and to prove how bad their arguments really are, I'm going to show you excerpts from 3 different videos that serve as examples of the logical fallacies that the Carnicuck crowd commonly uses. I'm going to explain not just why the arguments use logical fallacies, but also show why the arguments are just flat out wrong. So let's get into the first logical fallacy. The first and probably most common fallacy used by carnivore dieters is the naturalistic fallacy, also known as the appeal to nature fallacy. It's the argument that the carnivore diet is a more natural diet since it's supposedly what our remote ancestors ate. The core of this argument is that prehistoric humans were apex predators who ate exclusively meat. According to this very common argument, once agriculture was invented, our health went downhill dramatically, and the only way to really get back to the healthy state of our remote ancestors is to go back to a purely carnivorous diet, which is the natural diet for human beings. Now, leaving aside the fact that our supposedly healthy prehistoric ancestors rarely lived beyond the age of adolescence, and the fact that early humans were never purely carnivorous, but instead were omnivores, this anthropological data is completely irrelevant though, because it assumes that human beings are optimally designed for their natural environment, which is not true in the slightest. Human beings during prehistoric times were hardwired to do whatever gave them the best chance of survival so that they could live long enough to spread their genes. A lot of this hardwiring is not valuable or even counterproductive today in a world of nutritional abundance. People in the developed world are much more likely to die from overconsumption than underconsumption, so times have definitely changed, and what is considered the most nutritionally dense food is not necessarily the most healthy for us anymore. For example, when food was scarce in Paleolithic times, people who could more efficiently store calories as fat were much more likely to survive. However, in our current era of abundant sources of calories, this survival advantage just results in obesity, which in turn causes health problems like heart disease and diabetes. It's for reasons like this that anthropological data is not a good metric to determine what creates good health outcomes, because it just assumes that human beings naturally know what is best for optimal health rather than what is just necessary for survival. The foods with the highest caloric density would be optimal if we lived in a kill or be killed type of world where we had to do whatever it took to survive, but they're not optimal in a world where getting enough calories isn't a problem anymore. In any case, even if we set aside the fact that the foundation of this argument is completely flawed, the carnivore dipshits are still wrong about the anthropological data, and I'll show you why a little bit later in this video. So, the next fallacy is the mechanistic fallacy. This is a very common and dangerous tactic that is used by many pseudo-intellectuals in the carnivore diet community. It's also common in the wellness sphere in general, especially amongst biohackers. So, this fallacy isn't as well known as the naturalistic fallacy, and because of that, many people who hear it don't realize that they're being conned. The mechanistic fallacy is where carnivore dieters will try to search out some obscure biological mechanism that will justify why eating meat is more efficient for producing energy than eating vegetables, as well as being better for our health overall. These carnivore dieters will bring up a lot of complex biochemical processes like the Randall cycle, gluconeogenesis, the citric acid cycle, and beta oxidation in order to try to make the case that a carnivore diet is optimal for human health. And alongside that argument, they'll claim that plants contain toxins that will poison you, while at the same time, they'll ignore the fact that people have been eating plants for thousands, if not millions of years, without being poisoned by these supposed anti-nutrients that fear-mongering carnivores like to talk about. So, to the average viewer, these people may seem intelligent because no doubt it does take a lot of skill to memorize all these complex enzymatic reactions and biochemical processes in the human body, and what they do would be laudable if it weren't for one tiny little problem, and that is the fact that everything they are saying is complete Bullshit. The fact is that mechanistic data is 100% useless for determining any kind of health outcome. The reason why is because human physiology is extremely complex. So when you're examining the mechanism behind any health outcome, there is a good chance you're only looking at a tiny fraction of the big picture. Even if you can manage to prove that certain reactions exist in the human body, there may be opposing counter-reactions that might negate the effect that we may have yet to account for amongst many other problems. So mechanism is really only useful in the sense that it can give us a rudimentary idea about what's happening in the human body, but unless it can be corroborated by stronger outcome data, you can't draw any conclusions from it. In the case of the carnivore diet, all this mechanistic speculation is useless because we know based on health outcomes from actual human beings that the health claims carnivore dieters make do not pan out to reality. One example of this fallacy is the way carnivore dieters get around the unfortunate fact that their diet markedly raises LDL cholesterol, which is the bad cholesterol. To do this, they will claim that mechanistically, LDL cholesterol does not cause atherosclerosis and heart disease. They'll even claim that LDL cholesterol is good for you in many circumstances. All these mechanistic arguments are completely wrong, of course, but they use them so they can ignore the actual outcome data that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that increasing LDL cholesterol increases the risk of developing heart disease. The way carnivore dieters try to get around this inconvenient truth is that they'll dismiss outcome data completely by falsely claiming that since it is associative data, that means it can't be used to establish causality. However, the data linking LDL cholesterol to heart disease is much more than just associative data. There is a tool to establish causality called the Hill criteria. The Hill criteria was created in 1965 by Sir Austin Bradford Hill. So this guy wasn't just an epidemiologist and statistician, he was also literally a knight, which is pretty badass.
Hello.
The Hill criteria is a set of 9 criteria to establish causality. Sir Austin Bradford Hill used his own criteria way back in 1924 to show that cigarette smoking caused lung cancer. And more recently, the Hill criteria has been used to show that head injuries in football players causes chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE. And I'll show you all later in this video the association between LDL cholesterol and heart disease does indeed meet the Hill criteria for causality. Carnivore diet influencers have to cling to this claim that LDL cholesterol is harmless because it has been shown in randomized controlled studies that high-fat, low-carb diets like the carnivore diet will definitely markedly increase LDL cholesterol levels. In addition, there are case reports like this one here of a man whose cholesterol level rose to over 1,000 on the carnivore diet, resulting in cholesterol literally oozing out of his skin. On the other hand, there are randomized controlled trials that show that an omnivorous diet that includes a variety of plant-based foods, specifically the Mediterranean diet, results in a reduction of cardiovascular events. So, despite their fallacious mechanistic arguments, the actual outcome data suggests that the healthiest diets include vegetables, and a pure carnivore diet will definitely result in an increased risk of heart disease. So, what these carnivore dorks are trying to do by drawing all these complex mechanistic charts and blabbing about energy systems and enzymatic reactions is that they're trying to use a weaker form of evidence to override a stronger form of evidence. The reason they do that is because the stronger form of evidence doesn't tell them what they want to hear, so they revert to using weaker forms of evidence to draw conclusions that favor their biases. So when you hear carnivore conspiracy theorists talk about how seed oils are dangerous because of peroxidation and its processing, which they claim can cause things like inflammation and heart disease, that doesn't matter in the slightest because the actual clinical data on seed oils shows that it will lower LDL cholesterol and that it reduces the risk of developing heart disease compared to saturated fats. So, shall I rewind that? Mechanistic data is worthless without clinical data verifying it. So, I'm not saying that mechanism has no place in scientific research. It absolutely does. It is fine for establishing theory, but you can't come to any conclusions until you test that theory. But when it comes to the subject of diet, these carnivore clowns are late to the show because all their theories have already been tested. So we don't need to talk about things like mechanism when it comes to diet anymore because we already have outcome data proving that the health claims carnivore dieters are making are completely wrong. You can't just ignore outcome data whenever you don't like what it says and then go back to the drawing board to examine the mechanism in order to jump to some other conclusions based on some obscure biochemical process, because if we have the outcome data, that means that the mechanism has already been tested and we can come to some conclusions. So to put things in simple terms, you can't use mechanistic data to override outcome data because mechanistic data isn't as strong. So all these pseudo-intellectual breakdowns of mechanistic data you see from carnivore influencers are completely worthless. Also, another big problem with carnivore dieters is, well, they're all kind of assholes and bullies. Whenever they get confronted by scientific evidence that doesn't favor their biases, what they'll do is that they'll resort to personal attacks and name-calling, as well as trying to appeal to authority, which is completely ridiculous since the overwhelming majority of cardiologists would definitely dispute their claims about LDL cholesterol. So just check out this video, this clip from a debate between Dr. Ricky and Bart K that came out several years ago.
Have you ever actually...
Have you got a list of publications as long as your arm?
Have you ever actually treated...
No, you don't. Have you acted as peer reviewer for 3 separate journals? No, you fucking haven't.
Have you actually...
Have you taught more pre-med students than you've had hot dinners? No, you fucking haven't.
And that is why I haven't debated Bart K yet. Because he just fucking screams at you. I've had his email for a while, and he's been like, let's do it, but that's all he does is just scream. He's a dildo. But anyway, yeah, carnivore.
I don't like the term carnism at all because it implies it's about what you eat and not how you know.
Meatism.
Yeah, meatism, like dietism, like vegetarianism. Vegetarianism is just about diet.
Yeah,
and I think that most vegans, how to say, quote unquote, that make apologetic ones, it's their fault why people think that veganism is a diet, because they want to appeal to non-vegans through recipes, through food, right? And then people think it's a diet, because of just food, not about what you wear, where you and how you entertain yourself, why you buy, like not to use animals for emotional support, or buy dogs or that stuff.
Yeah.
Not to use that basically. And if you go that hole, in that rabbit hole, not rabbit hole, but that kind of reality, it's for them it's so complicated, but it's not complicated. It's just easier for them to accept it as a diet than as a principle. But vegans, it's their fault because the vegan society has diluted Leslie Cross's definition, the true definition of veganism, and made it about plant-based, Pamela Anderson is vegan, Lewis Armstrong is a vegan, Djokovic is vegan, fucking Phoenix that fucking rides horses.
You just sounded just like Pamela. You know who I'm talking about.
Borat,
you know who I'm talking about, Darren. Borat. You said it exactly like he said it. Pamela.
Pamela, yeah. Okay.
Come back, Pamela. I love you.
It's my Balkan.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's funny.
But he's more like Asian, I think, Borat. I don't know.
Borat? Yeah, he's like
Kazakhstan or something like that.
Asian? You think he's Asian?
Yeah, he represented Kazakhstan in a total bullshit way. Kazakhstan is a really developed country.
Everyone's pissed at him. He's an asshole. Well, he's a total he's a CIA guy, like he's a Mossad guy.
He did Ali G in the House, also the hip hop guy, I think.
Yeah, Ali G was pretty fucking funny, man. We throw Ali G
with the real big gun.
Ali G for that time, that was some funny fucking shit. And like he got like Ron Paul and shit too, which is like, that's like Ron Paul almost knocked him out. He like cornered Ron Paul in a fucking in a hotel, and Ron Paul like literally almost knocked him out. He's all gonna punch this guy because he was like trying to hump him.
When I see Ron Paul, I see this Jordan Peterson, and like I don't know how he became so famous on Joe Rogan and all this stuff, like crazy psychologist or whatever, and like
Ron Paul,
Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson. Yeah, no, Peterson was selected by the CIA to become a big mind controller. And the CIA, oh god, like in the 60s, Esalen Institute, which is a that's a resort in Big Sur, California, that has a bunch of hot springs. The CIA and the KGB and all kinds of motherfuckers had like Terrence McKenna, like all Robert Anton Wilson, like all these guys all hung out there, did acid, got naked in hot springs with girls, and fucking got like co-opted.
Yep.
And basically
Next
everything that
generation after Crowley.
Exactly. When the government, when the CIA got a hold of the Crowley shit and was
Jerry
like,
Garcia.
"Oh, we use this." Yeah, exactly. The hippie movement shit. So, and we're seeing.
Oh shit, your mic. After you said we're seeing. And is Mark one of the new people from the new class?
Check. Am I back? Can you hear me?
Is Manny a CIA op funding Mark?
Yeah. You saw it, Darren, in the chat. That live, dude. He's all, oh, if anyone needs help, I'm really, money shouldn't come in between you and your fucking content, like weird. And then when I was talking to him, he's like, nah, man, I'm gonna reach 15 million people. I'm like,
I'm just some random German piano player living in Costa Rica wiring you millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And it was funny because remember he like came around with all these tips for like getting big on YouTube. Like that was all shit I told him the month before.
Yeah, where'd he learn that shit? Tavistock? Where'd he get his money? Fucking what's that? Wellington House. Wellington House.
Wellington House.
Yeah, that was the dudes who funded the cybernetics movement back in the late 40s, early 50s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, the CIA shit to control everyone is very deep, and it's all
it all
came out of all these
Israeli aliens,
yeah,
Ark of the Covenant type stuff.
ISIS is basically
type shit. Yeah. So my thing with Mark and his emotional tirades and what have you done and foreshadow work rants. The problem with that is the people that Mark should be kicking off the network are the ones that he's handpicking to be on the network. In other words, he's literally complaining about the problem and then participating in it.
Yeah.
And therefore, he may be compromised. Maybe someone say, hey, Mark, like people around you are having accidents. Maybe you play ball for a little bit.
What Alicia, Jana, and fucking Noah just did look like that. Looks like a fucking.
But it does.
Everyone's running around calling everyone chaos agents.
I'm thinking that's what Mark's whole fucking shtick is to get people to like learn about the occult, and only the ones who are like full of shit will be handpicked by their CIA handlers to fucking do some Soundpath concerts and shit.
They don't want the smart people, because the smart people will be like, nope.
Like an honest person who says you can't pay me off. Yeah, those are the ones who get ignored. If not, threatened.
It's just like the recruitment structure to Will and fucking Logan's multi-level marketing scheme. It's like,
or Scientology. You have to
put out so much dumb content that there's no way we'll catch anyone smart, and then we'll scam them.
Yep.
Scam all the dumb people.
Spam with content, emotional. Like, here's the thing. Like, we were biased listening to Mark, thinking of like, oh, you mean like in a sincere way, foreshadow work. But Mark knows you're going to interpret it like that if you're a sincere person. But if you're not, you're going to be like putting on your cult smile, talking about some aliens.
You're Jerry up on the panel.
And those are the ones.
Our studio.
Yeah. So like he's basically
you think that was strategic? Holy shit.
Dude, nuts. nuts. And like now I'm sitting here thinking like, well, fuck. The only reason for that was to have like a new army of like fucking agent provocateurs again, like a newer tech savvy, shit posters.
Dude, all these people threatened us.
Yeah. So imagine if we were in like a physical, like in real life church or movement or commune, like we would be in the fucking weeds, bro. We would be dead.
Yeah, we'd be dead. Yeah, they'd be taking us out already. They'd just take us out already.
We would be like David Miscavige's wife. Nobody knows. Nobody knows where she's at.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So it only piqued our interest because it had a lot of truth. That's how you give a poison, right? You got to make it seem tasty, otherwise no one's going to take it.
Yeah. How'd you like the new intro?
It was cool. I missed the part where you and Kurt started arguing because I walked away.
Not a sincere, it was cool. If I've ever heard one. It was cool.
I didn't, I missed part of it, but like it was, I have to listen to it again. I didn't get the lyrics. I was doing shit at the time.
Oh, it's just some cute Nemo freedom lyrics,
That's what I'm saying. I want to actually listen to it where I can pay attention to the lyrics.
Yeah, he's got good shit. You should check his shit out. Nemo Jones on YouTube. He's reporting for beauty. For beauty.
Well, so what happened with you and Curtis? Like I stepped away, and then like I come back and there's an argument. Like I
can't control himself about the vegan thing, and
he's disrespectful.
Since we got him that last time, he feels like he's got to double up on it this time, and it's just like, dude, fuck off.
Well, when somebody doesn't get it, though, I don't like. I mean, I tried explaining it to him, and then he wasn't like getting it, and then I realized, like, well, I don't even know how to explain it to myself, dude. I just chose to do it. I don't I wasn't convinced through like hard logic, and I don't care about that because karma is not hard logic, rational computer science. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's a choice.
If he was open, it would have gone a different direction. But he's just like any other dude that comes across my path and spews fallacies all over me, defending something that they didn't even choose to do in the beginning. And it's like, bro, you're just arguing with me to because you are on that side.
Is there a text or a body of work that you could recommend? Or are you thinking that, like, unless somebody wants to accept it, it's not going to even matter?
Oh, you can go read the.
Go ahead.
You can go read Veganism Defined, Leslie Cross. Really good.
Because, like, maybe, like, since there's not a person talking in real time, he could, like, just wanted to look into it and have, like, an OG vegan explain it. Like, it may.
That's just something that's going to come with time. It took me a long time. I was debating people before I was even comfortable talking about morality with veganism and shit. Like, I was doing like health debates and shit, kind of dodging it because I tell Ali, I'm like, I don't even know how to deal with someone in a morality debate.
You can dodge a lot of excuses and arguments that Curtis gave by just explaining what veganism really is.
Or just go back in my YouTube, man. I did a shitload of vegan content before I started doing more natural law content. It's just like debates. I got debates with farmers. I got debates with influencers, where we just go back and forth. And you'll just hear all the arguments after a while. They're all really super logical, and then you'll just start to see how dumb their arguments are. Like, they got nothing but defending something. And they have dumb arguments because it's not something they, truly feel in their heart, something that they did. It's not a choice they had that they debated over in their head, So
I had a debate on Facebook. Ariane saw it. I think you did later too, where somebody was arguing that it's moral to prevent like birds from eating worms or to stop a lion
this is in the chat, right?
a zebra. Yeah, and I was like, dude, you can't like, here's the
That was
deal.
actually my really close friend Nicholas.
I know,
And he
and
left
I
that
didn't
group.
realize even at first who it was, and then I'm like, wait, this
We
guy.
should have went over that. That was a really good conversation. Like there
And
was
I
a
was
lot.
thinking, like,
that guy, I don't know
okay.
why that guy left. That was like one of the coolest conversations I've seen in a while, and he just
Yeah.
bounced. Like he got
Bounced
offended and
because
bounced.
he-
But it did.
he
There
felt
was a
disrespected,
change,
I
though,
think.
Darren. There was a very big change in the flow of the conversation, and then it went to shit because you kind of started like pulling out the not necessarily ad hominem, but
Almost
like
appeal
he
to
was like,
authority or appeal to intelligence or something.
yeah,
He told me he left
there was
because
definitely a
of
turn at that
toxic
point
a
that
little
wasn't
bit.
there before.
It became a little bit toxic for him. That's
Yeah.
what he told me.
But
Yeah.
it could just be a cultural thing.
He apologized to me, like he shouldn't have consulted with
You
me
should be able
before he
to
left. I
handle
said,
a
I'm
little
not,
bit,
I'm
a
not,
little
you
bit
know.
something like that. You know, if you're
Well,
out
my
living
thing is, I wasn't sure because, like, I didn't put two and two together that this was Ariane's friend, that they'd been doing activism together. Like, I was just seeing the chat, you know, like Nicola's a popular name, and I didn't see his last name in there, and like I was like, wait a minute, what? And just the way my chat was displayed. But my thing was like, is this dude just trolling me to like? Because he was like, I'm playing devil's advocate here, and I'm like, no. Like, you can always give a counterpoint, but just because you put words together, it doesn't mean that it's like a good faith argument. So I just assumed like this dude's just trying to see like.
It started because of this guy right here, because of
Yeah.
Gary who is
Right.
fucking worshipped by you know. Oh man, you know how
But like, see what Gary Yourofsky, if he is actually, from what I've heard, because I haven't seen him say it himself, if he's against predators eating other animals, he's appointed himself as God, and he gets to tell nature how to do its thing.
so fucking control freak, you know, like
Yeah,
it's,
and so that's why I'm
totally-
thinking even his activism, when it appeared in good faith, would have been even for self-aggrandizement, which means antisocial personality disorder, which means this dude has a criminal mindset personality, and it just so happened that he was able to spin it as in like it's all about caring about animals, but it's all about getting famous for committing crimes to protect animals. Like, there's a difference.
I think if Gary didn't voice this opinion, we wouldn't even know he was back.
Mm-hmm.
I think
he was in contact with the,
which is an antisocial thing to do.
Kinda.
He went offline in 2017. He took
Because
a break,
of this,
right?
right? Because
sorry?
of this topic, I believe. Because it
No,
like
he did a lot of lectures and speeches around the world in Israel. Like a lot of like Israelis, quote unquote, went vegan because of him or something. I mean, how can you know, be a soldier and be vegan? What the fuck, you know? And I mean, different talk, and you kind of can, but blah blah. I don't know what, but. And so
I don't think Israelis have a choice about being soldiers. They all have to serve like
Everybody
2
has a
years.
choice, man. Everybody has a choice.
They're conscripted, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they're
another
conscripted.
thing.
So.
They're the
they
they're
could
the
fly
war
here
dogs.
and jump fucking. They could fly here and stay here on their visa.
Exactly,
just-
man. I could go to Bosnia if they call me to drafting on like for Serbia or whatever. I mean, I don't.
It's easy to get out of that shit, but they choose
Yeah.
not to because, dude, they're getting
Because you're
fucking
special,
Because
bro.
they believe they're morally
chosen.
superior to
Everyone
us
wants
as
to be
well, and
chosen.
that they're God's
You're doing
chosen
They
people.
get checks every month called Holocaust checks that come from our tax dollars. Why would they want to stop that? That's
why would you want to forfeit your chosen status, bro? I mean,
Exactly.
their God is a carnist anyway, so either way, you know, the legitimizing force behind that, you know, little hexagram flag is some fucking bloodthirsty so-called creator who can't seem to survive or forgive anything without blood. You know, why doesn't he just make himself a burger in heaven? He's got to like have us kill an animal.
This guy is like, you know, like I'm gonna make a new club. It's called Herbivores Only. You know, like
Yeah, he should find a planet with no life on it and then just plant plants and then eventually
you know,
off himself.
If somebody says zebra versus like lion, I say fuck the lion. I will shoot them in the head. You're promoting veganism.
Yeah, that's mentally ill.
It's
so wait,
like
let's go back to what we were talking about before Curtis fucking that's the other thing. Curtis shows up here and he acts like he runs the place, and he doesn't let
Totally
anyone talk. He doesn't let
cocky.
me talk. He'll like once I finally interject, he'll interject right back. And then he just wants to talk about what he wants to talk about, even though I have a show completely laid out that I want to do. That's the other reason why Curtis is kind of pieced out. And I didn't kick him out.
I missed it.
He left.
But yeah, he was pissed that you muted him.
He but he can't control his emotions enough to have the conversation. So
and I'm just explaining, like, from my conversations with him, he is unconvinced about the practicality of veganism. And I told him, I said, Curtis, I have my own doubts that 9 billion people can be vegan, but also if we were all vegan, there wouldn't be 9 billion people on Earth.
I don't know.
It's not about the I mean,
yeah, it's not really.
It's
about
if I can, if my friend who is not really financially in a really stable situation can be vegan, eating rice, beans, all that stuff, right? I mean, I would just say really bad words to this guy, like, come on, like, you're so fucking privileged mindset, like there are people in Africa who eat lentils and rice, and like, eat fruits for God's sake, I mean,
shit.
Like, I mean, it's not about it goes. This subject of veganism goes to the dietism again subject. Like, it's not the fucking diet.
Well, there's dietism, and then there's economics, and then there's logistics and all that shit, whatever. But like, Jeff, do you think if it's possible for Earth's population all to be vegan? Maverick, no, come here, buddy.
We're already making
people could be fed.
We're already making enough calories to feed everyone, and then like another billion more. But we're feeding these calories to cattle at a deficit. We feed these numbers aren't right, but just for an example,
the scarcity is fake.
We feed 5 billion calories to a cow to get 5 million calories out of it. It shits, pisses, farts, all these calories out that could be
subsidized by
the
food government,
system, making food cheaper, or going to countries that need food more. We're actually just feeding these cows at a deficit out of a tradition. It's not even like we get more calories out of these animals. We get less calories than what we put in. So it's just a really dumb tradition. And then on top of it, like I've been saying, it's not economically sane to spend all the money feeding, housing, medical, fucking water, fucking attention, whatever. It all costs so much in the end that that you chop up that animal, you're getting half of that money back. So the government has to subsidize all of the grain, all of the foods that are eaten.
So then you have the Inuit thing, So what about that? Like,
they subsidize corn, wheat, and soy for cows.
Right.
Then then it's cheaper for that, and then they give farmers all these tax breaks. They do all this shit to make it so the farmer actually wants to do it, because there's no
my
profit.
Stepdad has chickens, and he didn't have any government subsidies, and he only uses them for the eggs. Like, so there's like chickens, a million.
He wouldn't have them without government subsidies. They wouldn't fucking exist for him to own. And those chickens aren't the type of chickens that he would just find in the wild that would pop out.
That would be a ruffled grouse, and they wouldn't lay that many eggs. Yeah,
like 3 eggs. So these people that say, "Oh, these chickens in my backyard didn't get any subsidies," it's like, yeah, it fucking did. Or anyone saying, "Oh, I have a cow. I'm not getting subsidies because I have a cow, but I'm not getting subsidies." That cow wouldn't be in the form of a cow. It wouldn't be in front of you, and you wouldn't have it without hundreds to 150 years of subsidies leading up to that point. So it's like completely bullshit.
But even that is
from
like
Europe. They're not even supposed to be here. They're from Europe. And
Right.
they look like little skinny
Aurochs that were
they don't look like how they are
modified.
here now.
Yeah, it was the aurochs that was modified genetically. Yeah.
Every animal just made a hybrid, more eggs, more milk, more leather, more
to the point
more,
where the
more
animal
fluffy
is
for
miserable.
the pet industry, more this, more that, you know.
That goes for vegetables as well, like cauliflower. That's a product of the mustard
Yeah.
plant that's been
So
successfully bred over
the
100
normal
years.
chickens have like several eggs a year. The new chickens have like hundreds. Imagine having to shit out an egg that many times when you're not when you aren't supposed to be doing that. You know, your body's not built for that. It's fucking horrible. And people, I don't give a shit about chicken.
Another common one that's brought up, because obviously you're passionate about this, and Kurt is passionate about how like not accepting this is important. And I, having been a carnist 99% of my life, you know, I get it. Like, not understanding veganism or whatever. Like, I definitely understand non-vegan more than I understand vegan. Although, for me, I was like, I guess you want to call it faith or something. I just chose to be vegan. Whatever. That's not bad. I just fucking trusted. And then also, let's put it this way.
Ariane.
If I ended up in some fucking like prison situation where there wasn't like vegan food or something, like I would just like probably survive somehow, you know, like eat whatever. Or if I was like stuck, you know, these one-off situations, you know, like I'd like reach in and grab a fish or whatever, like fucking Castaway. But like that's the thing is, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but like, if you want to live like an animal, you can live and die like an animal.
Yeah.
Like you can be an ape. Like, and there's, I guess, nothing wrong with it, but you will be an animal and you will be in the cycle of birth and death like an animal. In my personal opinion,
use social media, you won't use nothing, you won't
you become a two-legged fox.
Right?
You become a two-legged fox and, you know, a two-legged like wolf and whatever. Like you become an animal or you live as an animal. And if that's your goal, then like you're subject to the karma of that. In my beliefs, I don't have objective proof. Yeah, I don't have objective proof. But as far as like morality itself isn't necessarily always scientific. That's why it's considered a cult, right? You can't even experts or even like the Buddha or like other sages, like nobody claimed to have like an XYZ like linear logical algorithm where they can explain karma to people. They never claim to, but they can just say like experientially or through wisdom that this is the way it is. But I guess with all that considered, like, is there a good way to reach out, or is at some point like just somebody's choice whether to give a fuck about their karma or not?
I don't. I mean, I don't.
If they accept or not, I think they're gonna get what they paid for, what they did. You know.
Yeah.
You're gonna get it. Like I said earlier, eventually, you know, all of that karma results in bad health problems.
And they'll ask me to prove it, but I can't really prove that, you know, like my grandma was a meat eater her whole life. She never knew any different. I don't think she even knew what vegetarianism was, although maybe for Lent, like for 40 days, she avoided meat like most of her life. But also, she ate a lot of fruits and vegetables and didn't move to the U.S. until she was about 50 years old. So she lived a long time, but she was a meat eater, you know, and I don't think she even knew what veganism was. Yeah. But that's okay. But that's like genetics. It's also she was eating no GMOs most of her life, like whatever.
Probably Depression era.
Oh, before that, the silent generation. Yeah, Depression. Wow. She was born in 07. My dad's mom. She was born in 1907.
Different people.
Yeah, like they
lives.
never went to the dentist, yet they all had teeth, and they didn't even grow up with toothpaste.
They
and
were,
toothbrushes.
yeah.
They used
were-
root wood, like miswak.
miswak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They used or salt on their finger, and they rubbed their teeth. They didn't have toothbrushes.
I
They
want
didn't
to
know
buy
what it was.
those branches. You can rub your teeth. You know. Really
Yeah,
good.
licorice root or some kind of
Yeah.
root. Yeah, they didn't know what a toothbrush was. They never saw it until. And then my grandmother, like, she came here on an airplane in the 1960s, but when she was a girl in maybe 1915, there was this guy in her village of 10,000 people that said one day humans are going to be like flying in the sky and like machines, and everyone thought he was nuts. And then the Wright brothers came out and they made an airplane. They thought he just read too much like Jules Verne or like science fiction, But and because there's one-off stories of Carnus who lived a long time and stuff, like I guess that comes down to like
When
people
did
are
he
going to
hear
do
that?
what they want to do, but
When did he hear that about humans flying on metal?
oh, my grandmother said there was a guy that the village just thought was like a crazy old man, like he's just nuts. And he was walking around like when she was a little girl saying that people are going to be flying around in the sky in machines, and everyone's like, yeah, okay, whatever you say, Mikhail, like whatever. But it ended up coming true in her lifetime, and something that didn't exist when she was a little girl existed, and she flew to the U.S. on an airplane that people said was a crazy thing that would never happen.
Sick.
Yeah.
That's
But,
been a
like-
crazy time to grow up during the turn of the century back then.
Yeah,
There's a lot of,
she
lot
lived
of
from
psyops going on too.
1907 to 1998. Or 1990, yeah, 1998.
He burnt down all the old buildings in this country during that time.
Yes,
Blamed it
even
on
Tesla was
earthquakes,
alive in that era. I think.
cows and shit. Tesla may not
Strawberger, Tesla, they were alive. I think.
Tesla
then.
may have been completely made up.
Holy
Maybe
shit.
no. I think
like Elon Musk made up?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tesla was he existed, but he didn't discover nothing. He just
Did you meet him?
rediscovered maybe.
Did you meet him?
Yeah.
Did they meet
Just
him?
like Elon Musk exists, but like, does he really do things? Or does he smoke weed and have Asperger's?
And then I'm open for the possibility that some people really had visions and could envision a machine or something. And I mean,
but Thomas Edison and Tesla were called inheritors. There was a reset, a historical reset happened. And Thomas Edison and Tesla were the guys that were used to reintroduce electricity to
as an
people.
invention.
Where before electricity was free, everyone used it. They did a reset, and these guys were used to reintroduce the technology. And they made Tesla just to make it more interesting, to have a little bit of a rivalry, so it wasn't just Thomas Edison.
Kayfabe, like pro wrestling, dude.
Yeah.
And why does Mark Passio like pro wrestling so much? Is it because he is a character as well?
That's weird. I don't know about pro wrestling. I never got that.
Yeah, Mark loves pro wrestling. Is Mark a character?
He's like,
It's interesting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's around 1880 to 1900, there was a massive reset where they reintroduced all kinds of shit. You'll learn if you it's kind of an endless, bottomless rabbit hole, but the whole Tartarian reset thing, it's kind of just like flat Earth. You gotta kind of check it out at least, Like it definitely will make you open your mind and make you open to more, being more critical at everything that you fucking see. which I
what
don't know.
about
Maybe
when NASA said they don't know how to get to the moon because they
NASA's
lost the
fucking
technology?
No, well, that's
Remember
all.
that?
Elon Musk is the new NASA. They're
Yeah.
just the new, obviously they can't. They knew that they couldn't keep sending school buses shaped as spaceships into the sky, and people were going to start questioning it. So they had to retire that whole thing because that all the technology from NASA was so fucking old that they just couldn't do it any. Dude, if you go to the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab in Burbank, California, in Pasadena, California, you go in there, they're supposedly flying Mars missions and shit out of this place. You go in there, and they still have like DAT machines on the wall and shit. Like, it's
let's check the data tapes. Yeah.
And NASA JPL is in a canyon called Devil's Gate. Devil's Gate Canyon.
Yeah,
and it's just
is this flight telemetry or is this like the fucking master copy of a fucking Grateful Dead album? You know?
Exactly. And like it's funny because every couple of years they're like, oh, JPL's allowing people to come check the place out, and you go and you're just like, I thought I was seeing something high tech here. You guys are supposedly flying some satellites from and all this shit. Where the fuck are you doing that from? Like, this is all 70s era shit.
Right.
It's building.
When I was living in San Diego in an ashram, like I would read these books by Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And he said, dude, it's impossible to go to the moon. Like the moon god won't let you do that. And you're a human and you have to live on Earth. And then if you want to go to another planet, you have to do it astrally, or you have to be incarnated on that planet through your merit, like through your good karma. And basically all this shit is money laundering.
Yeah. I mean, look at Crow's. Go look at Crow's photography.
And then he died, and people say he got killed because some of his disciples were CIA recruits and Satanists.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's interesting about the Ingo Swann. He was like a CIA remote viewer or something.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it, but I know they had them.
Well, remember John Dee had a piece of metal. It was like a shaped piece of metal that he was allegedly able to use to like see other people, and there was this. Looking, and it's called John Dee and who's the girl?
Edward Kelly.
Wait. The woman in space from mythology. You know what I'm talking about? But it's called Narcissus, right?
Oh, Narcissus. The reflection.
Right? Yeah.
Narcissus and Echo.
So there's this painting of John Dee. It's all John Dee and Narcissus, and it's him looking at his piece of metal at a naked chick. But they misinterpreted it as just him looking at a picture of Narcissus, or maybe it wasn't Narcissus, but it was actually him spying on chicks while they were naked using this fucking crazy occulted technology. Yeah, some sort of weird thing. And I believe the London Museum still has the piece of metal that he supposedly was viewing shit on.
Yeah. They had scrying mirrors, but like basically I think that what we've been doing is taking ancient technology and occult techniques that used ether, and they've put them in a more gross material form of circuitry. Yeah, but back in the day, you could do this just by closing your eyes and
ether is prana, right?
Yeah, but also like it's energy, and so there's like from subtle to gross. So you have like just like you have like
we used to breathe ether and not
subatomic particles could be like a proton or a quark or whatever. Like basically like. From subtle to gross, smaller to bigger. But basically everything we're doing is like a brutalist version of what they did before on a more subtle level. Whereas like before you could probably actually pick up a rock if you didn't have all this like pollution like spiritually and physically. You could probably pick up a rock and like listen to something. just because you put your mind to it, like mental power. And
Jedi
so
shit,
now we
right?
don't have that because we've been, because our senses have been destroyed by all like the fucking violence, and carnism
Lost
is
our
part of that.
connection with spirit.
Yeah. So like a lot of like, what do you think the point of like all the animal sacrifices are? To like make us completely controlled, like trauma based, like retards, basically, like retarded apes.
The theory
so
of
that we can't.
toxifying the
And
morphic field or
the
something
animal
like that.
sacrifice
the
was also
morphogenetic field.
it was also economic manipulation, because a
Yeah.
community might only have one fucking animal. How is that community ever going to grow financially and be able to take care of itself without the fucking king or the fucking whoever? If they have, sacrifice your animal, give up the most wealth that your fucking community or you or the person has,
Yeah.
to the fucking
And
church.
the demons that
They're
circle
dominating
around
everyone economically by doing that.
Yeah, and the demons that circle around this pool of blood will fucking inform like the priest, like what will basically, dude, like the suffering, like, so life comes from life, and by spilling blood, these people like get some quote unquote messages or blessings, or they sprinkle the blood around their houses so that their god doesn't like kill their
Yeah.
firstborn son. All that is like that spirit they call their god or their spirits or whatever is like a vampire. It's not the source of life. It lies to them and tells them that it is. So they spill blood to feed off the life energy of the dead animal and the suffering. And then they give us like schizo voices that tell them bullshit prophecies that may or may not come true. And then they further degrade us. So now like we're sinning, like we're doing evil shit, and then like our children are born more fucked up and more psychopathic
Because Abraham got some.
Yeah, it's how to turn us into like orcs, basically.
We're supposed to be sacrificing our lives to doing the right thing, not sacrificing animals.
Right, as in a tit for tat to wipe the ledger bullshit. Yeah.
Like when I say to people who are religious Muslims, when it's Eid, like the Ramadan, sacrificial, and the.
But if God wants it, why doesn't He make His own cow up in Jannah, and then it'll He could just, make a cow in His mind, because He doesn't make them. He's an evil spirit that craves it and needs you to do it, so He threatens you or bribes you with blessings and curses to get that fucking blood. Because He's so evil that He's not born with a body. That's why. That's what it is. It's so evil that it doesn't have a body.
That there's no, not higher power, but that there is.
That there's no, like, I guess to say that like God is a creator is like is nonsense.
Creator.
There is no creator, because the people that want to exploit this like predatory and vampiric dynamic, their whole sense of urgency. Think about it. Like, remember, like the Wolf of Wall Street, sell me this pen. Hey, write something down. I don't have a pen. Boom. The whole reason that you have to kill shit is because of creation. Like, the idea of a creator at a distinct point in time and a distinct end time is how they compress you into like action out of fear. It's like trauma. Like, the time is short. God created the world and one day it'll be destroyed. And that's why you all have to frantically struggle to fucking slit throats of animals and other human beings to conquer the world for this God. Because this is a hungry super demon. Okay. And what it's doing is, and I'm not saying that it even has an independent ontological existence. It may, but what I'm saying is the more people believe the same thing, because we're alive, the thoughts we emanate have a certain life force to them. And that the more people believe in this shit, it's called an egregore, or like basically we create the Matrix to an extent within our own minds because we're alive. So just like that prank where someone goes, and starts screaming and running, and then other people just start screaming and running. Bro, like if you all think about the same thing, you will start to see it like as real. And then what used to be not real becomes real, especially when you sacrifice animals to this god, or you have wars in the name of this god, and you have people circumcised in the name of this god. You bro, like what they're doing is they're creating a super god to end all gods and eventually all life on earth. That's exactly what the fuck is happening. And belief is the fuel for that. Like just belief, bro. It's just what is it? Ordo ab chaos. What does that mean? Order out of chaos. What does it mean? Eya esha eya. I will be what I will be. That's what YHWH means. I will be what I will be. Spoken into existence. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. Like, I create as I speak. It means this is a fucking narrative-driven construction of a super demon. To aggregate all the hopes, dreams, fears, fantasies, fetishes, sadistic, psychotic fantasies, everything of humanity into a soul-sucking vacuum. That's why I call it the Jehovah vacuum of souls, dude. That's what it is. And the more blood you spill, the more life it takes on. And we are literally giving life to the image of the beast that will consume us in a cyclical, like in a self-consuming bubble, like an Ouroboros. Like they're getting us to build a prison around ourselves and then collapse the prison so it crushes us to death. That's the hypercube.
So next week we're doing a Kabbalion study party, the last one. We gotta get this shit over with.
Can I get an amen?
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen.
Jones plantation shit.
Yeah.
Next Sunday we're finishing off the Kabbalion. And then the Sunday after that, I believe, or the next week after that, is the Gary Yuriovsky interview. Which might be very spicy because he is ruffled a bunch of feathers, as you could see by Aryan here. He's angered a lot of people.
He's totally leading people to start go hunting more and crazy shit. Right?
So,
dude, did Manny give him some money?
He's gonna go on Joey Rogan's show. Also, I think it's gonna.
Is he really?
I think so. Because he was invited before, but he was not online and he's not active. In 2017, and
hopefully
now
hopefully my video gets a lot of views. But I'm going around. I'm going at this as being neutral because I want to hear all sides.
He's not even vegan by what he's talking about. I mean, it's crazy. He's
a plant-based idiot.
He's a utilitarian.
The thing is that he's had this conversation a million fucking times. So it's like, we got to ask the right questions because I'm interested. That's why I'm kind of going to stay neutral and just try and get more out of him, because so far everything I've seen has been very surface level, and it's like, okay, so what are we going to kill all the kitty cats? And
we're gonna kill the chickens because they are carnivores. Omnivores.
And are you just saying this to get attention? Because he does get attention by saying this, and he's not out doing it. So obviously he doesn't believe in it so much. I don't know. We'll deal with this later. But this should be an interview.
He has a new age vision of it. I think. I'm gonna say my opinion. Like
it
the
was very
guardian of vegan.
Oh, Anwit Kuptis, like his favorite are undertakings. All these people are trying to build something that never existed before. So all this shit, that this whole fucking idea of tikkun, we have to rectify the world, we have to fix the world, we have to build this. No, unfuck yourself and stop doing things. You don't need to do things. That's the thing. You literally just need to breathe, like eat food and shit. That's all you have to do. And everybody wants to do more than that, and that's what's the cause of the fuck up. And everybody needs to own things. No, you fucking don't. You really don't. You don't even need to have clothes. But if you do, you only really need like a couple sets of clothes. All this other shit that we think is necessary is literally just ramming our ego into reality and then fucking bending it over and beating the shit out of it and then saying we're going to get blessed for it. It's fucking fake and gay. It's not true. There's no difference between us and orangutans except we have this fucking ego and we've been conditioned that way.
Yeah.
We should just be chilling and eating fruit and fucking and shitting.
We should just chilling and partying.
Yeah.
One of my favorite memes is it's like Ninja Turtles. It was a shot from a Ninja Turtle episode that was cartoon, and it was just like everybody was fighting, and like Donatello was just like, we should all be partying, you guys. Like, what the fuck?
You want to know what's really fucked up? Is you know what really enables all the evil? Language, bro. Language.
Yeah, it's all racist.
Oh,
hey, like I said, it's Jones Plantation
think about
shit.
it. If we couldn't speak, if we were incapable of speech, we wouldn't be able to fucking convince somebody of Nazism or any kind of bullshit religion.
But think about the telepathic theory, like
it's better if you have. It's better because
subduing our capabilities of telepathy.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, this being who confounded speech is the fucking liar.
Changing your perception via words.
Yeah. If your religion or your belief, anything you believe is contingent upon language to express it, it's not eternally, permanently true. Like it's just something that you've like agreed with or like makes sense. But basically, yeah, if you can not think in words, or you can suspend that. I don't know, man. Like I'm gonna be going into it, like making a whole presentation, possibly a website called "Escaping the Eschaton." That means there is no fucking end times, but what we make. So stop making it. Stop being a little faggot C creator. Fuck Logan Hart. Fuck Will Keller. Fuck Mark Passio's idea of being little C creators. A creator is a devil. That's what you are. You're not supposed to create goddamn thing. You're supposed to live here. You're supposed to live here and appreciate it and not be some kind of fucking owner.
You own yourself, right?
Yeah, that's it. Kind of, even, it's like, yeah. But basically, like, stop trying to have stuff and things and just fucking shut the fuck up. Forget how to speak, even. Like,
but I want a big house.
If there's a home, imagine this. If there's a homeless man and he refuses to give his name and he refuses to speak, they will like torture this guy to death. There's nothing you can do more effective on the face of the earth than refusing to speak. If you take a vow of silence, you're more likely to get killed than anybody on the planet, including a serial killer.
You have to have an ID, so we can ID you.
I'm sorry, Jeff, you're muted.
Is this your brother from San Diego? Your twin brother from San Diego? Have you ever seen this video? I saw it the other day.
No, he's playing a fucking Eddie Van Halen, Ernie Ball Music Man. Now I can see that.
Hold on one sec. Have you not seen this before?
Okay.
No, never. That's awesome. Let's see it.
Have you ever seen this guy's speech?
Never.
Oh,
never seen his face until today.
So this was back in COVID times. This dude went into his San Diego's city council meeting.
That's where I lived in California.
Let's go. Here we go.
That's the wind. That's the wind of time. That's the wind of history. That's the wind blowing through your ancestors' bones, begging you to do the right thing.
Sir, can you please
that is the wind that Matt Baker is calling upon.
Sir, please say your name.
From Ocean Beach.
Smoke some OG Kush on that beat.
The wind that is blowing through the black people, through the white people, through the Chinese people, through the Mexican Americans, to the people that built this building with their bare hands to raise up this nation. They are begging you, and they are blowing through your veins, and they should be putting a tingle up the spine of your back, and they should be begging you to do the right thing. You're about to open a pit of hell. You do not get a vaccine passport put on us. You know, as the population who's in control, you know that the people or the politicians, once you get a power, you will never relinquish it. Do you think that the 4 feet of marble that holds you above high in this chamber will help you from the fate of humanity which you are unleashing? No! It won't! Your children and your children's children will be subjugated! They will be asked, how many vaccines have you had? Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Is there want to talk about the Nuremberg Code? Well, I brought you a copy. You were all in violation of Section 1. Yes, you, Dr. Wutan. You are in violation of the Nuremberg Code, which is international law. And the definition is...
Sir, your time has expired.
Say natural law.
Classic. Such a
That was dope.
classic. Yeah. Nope. Copyright. Yeah, that video, that dude fucking spit some fire.
Yeah.
All the ladies in the back room all no when he stopped was so sick. It was like perfect. But yeah, sick ass metal version.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just say no to everything.
Yeah.
Literally.
No, the most powerful word.
Say no.
Right?
Dude, if people aren't threatening to kill you, you're fucking up.
Yep. We've gotten
It just goes to show how fucked up people are. The way the world is right now.
You shouldn't even want to be a person, to be honest. Like, mankind is something to be surpassed.
Jerry said she was going to kill us. Derek Bartolicelli said, on site, I'm getting my ass beat. What was his name? St. John said he's going to beat my ass and wants to fight me. I begged him to talk to me about why he's mad at me, but he doesn't want to. He just wants to fight me. Who else? Boza threatened Vivek. It's like, what
about?
How comfortable do you have to be in a situation like that to be able to just make death threats while you're a part of an organization and not worry about
somebody threatened Vivek?
Huh?
So what about somebody said something about
Boza threatened Vivek?
Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I mean, he's right about the whole fucking like Passio virtue signaling being fake.
Yeah, definitely.
And Mark
you
is
see that most people can see
funding
that.
From
that's why so many people have a weird reaction to Mark, because it's like, whoa, dude. You know,
everybody knows somebody rich, though. You know.
He doesn't care that he looks egoic at times, and that hurts things.
Yeah, like Nemo said when Passio says something like I've done my shredder work, other people pick up on that. And
then they try to act like that. Yeah, Jerry shat out some content, so now she's untouchable. And then Mark Steelman's that bullshit by putting her stupid cult face in his studio. You know.
Yeah, we have to.
Don't even care what people say. That's what I'm saying. If you didn't know English and you didn't know any language on the planet, you would just judge people by their actions. You know.
You need to make a wallpaper of that, so it looks more realistic.
So it was funny. I forgot. We got to watch this. I forgot. They go into a complete rant about us in this video. I totally forgot about that. Like, what was this that I wanted to see? And it was funny because it was the same thing that Derek said the other day. They're like, fuck you and your fucking shadow work all the time.
Fuck
like,
shit.
All these guys, like, bro, you're talking shit about me because I recommend people do shadow work and you're a part of this network. Like, it's just so baffling.
Yeah. We're born alone, we die alone, and like we have to do our shadow work alone, and we have to experience our karma alone. We're just happen to be around other people.
This is the first time I've ever seen Logan talk about us. Well, no. The original video that Braxton went to the show to Will Keller, Logan Hart show, and asked them how to ethically kill it, or how to kill
how do you ethically kill an animal
or something like that. Asked them some question. That's when they flamed him. Jeff, he was like, the only thing he said was, "Oh, he's from Jeffrey Phillips's show." But then this was the first time where I've seen him like cry about me, like cry about us all. Ew, all these people that are always talking about shadow work are just projecting. Like, bro, this is such like easy. I don't know. It's just funny to see people show that, like, show so much on their shoulder, like on their shit, how much this affects them. Because if it didn't affect them, they wouldn't say anything that I could pick up on of them talking about me. But so far, almost every episode of every podcast, even the Chris Nelson show, like talking about shit we're talking about and having opinions about what we're doing, but these guys are crying. They can't even get through one of their presentations without bringing up, both of them several times, bringing up little things that they're irritated with. Instead of like Mark, just, the freedom movement. Now, or just complaining about the freedom movement. Now we're the freedom movement. We're the guys they're complaining about. Instead of this blank crowd of people that they're complaining about, now they have people specifically. So they're getting a lot more detailed about these complaints about the people in the network, because it's mostly stuff we're calling them out on. And
you know why Chris is on the network, right? Because so he doesn't join up with real people like us.
No, Chris is one of the only G's up there that
That's why they keep him there. They don't give a shit about Chris. They'll never make Chris any money.
I'm up there. I'm in his chat all the time. Like, where the fuck is network?
No, his people don't care about him. They keep him there so that he doesn't go off and do his own thing.
Yeah.
He's the only smart person on there.
They're like, oh, fuck him. We're not going to support him. He's actually staying consistent and putting out, like, poor guy. And he's got a kid, too.
He's the only one that, like, they're the only people that gave him a platform, basically, but they don't even fucking respect him.
He's redone his slides several times and re-presented them, and he's got like a toddler running around, and these dipshits are trying to scam everyone, like these other dipshits are trying to scam everyone.
He's a token good person.
They won't even go on his podcast or go in his chat and say hi, like, at all.
Chris Nelson is the token good person of the network, basically.
Yeah.
Like, smart person.
And you know what? He's always had very balanced opinions about, like, calling people out and stuff like that. He hasn't fallen into the whole defend the whole primal fucking tribal defense mechanism. He didn't fall into that. So it seems like he's probably one of the few other good people up there. I don't have a problem with him at all.
I wish he would realize that his content is only being used to give moral legitimacy to the pyramid schemes.
He doesn't like you, and you're truthful.
Yeah, but I feel bad for trolling his page or his live sometimes.
I'm saying, he doesn't like you, but you're still truthful about it.
But he doesn't like me for a reason, because I trolled this show.
Yeah.
But it was really because of his guests.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So if he watches this, I apologize to Chris.
I just wish he'd turn up his level so we can hear him better.
Yeah.
So hard to hear.
But yeah, they're just using him, dude. They don't give a shit about him, and they don't. Once he says something very smart and
actually doing great work,
he says something really logical and smart, and then they follow it up with a fucking schizo word salad.
Yeah.
You know, about some fucking.
Open there on the
Oh,
channel.
right? I have no shirt on. Like bullshit. You know, they're just using his show. It's
pretty
his
whack.
low
It's
voice.
just fucking whack.
Yeah, they use the fact that Chris has a low voice to shout over him, just like ape shit.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Vivek's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Yeah. Yeah.
It's creepy.
Joker, like the Joker.
I
Oh,
gotta
like
give myself a soundboard.
when he died at the end. That's what Joker had a recording on it when he died at the end to have the last laugh. And it was just a laugh over and over again. And this is the exact laugh that you.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
Wow.
Is it a glitch or what is going on?
Oh, I love when Vivek gets confused about what's going on the show. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but when we start talking about these guys like Logan, all that, it's like we have like unrealistic expectations from them, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
No,
It's
that's the
crazy.
thing. Like I thought before I knew who was on the network, I was like, damn, I bet there's some fucking G's on Mark's network. And I look up there and it's all these dipshits I've known for years that are like trash people.
They don't
They're
give a
like
fuck.
Logan
They're
Hart,
handpicked because
you know?
of their immorality.
Logan Hart, the poop guy who, as far as I remember, was defending a pedophile back in the day, you know, and I know
Yeah.
that
They're hand selected.
and shit.
Yeah. They're like, they have to prove themselves to be immoral scumbags, or Mark's not going to let them on.
It must be, or like we were saying with Vivek, he could be just filling the network full of people, narcissists that we need to like look out for. Like we learned something from it, but I don't even think it's like that. He's not playing chess like that.
Manny's funding it though, and I think he's like, I don't know, man. There's like
old Manny. I'm all
seriously strange when someone from another country in a tax haven with offshore bank accounts is sending $1 million to somebody.
Bro, I told him, I'm all, bro, you funded the scam they're pulling on everyone. And he's like, no. He's all, they're not.
Or he could have been conned. He could have been conned by their wizardry because he has crypto money.
I think
if somebody gives me $250 million, I will never show my face again. I will just go live on mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. It's really weird.
Yeah, the issue with these people is these people are actually sick. Believe it or not, these people are sick.
Well, if you want
to,
if you're into eating poop, you're sick. Sorry, that's like a pretty obvious.
Yeah, consent or not, it's fucked up. It's not right.
But I still can't believe that's true. But I mean,
3 of his ex-girlfriends showed receipts, I think, right?
Logan Hart.
Really
the other bullshit guy.
He's the network.
The other bullshit Logan.
When I saw he was on the network, I was all, isn't that the poop guy? Why would Mark put the poop guy on the network?
Jana loves him, bro. Do you think they gave her some poop money for this?
She does love him.
Do you think there's some poop money involved, or maybe a poop video?
If I was Noah, I'd be like, what the fuck? But they might have some.
Dude, they might have did like a poopy gate situation where they had some poop money and some bribery. I'm just saying, bro. Somebody does
that he knows for a fact that Logan Hart eats poop. He said
some brown mail, like not black mail, brown mail.
Fact. So I don't know. They must know something we don't, because I've just heard it in the grapevine. They know for a fact.
The Thelemites, though, look at how the Thelemites get down, bro.
That's why it's like, whoa, are we dealing with a real deal Thelemite, like real deal Crowleyites?
Yes.
All the weird bodily function shit.
Yeah.
fucking scary. That's like a real Satan worshiper.
Yes.
You know, like yikes.
Something
like even like real Satan worshipers, there aren't that many of them that actually like worship the
like Pazuzu type shit.
Yeah, there's not that many, but that's like that. That's close.
Yeah.
And like, where'd he learn that from?
Why do they want to eat it?
Wizard
Why
guy,
do they
that
want to
wizard
eat it?
guy he went off to. I know. A lot of people talk shit about the guy that he went to go like be like taught by some guy, some gay hippie guy in the forest.
So these people, they'll laugh at these. They make these people as a joke, and they don't catch the irony there. Like when somebody says such things, I don't think there will be any actual benefit from all these things. Let's say if somebody is into all this stuff that they cannot get from any food, nutrient, or something else.
Oh, right. It's not that. It's about actually the opposite of having no conscience and no.
Disgusting.
It's full debasement to make room for psychopathic behavior, to cremate their care, to eat their care in the form of shit, basically.
Like Aghoris.
Yeah, exactly. Left-hand path stuff. Yeah.
Yikes.
I'm totally ignorant about this.
Yeah. And
Aghoris at least Aghoris, they do it themselves. They don't involve other people, so they have their still there.
Right.
These
I
people,
know
what
that
the hell?
gorillas eat shit, their own shit, but
They do.
That's like if they're having stomach problems and they want to like a natural thing.
Well, no, like more like Grigori Rasputin, or basically to what is it called, antinomianism, to invert morality so as to not be averted by anything. If you find nothing disgusting,
You mean like equivalentics?
Yeah, exactly. Inverting morality to say, like, if eating a piece of a dead body they found in a cemetery doesn't bother them, then like they believe to have transcended.
They believe that everything is from the God, good and bad. That's their philosophy, actually.
Which, in a way, is like, okay, yeah, but
yeah, so God created you does not mean that you should devour everything, you should eat everything. There exist all sorts of things. Poison exists. Will you eat poison? No.
Right.
So
that's what the Thelemites do. They like take advantage of this thing, and they may attract attention of some astral beings that can, give them the idea that they've been empowered, but it will consume them, like it did Crowley.
So with Logan, is this a Thelemite thing or is this just a porn issue? Because he's been on porn before.
Oh, dude! If you search Sethicus Boza and Logan Hart, do this.
It's our video and then a porn,
a gay porn. Yeah.
Porn.
Luckily, I had the safe search on. Like,
why you got gay porn coming up in your search?
No,
thing?
bro, I could have got I was like in public and I had my laptop. I was in public. I had my laptop and I went to Google search and I clicked the videos tab, and then I just put Sethicus Boza and Logan Hart. So their names and the word "and." 3 videos came up. One was an Instagram video, presumably from Logan. Then it was yours, and then it was like thegay.com, and then and I'm just like, are they in the comment section? I didn't click on it to find out.
Yeah.
And luckily, the search was blurred. Otherwise, people around would have been like, what the hell?
Well, at first when we saw it, we saw that we were like the first people on there, and we just focused on that. And the next day, I think she looked at it again. We were both looking at it. We're like, wait, there's gay porn too.
But the dude's a trucker, so what kind of clubs does he stop by, like in the middle of nowhere and shit?
Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah. I don't know. And like trafficking and stuff, and truckers, they kind of go hand in hand.
And these guys are broke.
Dipshit.
No, they're broke drifters trying to do anything to make money.
Ariane, you're funny.
Ariane's doing
Pun
pretty
intended.
The shit hits the fan, man.
Oh, gross. Yikes.
Yeah.
So not a porn thing.
Like,
Well, a porn thing. What is a porn thing? Like,
fucking like Crowley guy, or are we just dealing with a fucking moron who has a typical problem that morons have?
he's both though. Like, because of the whole Wizard Factory thing, and plus like how he deals with people in his life. People have their weird like proclivities.
Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Yeah,
I think that Jamie knows that.
exactly. Animism, bro. It's everything's literally Logan.
Rattlesnake.
Yeah, dude. Like just boop. You know. But
you know that Brandon Martin kid, he's like diehard Thelema, but like you can talk your way out of being a Thelemite, but you can't talk your way out of being a Crowleyite. He's just like right on the edge, and that's what Thelema gives these guys the ability to walk right on the edge of it.
They just say that's not real Thelema. You know, that's what they do. Yeah, if someone else
like, oh well, I'm into Thelema, but I'm not into Crowley. And it's like
they're in dilemma.
If that's the one you're into, then you're into Crowley. Like, come on, bro. That guy died a scumbag. So who
why do they even like Thelema is a stolen word, and they have stolen a lot of things from Hinduism. They twisted them and they created and from Greece, Greek, Greco, Egyptian and Indian stuff. They have stolen these things and they mixed with the weird garbage and inverted, even like pervertized or something.
I didn't know about that until I watched this video like this week about Michael Tessarion. Like he says, like Druids went to Egypt and then back to Ireland from Egypt, and like he's telling all these stories. He's telling all these stories, these freaking narratives. But like, it's right. They just try to make that stuff up to like obscure the fact that they stole the stuff from the East.
Yeah, they have stolen it. And when they talk about these Nordic stuff, I don't think we people see things like that.
Well,
they are common factors, animism.
The Tartarian reset thing, a lot of Tartarian people think that Tartaria used to be Irish, and these are the Aryans, and they're like the real chosen people and all this shit. So that's probably why
real Aryan people are from Iran and India.
Aryan.
Yeah, you are Aryan.
Aryan.
Yeah.
Aryan.
The nobles.
I don't know if it's true or not. I know like some occult, some like I know the Nazis maybe thought that was something behind that, and there were those.
That's it.
Yeah, they stole our ideas. Hitler.
Yeah, the word Aryan is in the Bhagavad Gita, and even before that, the Vedas.
It's a Hindi word.
The swastika.
It's a Hindi word.
Yeah. Yeah.
The swastika is the symbol of prosperity, right? I think.
Good luck.
Yeah. Yes, swasti means auspicious.
Yeah. Something.
Hijacked everything, man.
Yeah.
Shub. I don't know how you say it in English.
Something pure. Purity. Shub.
Shub.
Well,
positive.
The reason why they went so hard on Mr. H is because they needed
Austrian painter
to raise the bar. The United States was such a piece of shit. They needed something to raise the bar to be like, oh well, we aren't as bad as him, So they they took some Soviet propaganda and ran with it in order to have like a bigger boogeyman to look up to take the attention off of what the United States and England.
Talking about Prescott Bush and them.
Maybe extension of it, but I'm talking like just post-war propaganda in order to make a new boogeyman that is way worse than the USA.
Yeah, don't worry about the Rockefellers or anything.
Yeah, no, or any.
They weren't as bad because they didn't have scary uniforms.
I asked ChatGPT that why is this happening, all the stuff. So ChatGPT speaks truth. If you push ChatGPT enough, it will tell you that it's World Economic Forum, Rockefeller, BlackRock.
Wow.
Yeah, exact same things. So
NVIDIA chips, Palantir.
It has. I still have that stuff like text. So it tells exactly how it is.
Didn't he like invent school?
Yeah, and the Macy's Cybernetics conferences too.
Yeah.
With
He's a
Norbert
weird
Wiener.
old dude.
Yeah. There's
He
a
just
lot of
walk around
wieners.
Florida. He just walk around Florida like a fucking homeless guy, and hand money to people, hand money to children. Weird dude.
That ain't right.
Yeah.
You know who hands like that sounds like a kidnapper, dude. Like, you know, you want some candy, you want some money.
He looked like a lizard person, like legit.
Yeah.
Super legit looked like a lizard person.
We also have some people in
check
India.
out a channel called Old World Florida. That channel's pretty fucking rad. A lot of Florida's a weird fucking place, and a lot of weird shit has gone on.
Oh, like those the fortresses and stuff.
Florida man.
Oh, there's all kinds of shit.
Florida man phenomenon. Yeah, type today's date and then Florida man and hit enter in Google.
There's like giant springs coming out of the ground there, but there's they formulated all the old bankers met at this country club. What is it, Jekyll Island? No, not Jekyll Island.
That's one of them. Yeah.
And they formulated the Federal Reserve.
Yep.
There under secrecy. They all like flew in.
Allegedly the Titanic, you know.
Yeah, they often people who
St.
opposed
Augustine's
it.
really cool. They built a lot of buildings out of like the caliche. The ground there is all of this white, almost like coral.
Mhm.
But there's all these Moorish styled buildings made out of this caliche that just look like they're fucking thousands of years old. But all the stories are, all these bankers built them in the 40s. And then we go back to what I was saying earlier about the inheritors. When they reached the country, they couldn't get rid of some of the buildings because they were too immense. They could get rid of all the native villages and all the the shit left over by all the other civilizations that came before us, but they couldn't get rid of like the really old big ass buildings and shit.
Star Fort and all that.
Yeah, the St. Augustine, all the star forts, all the West Coast star forts they got rid of, but there were so many on the East Coast. Anyway, so they had to reintroduce stories to these buildings. So they would attach these buildings to bankers or, like there'd be a guy that was an architect and this dude made 600 buildings in Florida. And it's like, wait a minute, like, hold on here. Once you start digging closer, deeper, you start going like, wait a minute, this just doesn't make sense. Like all the earthquakes and all the fires around the turn of the century, they were all orchestrated to
San Francisco, London, all that.
Dude, they dynamited San Francisco and said it was an earthquake. And they dynamited all the 1,000-year-old buildings because they don't want to.
That's why Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Say that.
No, dude, me and Allie went crazy deep down the San Francisco shit. You
get
go
it.
read all these stories.
Because then you just invent archaeology and anthropology, bro, and then you teach little kids in school, and you say, but Mom and Dad, you said you didn't know how that fort came about, but I'll tell you, my teacher told me in school, and it's mandatory to send you kids to that school because, outcome based.
They're like, oh, that star fort's only 80 years old. Like they built it in World War II, right? Yeah, the star fort that looks fucking 1,000 years old.
The Romans made some type of concrete or something.
They made them all. Oh yeah, there's Edison concrete. So the base of the Statue of Liberty and like 12 of the state capitals are made out of concrete that no one knows where it came from. The formulation, how they made it. It's ingredients, all this stuff. They have no idea where it came from. It's never been used in history, and they call it Edison concrete, and yeah, there's just weird shit going on during the turn of the century in this country. There was likely a lot more stuff here than we know about. The U.S. Geological Survey was sent out when. To basically map out every inch of the whole country and what artifacts are there, what civilization they've been there.
Like Lewis and Clark and all that?
Yeah, and the
with the
Smithsonian.
Girardoni multi-shot repeating air rifle.
Yeah. Smithsonian, of course. Yep. And they decided what relics and what villages, native stuff would stay and what wouldn't. And they just wiped our history wiped the history off the face of the continent and repopulated it with all kinds of orphans from Europe and in the East Coast. All the orphan trains that came out, all the incubator babies, all that shit out. It's all fucking weird. All the mental asylums, giant fucking.
That's the people who like didn't believe in the reset went to the asylums.
Exactly. They were mass repopulation and re-education places, but they blamed it. They were just, people are just crazy. Dude, there weren't that many crazy people back then to fill these cities. And even now, you go in LA, they're still, Hotel California is a insane asylum that's in Camarillo, California, above LA. The Hotel California, that was an insane asylum, and it's one of the ones on this coast that's still around, and it's immense. It's a huge city. And they have their own dairy and slaughterhouse and all this shit.
Dude,
so you agree, Jeff?
There's a Caro Center built around the turn of the century in Michigan, in the Thumb region, where Timothy McVeigh was from. And then in San Diego, you have the Alvarado Parkway Institute in La Mesa.
Yeah, and they were giant, beautiful buildings that had millions of dollars put into them. Nobody knows who built them. Nobody knows anything about them, but they were...
You agree that Americans are weird, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, it's not Americans necessarily. It's just the elites are weird.
Yeah, they're weird.
Weird.
They believe in liberty, not freedom. I've heard somewhere some elite was
if you see that the how to say, the District of Columbia, like the Washington.
Yeah, Coulomb, like the goddess Columbia.
Everything, the buildings and the bird's eye view, everything, crazy.
So why do they use these weird things? Why cannot they use simple logic? Why they have to
mean
make
what
it
you
something
say and
symbolical?
say what you mean.
Yeah, but why do they make it symbolical?
I don't know. Symbolism's gay. I did a whole presentation.
Back in your studio again.
Yeah, symbolism. It's a hypnosis technique, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Symbolism. Yeah, that's it, Jeff. Did you show Vivek this one? Symbolism.
We made this for Boza and Brandon Martin, all these guys. So we're all ordering these necklaces. You got to get one too, Vivek.
Yeah, Temu.
I have to.
They're like $3 on Temu.
You got to make like a little paper wizard hat too, so we like out of a newspaper.
Thor's hammer or what?
My hammers.
What color dragon is Vivek gonna be?
I will be mixed. I don't know.
Mixed.
What color is your shirt? I'll be the maroon
the white dragon. Were you were like wearing some funny.
We can't see Julian or Adrian, so we're gonna call them Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
No, I will be Naga, not dragon.
There you go.
I miss Jules' background with the smoker characters.
Which one?
Jules is from Australia.
Oh
yeah.
I am right on the coast.
Very international show.
Okay. I used to think he was from Jamaica or something.
No, because of the ganja.
Fuck, man. Oh god, Jamaica.
Symbolism. Yeah, symbolism. Like that's the thing. It's like at first I was looking at all the stuff and I'm like, oh, that's neat. And then I watch how people use it and I'm like, I hate symbolism now. These people ruined everything. Like
they made it all gay
because it's a template. That's like templates. Sethicus Boza template. Like they literally just say like every time you see a triangle, you have to think of something. And then like, don't you see how that's like to train people that recognize a pattern? Like every time I ring the bell, you're gonna get thirsty or hungry. And every time you see a triangle like this, you're gonna think vagina. And then when you see a triangle like this, you're going to think male power. All that bullshit, dude. It's all fucking... Because then, like, a cigar is just a cigar. They'll be like, no, bro. Everybody who smokes a cigar is gay. Low key. You know? And they try to fuck with your head, man.
Mark Passio ran with these ideas way too deep, but they are not that deep. Maybe
They're
they have some
not.
impact.
But
They
the
have some impact.
psychosis can be deep when people get
Yeah,
entrained into a pattern, you know what I
yeah.
mean, where they can't get
People
out of
were
it.
after Disney in the older
Yeah.
times. Now nobody talks about Disney because porn they made porn like legal and everybody is watching that. So Disney, that is child's play now. So
I see.
yeah, so these things have some power, maybe a little bit. Maybe they are even jokingly saying these things because
To throw people
artists,
off. Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe.
artists and people with a higher intellect, they usually do these trolling things in their work sometimes. Maybe it was more like that than anything what they have.
Yes, so the dudes in Disney, like a lot of them were trolling, and a lot of them were disgruntled employees.
Actually, I used to like Disney stories. They were very interesting.
Some of them are good movies and stuff. I mean,
No,
it's like
cartoons.
whatever.
I'm specifically talking in terms of cartoons.
Yeah,
Yeah, like DuckTales was very good. I used to like.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I used to like
So
Beauty and the Beast.
You know that there is the hidden city of Atlantis, I think.
Oh,
There
and
is
in
a,
the Little Mermaid.
Aquarius, Atlantis, the cartoon, Disney's
Oh,
cartoon.
you know, I didn't see that one. Yeah,
But
but
they have to
Mermaid.
go escapade, and then they find a lost city of Atlantis.
I think they were interesting. I don't know why people just like attack them that much. Is there any specific reason for that?
there's some
Pedophilia.
things like Walt Disney was a
Pedophilia.
33rd degree Freemason. There's
So what?
some.
If
Well,
something is good, let it come from anywhere.
yeah, that's why. Like, I mean, I'm not all about the boycott Disney thing. I think there were certain things that came
Pedophilia.
out recently and
Newer
certain.
Disney stuff is fucked up. I will
That's what
say
I'm
this.
saying. I have a problem
Yeah.
with the newer stuff, like
Yeah.
when they
Wokeism.
canceled like Gina Carano from Mandalorian because she said her view about like pronouns or something. Like, dude, whatever. She doesn't have to accept people's like whatever
What stands
pronouns.
for LGBT now? Like,
Oh
let's go
yeah, I mean
bomb,
it's all been
let's go
co-opted.
bomb Tel
So
Aviv,
all
something
this
like
thing
that.
is very weird to me. I'm from India and it is here, but it is still foreign. So it is really weird. Like, what is even going on in the world anymore? Why is it even thing like this? Why people are fighting over these things? Why people coercing others and crying that this is natural thing?
Intersectionality, like
Yeah.
it's
So
just
it's
dividing people up into groups and
Chaos.
subgroups.
in India, men, boys, male, they hold hands, and it's not gay. It is
In
not
Turkey
gay.
also.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not gay thing.
When I was in Turkey, my cousins like took me on the head. Like I was like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, it's normal here. Like
Yeah, Lebanon too. Like a lot of places. Yeah.
they
It's
kiss on
not
the
gay, but
cheeks,
Yeah.
yeah. But holding hands is gay. I think it's a humanly thing.
Why you gay?
Yeah.
Is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything should not be so professional.
Come on with the
Why?
Yeah, like what's sexual about like a hand? Like even when you meet somebody, you give them a handshake, but then if you hold it, like,
I don't understand this thing.
that's
So
what do you call that? It's a learned behavior to think it's wrong.
yeah,
I guess.
these things are like bastardized. Like for
Oh,
example,
but it stops people
I
from
was thinking
developing deep relationships.
I was driving a few minutes ago and I was thinking about this specific thing
Mhm.
that people who attack online these things, they talk in terms of these bastardized versions, and then they don't even see that what they are doing to the real thing, real stuff. Like for
Yeah.
example, people say that people who are fighting for against these LGBT communities, do they actually truly care about the real stuff, real people?
No, probably not.
No.
They're probably selfish pricks.
Like for example, these environmental activists, they talk about environment all the time, and it is more about their feelings and emotions. They are whining, moaning than any environment, right? So people talk in those terms a lot. They will cry, they will fight, they will murder, but they're defying the main reason for all these things. So should not if like there's some LGBT community, it is doing harm to actual gay people, should not they back down? That will be more helpful to the community, right?
Yeah, there's like that group, Gays Against Groomers, that like doesn't want people to always throw LGBT stuff into children's activities, and they say
About
like
this dysphoria.
Yeah, just be like, dude, like, well, like my friend has been an activist and against like the whole gender ideology thing, and he says that he has a friend in Canada that's a gay man, and he protests too because he's like, no cross-dressers reading a book to children in a school that like they're like putting sexualized performances in like libraries and schools, and like as a gay man, like that guy that he knows is against that. Because it does harm to it. Yeah, it's like, dude, we're not all weirdos.
You're not
like,
even
we're
in
just
puberty yet. Come on, guy. Like,
Ali actually, on her show, she watched some interviews from a guy that was like that was like calling it was a trans guy that was calling
why aren't they all calling it out, dude?
Well,
yeah.
I
that
think
is, I think, an agenda of
politicized
BlackRock, all that
so
stuff.
much. It's been politicized, and it's
A
been
woman, Pamela Anderson, in a string bikini reading a book to children in the library would be inappropriate, even in the 90s.
Yeah, with Babe Watch. But
Yeah.
I think like the bigger problem is all the teachers that are molesting kids in schools all the fuck over the place.
Dude.
It's a way bigger.
It's a pandemic, actually. Like, they're like 10 times higher than the normal population.
Yeah.
Mental disorder.
But you don't hear about that ever. You don't hear about you don't hear Republicans talking about that shit. They're just talking
Never.
about
because they are mostly into it.
So the trans thing dancing. It's like these dumb teachers, dumb parents. They're like, oh, let's hire someone to come dance for the kids, and like 9 out of 10 times, it's gonna be someone who's gay.
Yeah,
like there's not that many straight dancers out there, especially dancing for children. Like a clown. Like that's a gay thing, dancing. So 9 out of 10 times, you're gonna get a gay dancer, and these people don't think that. And then it's like in front of them and someone takes a picture and then fucking, MAGA bros are talking about this shit for 10 years now. It's like the vegan lady, the skinny vegan lady that died of anorexia, but everyone to this day still brings her up. And it's like, so one lady died 5 years ago and you guys are still talking about it, but there's billions of carnists dying, millions of carnists dying in hospitals every day. You're
right. It gets propagandized for sure.
It's been propaganda. Well, yes, it's not good.
Stephanie, I watched a natural doctor, who actually prescribes people this carnivore diet, and he says that it is better. I can send you the links and everything else. Maybe we are also missing something. It's possible.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What is better? Right?
It's Dr. Baker. It's better to be carnivore and just meat.
No, come on with this shit again.
He's joking.
They have actually the data about it.
It's hard to tell when he's joking.
But even if it is better,
talk about it.
Even if it is better, we kill 8 billion animals every single day. So people should worry about that fact that 8 billion every single day.
It's
animals
trillions,
are being
dude. Can you imagine how many fish are killed? They don't even
So
count.
what if it is better? What if
don't
it's better
count
for me to kill somebody and take their wallet?
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily means I should do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Still, if people still like meat and all stuff, they still have this responsibility to about the animals and other creatures, tree, plants, everything else besides them.
Yeah.
Addiction. It's an addiction.
Or an egocentric life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meat is a fucking flesh, and
it's like psychopathic convenience these days. It's like psychopathic
addiction.
waste and convenience that we have.
Comfort
people
food.
To be able to do all this, especially like broke. To be a carnist broke
It
is
probably prevents us from feeling like remorse for bad shit that we do.
Man.
Of course.
That's
why that's
makes us more sadistic.
Tolstoy, bro. When you eat flesh and blood, it changes the hormones in your body. It puts you in fight or flight mode and makes you more aggressive.
Yep.
That's
Because
not
the animal
necessary these days.
who's dying, when he dies, just before he is into this panic state, and those chemicals they release in the blood and
Cortisol,
flesh.
adrenaline, all this bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean,
So that's fucked up. That's why.
fear.
You should see some of the
frequency
bacon
fear.
in the supermarkets. Some of them say sourced organically.
Yeah, right.
Well, organic
what
still
What does
they
that
are
mean, though?
murdering.
Does it mean it's even worse? Like,
People think
Adrian?
bacon is processed.
No, even if our animal is organic, they are still murdering. The physicality of the animal is still working.
Right, because sometimes like the certain ways they're slaughtered or like treated like are even worse. Yeah, like halal or
it's
kosher.
it's not a right thing. If we want to present ourselves as civilized, murdering animals is not civilized thing to do.
We got a bunch of bodybuilders, Australian bodybuilders in here fucking losing their minds hearing us talk about veganism.
Who told you you have to have 20-inch biceps? That's something you made up, and then you like commit like violence to support it. I don't know.
There's plenty.
I have an idea that I should be rich, so I just rob people now.
There's
Who are
plenty
these
of
trolls?
vegans,
Overrated, man.
bodybuilders, strong men, champion strong men are vegan. The idea that you need to eat a bunch of fucking animals to get buff is bullshit.
You can get buff.
Look at how buff he is right here. He's fucking huge.
Dude, look at elephants. Look at oxen. Look at giraffes, bro. Like every strong animal in the world, you know, for the most part.
I mean, you know, every fucking protein comes from essential amino acids that come from plants through photosynthesis.
I think bodybuilding is very unnatural.
It's not.
Bodybuilding is very
disorder.
unnatural.
It's an eating disorder. It's disordered eating, and it's a false stereotype that the West has invented that you have to be huge to be a man. It's just as bad as all the girls' magazines where they all look like models and everything.
I was gonna say it's just like breast implants. It's just made up bullshit.
And most of the bodybuilding shit is gay. It's a bunch of dudes doing shit for dudes. There's no girls around. They got
the ancient aliens guy used to be a judge at that.
These dudes have simps that follow them around and like it's super gay shit. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just
how
not
Western people use
it's enough.
all these steroids and all this stuff, and
It's
they
an
eat, like,
addiction.
animals. Yeah, that is very diseased way
It's
of
an
living.
imbalance. It's an imbalance.
Yeah, just imagine you are just living for an image, for a reflection. That's bullshit. That's mental disorder. It's like anorexia or something.
And what kind of strength is that? It's not even functional strength. You know, you just go there and
What do you? No, that's what I always ask people. So, what job do you have where you're deadlifting shit all day? Because they're all like, "Oh, I need to be strong to fucking
bodybuilding is transhuman.
They're eating, they're lifting, and they're pooping. And sleeping. That's their lifestyle.
They're dying at 50.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
because the heart can't take it. You know?
Yeah,
that's why.
And they poop like every 4 days.
Yeah, weird.
For
people.
me, calisthenics is enough. That's it. You know, a progressive overload, your body weight training, and
all these hardcore guys are
The
saying,
steak
"Oh,
makes you a beast."
having
Okay,
party
well, be a beast and go fight a tiger barehanded. See
Weightlifting
how
is
that works
okay
out.
as long as it is not about just weightlifting and bodybuilding. It is okay. You can lift weight, but when you do it for an image that I have this big biceps, that's bullshit. Bullshit.
narcissism.
Narcissism.
Yep.
It's
auto. What is it called? It's auto homoerotic. Like they're literally getting off on themselves. It's like peak narcissism.
and some dude.
Jeffrey, if you can contact Sam Vaknin, I will highly suggest you to bring him to your show.
Okay.
But he picks it. He will watch your stuff. Maybe he will pick it, but it will be a very good thing to ask him to join the show. If that's possible.
Yeah, I'm down.
And he come to anybody's show. He does not see that if somebody is rich, poor, good or bad. he can go to people who have less followers also.
Yeah. Peak performance, Jules, is lean. Power to weight ratio.
I made up in my head that I
bodybuilding.
need to be able to bench press 400 pounds. So now I need to do things to make my fantasy become reality. That's
Yeah.
what that is.
That should be your
The
biggest.
iron. Don't be Mickey Mouse. Pump the iron.
Pump it up. Don't bring it down.
Arnold.
Oh boy.
You go to the gym or go home.
Das ist genug für heute. Yeah. It's made up though. You know, people are like, oh, if I eat 3 pounds of beef a day, I can, you know, squat 600 pounds. Who told you you need to do that?
They eat for three people in a day. Like, you know, it's totally consumeristic.
Yeah.
You know. Like,
And it's narcissistic and it's impractical.
Push-ups and dips, man. Like,
Go ahead, go on Indeed.com and look up how many people are hiring somebody to lift 600-pound objects with their hands multiple times a day.
Well, you gotta eat so much to maintain all that shit. That's why I've been big.
4,000 calories a day, man.
Fucking you gotta eat so much to maintain.
If they're doing that, they should be like doing things to help humanity, you know?
Yeah. Like they should have a job that's actually like appropriate to being that big and that actually serves a real good purpose, but there's nothing.
Right.
Yeah, like,
they could be like carrying like
they could be a bouncer. Wow. Security.
Yeah, or like manually building things to like feed their families or something.
Or you know, military. That's like the only use for it. And even then it's like it's still those big dudes are slow as fuck. They don't have cardio. You can't go that.
But also, they're also not always defending. They might just be like blowing up little kids in the Middle East, but you know. Yeah, I mean, but like if they were doing stuff like actually, like, I don't know, you eat 4,000 calories a day, but you're actually Batman stopping bad people from doing stuff like
that. Cool.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think that a couple of years ago there was like, or maybe like last year, there was someone wrote an article in the vegan movement that was saying it was unethical to be a vegan bodybuilder because you're taking so many resources or something like that.
What the
like,
fuck?
It's like the same kind of shit, you know, we're dealing with these guys they're saying that we should kill all the carnivorous animals, you know, but then they're not actually out doing it. So it's like, okay, so you don't actually believe that. You're just saying
it to be edgy.
Yeah. And to get attention on the internet because it's a shocking thing. And I even when I interviewed David Rams, I mentioned it to him and he was like, I've never heard anyone say that. And I was like, and then now Gary's back and he's like shouting it from the rooftop. So it's like, I told you, man.
It might be a PR technique, honestly. Hopefully he's not serious.
When he said it, he had a big smile on his face, but he's been saying this for a long time.
Yeah.
But I think he knew it would like get things going again. And I've seen more people making videos about him, complaining about him than like, oh, Gary's back. Because Gary, he kind of was one of our best dudes back in the early 2000s. He went to Israel and just like destroyed all these carnist Israelis using like yeah, it was like pretty
Gary.
They uploaded a Tikkun Olam operating system and now it's his job to fix the world.
Yeah.
In the image of his
he's very egoic.
Vegan self.
He's a very egoic guy.
Don't eat meat, cheese, milk, and eggs.
That's what it takes to get that popular. You have to be that egoic.
He wants to reverse engineer the Garden of Eden, so they programmed him in Israel, and we're like,
gonna kill all the kitty cats.
The lion will lay down with the lamb, or it'll lay down with the rifle, whatever.
He saved 500 caterpillars from birds. I mean, are you kidding me? Like,
so he starved many birds to death, is what he did. Good job.
What the fuck are you intervening, like meddling with nature? You know, like.
Because he thinks he's God, because he went to Israel and they told him, you're chosen, bro. And now you have to make it so. And he has favored our undertakings and there will be order from chaos. That's exactly their whole fucking teleology game. and literally think that the world is evil. You're born evil. Original sin is evil, and then the Garden of Eden is some fictitious place, and you need to do these things. That's all
Why
it
they pick
is.
garden? Why
It's
did
the
they
fucking
pick this
because the
specific
God of
word?
the Bible is a sadistic liar who like created a mental construct of a Garden of Eden to get people to think that all the bad things on earth are because they're not listening to his laws, so they have to do these things, and this is why Israel thinks that they need to like rule the world and shit. It's like the belief that nature is evil, everything on earth is bullshit. Anything that you can, anything.
That sounds like more and more like Sankhya philosophy to me.
And that's what Judaism is saying. The whole it's all bullshit. To believe that you're born evil because Adam and Eve and the story that never happened, in order to force people out of fear to murder and terraform the world in the image of some invisible God that if you build a statue of it, they have to kill you. Like, it's completely made up, and it gets you to hate everything on the earth unless you can control it.
Yeah.
Like
Analyze this
George Carlin.
comment real quick. Let's analyze this comment. So these vegans kill more animals than steak eaters. Billions of insects killed for the soy lovers. So first he says animals, then it switches to bugs. So only 2% of the beef on the planet is grass-fed. The rest is fed hay, alfalfa, corn, soy, and wheat. And those are all plants that are monocropped, bro. So taking this, what is it? What's the guy's name? Uncle, what's his name? Who had all these?
Uncle Ben?
No, the guitar player. The fucking Hunter guitar player. What's his name? Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent.
Bullshit,
Uncle Ted. Fred Bear, though.
Ted Nugent was the psyop that got all these carnists talking about crop deaths, and they don't understand that he was
How can he say that we are killing more? Maybe we are killing equal to them, but we are not killing the animals, at least.
Yeah. Exactly. They don't understand that.
Because bugs.
They think that we're the only ones growing.
Avoid killing.
Yeah, we're the only ones growing anything when they're growing the biggest monocrops on the planet to feed cattle.
In Buddhism and Hinduism, it is a sin to kill even an insect.
Yeah,
even an insect
with intention, correct?
Yeah, and you should not. Yeah, that is violence. Actually,
what
violence
about
is bad.
unintentional death?
Unintentional things can happen. We cannot just like if we exist in this world, so we also have to have some agency to function at least. Otherwise, we are doing the disservice to ourselves. We cannot put our feet on our head and walk. Yeah. So we are doing this much, so we have to do all more and more and more. What you are? I mean, these people, they are not even putting effort. So we are at least putting effort. So we have to become your idealized version. No, we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
They try to guilt trip people. Actually, what they do.
No, that's what's funny is the carnists always get mad at us for our unintentional death, and not for the fact that we don't.
Because they know that that's how we are going to give them some reaction that they can use it.
Yeah.
So, Spudley, if you look up veganism, it is about animals, not insects. Vegans care about sentience, and in insects. Sure, most vegans won't even kill bugs either, but the definition of veganism is about animals, and or some of us take it to all sentient beings. But the definition has nothing to do with bugs.
Like if there's no reason to kill a tree, why would you kill a tree? You know, there's no reason. If there's a bush or a tree or an insect, and like if there's a spider crawling across my desk, I can just put a piece of paper, wait till the spider crawls on it, and let's just throw it out the door.
Guy, he's an idiot.
Yeah. So this
bad faith arguments, bullshit,
rights,
rhetorical
plant
nonsense.
Rights activist we have here, someone who's out in the streets doing plant rights activism, thinks that killing animals is the same as killing a plant.
If we didn't have to kill plants to eat, we wouldn't necessarily do it. Would
Not
you?
at all.
If you
They're
could just
beautiful.
sit outside and get sunlight, would you
It's
eat
not the
anything?
same.
Hate
It's not the
cut
same, first of all.
plants.
You
Cut
don't
Right.
feed into
It's
their
not the same.
fantastic play. It is not the same to kill a plant, first of all. Secondly, if you are an animal, you have feelings, emotions, you fear, you get scared and all
just
stuff.
like us.
Yep.
Yeah, so you should have compassion toward other living beings. Now you are not even taking that account, and you want us to not even eat. What? You still are going to kill and murder those
Right.
animals, and you want us to feel guilty about doing the right thing?
Yeah.
Or do you?
Sure.
Yeah. So what's wrong with these people?
Yeah. They have to defend their position because that's what they're carnists, so they have to defend carnism. But they don't.
They do it out of their narcissism. Trust me, they don't. I mean, a lot of people who argue all these things, they don't do it for nobody is eating so much meat every single day, all the time. So they do it out of trolling, out of narcissism, out of narcissistic injury that they get, or out of something that they already believe. And you said a different version of that.
Yeah,
That's true.
So
Like,
Google-
for example, I have a family member who's a carnist married to a vegan wife,
Wow.
and it's like
That's weird.
he never like makes fun of her, or like why would he say it's bad for her not to want to eat an animal?
Yeah.
So like he never
Google-
criticizes.
Google E right here. So yes, it's a living organism. And
So apple is also a living organism, but apple fall when it ripes.
Yes.
Then you can eat it. So is it same still?
Yeah. And so cattle eat more plants than humans do. We have to feed.
Yeah, but we don't have to defend with their stupid logic. We don't have to fall for their whole narrative. That's the thing that they try to drag us into their delusion.
Exactly.
I'd like to bum them out by giving them a response that is.
Oh, Jeffrey, you're saying that they're killing more things by perpetuating. That's
It's
funny.
a utilitarian argument. You know?
Yeah.
Like
Vegan kill the least amount of plants.
Veganism is not about that. But
right.
Yeah, okay.
In their heads, we kill tons of plants because that's all we eat. But they don't
every
realize how
cheeseburger
many
is like 2,000.
If we are not going to pick the vegetables that we are going to eat, they will dry up. They will still die. If these people actually know how plants work, they create a fruit so that the fruit can be eaten by animals, literally.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And if you poop on the ground, the plants actually still grow from the poop.
Yes, from your shit.
Because it catalyzes it with the enzymes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, for example, there are these flowers. They bloom so that honeybee or something, they pollinate them. So, yeah, they sacrifice. Plants are more wiser than even humans, if you talk in those terms.
That's why it's not
and they
good to
allow
cook,
us, they have this mechanism, they allow us to eat them. Can these people imagine that? What is the purpose? Yeah. What is the purpose of a food?
us? They are farming
If we did not eat all these things, let's say for a year, they will still die. But animals, if you don't murder them, they will not die. So that's the difference.
Annuals, yeah.
Yeah, these
That's a
comments
good
are
point.
great. So he's resorted to just saying bacon
words.
Pizza,
Two
bacon.
words salad.
He's here to get a trigger reaction from you.
It's a plant-free word salad.
It's a vegan's best friend. So we already went over the fact that cows and pigs and all that stuff eat more plants than humans do. Alfalfa is all seriously GMOs, tons of pesticides in growing alfalfa for your plant-based, your grass-fed beef. There's nothing a part of meat eating that doesn't have Monsanto's name on it. That's complete nonsense. All the corn is GMO. Everything is GMO that your cows eat. So
veganism created Monsanto. What is he trying to say here?
He's saying that vegans are all about Monsanto because
I'm from India. I'm from India.
Nothing but processed food.
I'm from India. We don't have any Monsanto here.
Yeah,
we don't have any Monsanto.
Thank God, dude. They're trying to get everywhere.
Wasn't it? Monsanto.
Yeah, but still,
Or-
the thing is, like in
Iron
India,
and
we have
Monsanto,
all
yeah.
this history of vegetarianism, if not veganism. So there was no Monsanto there. It
Right.
was not trying to coerce us.
Yep.
Right.
That's why you guys
Monsanto,
can't let
you
them
need-
in
you
your
need
country.
poison
Make
ivy.
sure you don't let any fucking foreign countries or companies buy farmland, because
Soy boy. No, we don't eat soy.
they'll try to sneak that shit in. Which one was it? Was it
And
what
soy is
country
fed
was
for
it?
cattle.
They
Spadley
caused
is
a
going
famine.
to cry. Spadley is going to go to his mommy and he's going to cry now
No.
that he got
Soy
bullied.
exists as a feed crop. It's only ever been a feed crop. The only reason we have soy is for the meat and dairy industry. So you guys, the funny part is soy is a phytoestrogen, which is a plant estrogen. It's not super bioavailable to humans, but the hormones in meat and dairy is mammalian estrogen, which is super bioavailable to humans. So actually, you're the soy boy, Spudley.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then,
they
like,
are
also in
very
China and Southeast Asia,
Pregnant-
they
the
had
pregnant
soy, but,
cow-
like, it wasn't GMO.
Oh,
What
He's
do
a
you
typical.
call a
He's a typical
what do you
troll.
call a horny enzyme?
Just trolling. Yeah.
What do you call a horny enzyme?
I don't
What?
know.
Hormone.
A hormone. Very good, Ariane. Where's
It's
your
fun.
where's your
That's funny.
where's your hydrogen gun?
It's cheesy.
Where's your hydrogen gun?
I threw it away.
Oh, what
It
the
was
hell?
a cheap
That's your best
vacuum
prop.
cleaner.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man. It's trolls, man. See, that's the thing, man. You got to find out if people are actually trying to learn before you even go into the whole.
Yeah.
Trying to understand. Like even Curtis, he just reacted. Didn't even listen what I was talking to him. Like nothing. Like I don't know if he was drunk or not. Or I don't know, but
I think these
I
people
don't like
are.
that guy.
I don't know.
like
I
that.
can't assume because I've talked to him about it myself, and he was like, "Well, I just don't get it." And I'm like, "Well, it's not." I think it comes down to there is no. Go ahead and point to morality in nature. Like it's a viewpoint.
See, let me talk in these terms of morality and ethics and everything else. The issue is people think that we have to mimic something that is idealized. No, that is not we are doing here. We should learn with our life process. It's a part of growing up. Morality is a part of growing up. Having a sense of other people's existence and respecting them is a part of growing up. It is your benefit. If you live like that, it is not our benefit. We are not trying to preach anybody anything. We are just telling this is like we are not even advocating it. But this is the part of like growing up. You cannot just kill others, destroy everything else beside you. That is mental disorder. People, they don't understand this thing, that coexisting is the healthy thing. It is the right thing. Respecting the environment, the nature is not something bad. So these people have twisted egos. They make it about their ego because they are solipsistic people. It is not about your ego, idiots. It's not about your false ego. The reality is, if you want to have a proper, profound experience of life, you have to like grow up, understand other people's existence, and respect that. Animals, plants, environment, whatever the hell. Otherwise, you are just a wild beast. Wild beast is living just in his madness, in their madness. That's not proper way of living. So it is not our responsibility per se. It is not our some sort of trade or something. We are also similar, exact same people like any other person, right?
Right.
But we are more mature. We are acknowledging this part that yeah, this thing is the right way. So that is not actually a bad thing. That is a proper thing.
Humans are capable of, well, actually, I wouldn't even say capable. Humans are cursed with the responsibility of knowing right from wrong, because it's a responsibility. Like, in other words, animals don't have to worry.
What is wrong in taking responsibility that
there's
can
nothing
make your life
wrong
better,
with it, but
somebody
what I'm
else's life
saying
better?
is humans have humans have the ability to do evil. Animals do not have the ability to do evil.
Evil is let's
It's a
not get into good
concept.
and
It's a
evil also.
concept. But what I'm saying
These
is,
things are not
if
even about
somebody
good and
wants to
evil.
be an
When you see
animal,
something as good or something other thing as evil, you are still idolizing.
yes,
If you
it is.
exist,
It is
if they
moralizing.
exist a carnivore, and
Okay,
he
but
says that
why
this
does
thing is
Buddha
good.
Dharma work? What
No,
is
he's
Buddhism?
saying,
What is karma?
yeah, I will tell you in a way. Let me explain this thing. So he's saying that this is right thing. So if I go to his house and I start to eat him, it should still be right thing, right? Then
Right.
he will say that this is wrong. I should call police. Why are you calling police? It is your philosophy, right? So these
Right.
people, they don't ever see these things.
Right.
I'm not. What were you saying, Darren?
Yeah, I'm saying yes, morality is man-made because it's made by humans for humans about humans. Like it
It's
is a
an agreement.
construct
That's
in a
what I
way.
said. It's an
Yeah.
agreement. When you're mature enough, when you have learned enough, when you are grown up enough, you start to acknowledge
Right.
certain aspects of life or importance of stuff that are
Yeah.
not just about your ego. So then we come to a compromise or a common ground. Like this is the right thing.
Okay, what
That is
about
what morality is.
I guess it comes down to obviously there is a better way and inferior way to do things when it comes to
Yeah, they can
the
be
outcome of cause and effect. What is whatever you want to call it, skillful. Like if you have a
skillful
choice
and
of not
unskillful.
killing something
Yeah.
and you choose to kill something anyway because you just think it's fun, you're fucked up and you're gonna get karma for it. So as a human, you can do whatever you want. You can kill as many animals as you want, but should you? No. And then someone will try to ask me why shouldn't I, and I'm like, I can't explain that. You have to guess. You have to get to a
Because
level.
you will not want it like somebody else to come to your house and do this to your family member or you.
But
If you agree to this much stuff, if you agree to
I
this much stuff,
understand it, but the people who argue with it, they say,
yeah,
well, fish kill other smaller fish all the time, so why can't I go fishing? It's just a circle of life type of bullshit idea. Like people have to argue. Like it takes a person willingly to argue with you against this
if
idea.
fish
That
kill
means they've
fish, that's
chosen
okay.
to argue
It
on
is
behalf of
okay
killing.
because that is the ecosystem. Are you a fish? When
No.
you're saying fish kill fish, so are you a
Right.
fish? So why
So
are you talking in terms of fish?
right.
I mean, I'm
So
talking
here's
about those people, not you.
right. So that's what I'm saying. I've tried to explain this to people and they just say, well, everything
They do it because they
They're,
don't want to accept the fact that they are wrong.
yeah.
they're not going to change their mind in front
And
of
we
you.
can't stop them unless we because then what am I going to do? Go hunting hunters? I'm the natural law police now, and that's what Mark's movement has
Redneck movement.
kind of devolved into. Where okay, you say government's wrong, but you can't cope with the fact that people are still going to do wrong things, even if you broadcast this message to everyone on the
Government is
planet.
trying to behave like mirror people. They are corruption as well, but what they started in the beginning when all these madness started, they were just trying to show people that this is wrong, and they just stressed it too much, and this thing became toxic and very fucked up
Like
in the beginning.
legalism and manipulating like laws and statutes, it's become. Before it was like principles, like ideas, like hey, you shouldn't steal, and then they came up with all these like very
Right now it
specific.
is power, it is control. People who have more power and more these toys, they will run whatever the fuck they want to run, and they say it like that. They say it like
But
that
also, non-intervention can be dangerous too. Like if you do have let's just say serial killers running around, somebody's got to stop them.
intervene.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to intervene, but do it in a way that it yields some results. A lot of people even the law in today's time, the courts and all stuff, they intervene, but they are missing the
Example,
point. They're missing the point.
example, the president of El Salvador, he locked up 1,000 of gang members, right?
Mhm.
And do you think that he like solved the issue?
No.
No.
But he got praised by it, by the
Yeah.
scared people. So the ecosystem, the whole thing, a lot of people say that these people are innocent and all stuff. Everybody is partaking. Sometimes if you are like something that Mark Passio says very angrily, he's not wrong there. When you are denying, when you are closing your eyes, something is happening, that is also wrong. But it should be in a healthy way. People make it about argument, fight, all sorts of fist fights and also.
There was one old show that I listened when I started listening to his shows from number one. It was a prison guard who called.
Okay.
And he asked him like, what do you think about like my job? Like I have in any moment I can use a lethal force, right? And he says something, not an answer to that question directly, but he says, all those prisons are just bandages, like not in those words, but like bandages for the like it's
not
like a
cure.
symptom that all those prisoners should be released and bring back to the neighborhoods which created them, right?
Yeah.
So
I had an argument with Boza.
Let them suffer. Let the neighborhood suffer because they created it, right? So
that is wrong. In Buddhism, Buddhist. I see myself as Buddhist, but I'm not a monk. But in Buddhism, whatever you marinate yourself with becomes you. So if you are making somebody suffer, that is part of your environment. If you're allowing these things in the environment to persist like that, they will devour you at some point as well.
That's what I said. Like how I understood his comment was like, they created them, and we are trying to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The environment where they grew up made this psychopath with this gangster, whatever, right?
Buddhism is actually very deep. People don't understand. Buddha has said everything already. People did not understand because they made it about new agey, this and that. If people look into Buddhism with objectivity, but with you cannot be hypocrite. A lot of people are hypocrite about all these things, and most of the people who come across these things, they use these things as a narcissistic supply to run something or to glorify themselves, right? But in Buddhism, these things are already covered. We have covered these things already. When you talk about certain things from Western point of view, I see these things from Eastern point of view. The same things were told thousands of years ago. People don't want to accept these things. When I say Buddhism, they think I'm talking about religion. No. What the hell are they doing in the name of Buddhism? Look, that is not wrong. That is a good thing. That is scientific thing. So all these things are interconnected. As long as you have certain emotions, feelings, thoughts process, unprocessed, unwholesome things, they will reflect in your behavior, atmosphere, environment, people around you, in your workplaces, with your relationships, everywhere else. They morph like that. So that's why you do things properly. Yeah, that much is like the truth. That is the truth.
Yeah, we can't actually have an unrealistic view of reality because a lot of the dissatisfaction comes from we have an idealized version of what life should be like on Earth, and then we try to force reality to conform with it. But that doesn't work. But it can cause immense suffering for ourselves and others psychologically and physically. Think about it. Yeah, expectations and just unmet expectations. I was born in the world. I don't like it. I'm going to make everybody else suffer now. Like, that's what happens, whether you're Stalin or, you're a guy just flipping people off and screaming in traffic. a lot of expectations unmet. Maybe that's Gary Yourofsky's
more
problem.
efforts in doing fucked up things than you actually need less efforts to do right things than do fucked up
less.
things.
I like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I know. I know. Doing too much is the problem. Yeah. If you do nothing, you can't do something wrong. Like
Do something.
people
Nothing,
doing
you cannot do nothing also, but do things that are useful. Like if you're lacking something in your life and you are angry about it and you are blaming everybody, government, this and that, so why don't you put your energy to create something for yourself? That much is enough. You don't have to do all these things, other things, right?
right.
If you want
Yeah.
to like get in better health or you want to live a better life, you just have to do that thing, and that much is enough. But people don't understand.
Just stop talking about it and be about it, right?
Well, it's a
No,
process.
just
Like,
do it.
not-
Don't
do it.
don't talk. It does not matter. Just do the things.
Yeah.
The right thing, the right way, and that's all.
Make
That's all.
goals.
You don't have to do all these debates either. You don't have to do anything. When you're doing things that are required, you can study those things. We have a lot of resources right now, from chat GPT to books to everything else. So you just need to learn them and do them. That much is enough. If you cannot do certain things, so what happens is that, like, narcissism gets triggered because they learn things they have this maladaptive way of learning. So they get into this defense mode before they actually get to the knowledge or understanding of these things. That's the issue. Yeah. Is Jeffrey? Is it too late
It
there?
froze a little bit, and then he's muted. But check your mic.
Me?
Yeah. Now you're good.
30 here a.m. So
What? 3:30? 6:30?
Whoa. So late.
8:30. 8.
Wow.
It is
It's
like
in the morning.
almost 12 to me in the noon.
Yeah. We should wrap it up.
Yeah, it's 2:25 a.m. here.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
So we have like Las Vegas, India, Serbia. Which part are you, Darren?
Detroit.
Detroit.
California, and then Australia.
Okay.
Take him to Detroit.
And then usually we have a Canadian, but she's gone.
Yeah.
No, actually, let him talk as well. Curtis, he has a lot of good points also to make. Trust me, I've watched his video. He's intelligent person. He's not some dumbass or something. So I think I like, even though I have fought with Curtis very badly, but he still has a lot of good things to say.
You've seen our shows together, like Jeff. Even like we have a great time. I just like, dude. The way I look at it is like it's not
When
a
he's
thing.
trying to butt heads with me, you guys are fine, but he can't not butt heads with me. So it's like, all right, this is
Let him have his way one time. Let him say whatever the fuck he want to say. From that point onward, he will be more susceptible to other people's point as well.
butt hurt. 'cause
I think
first-
that was his complaint is that he didn't get to, I guess, say what he wanted to say. But I mean,
he dominated the conversation for like 40 minutes straight, and like, you know, like he's just he doesn't know when to just like shut up and let someone do their podcast.
yeah, I was actually away from my like phone and computer.
And he did like 4 shameless plugs for you guys' show in like 5 minutes. Like, yeah, I get it. It's called New Age Dumpster Dive. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
On Rumble and BitChute.
New Age Dumpster Dive with Darren. Yeah, we know you got a show. But no, you guys are funny over there.
We enjoy it. We might do one tomorrow.
Probably get funnier too. And then it'll be really like, then it'll be like, you know, because there's so many of these like shows that are just like a bunch of comedians sitting around gabbing. You know, there's no video or anything. It's just sitting and talking and being funny. And like, if you can,
They
pull
also
that
talk
off,
about regular life stuff, like they were
Yeah.
talking about some wine. So
Yeah.
that's profound. That's good way of like discussion, I believe.
So if you could like make that much, if you could make comedy out of something that's like serious topics and deep topics, like that,
like George Carlin did.
There,
Yeah,
exactly.
we're considering even doing stuff like watch parties for like B movies and stuff, and like just like normal stuff.
Well, that sounds
But
gay.
George Carlin, like,
But like
again.
something on a relevant or like philosophical topic, not just like
Yeah.
Yeah,
nonsense.
my advice, my idea, my opinion here is, if you want to take some pointers from there, divide these things, make something specific
Yeah.
about, like, good, enriched with these topics, and all these joking stuff and all stuff. Do something else. Do 2 videos in a week, I believe. That will be fine. That will be better, right?
Like one serious and one comedic.
Yeah, one, these personal stuff and whatever other things that people do usually in day-to-day life, and one with specific, more with more matter, more stuff to educate people, or to at least have people, give people something to chew upon, right?
Yeah, if you can make it entertaining, that's the goal for all of us that are trying to teach any of this shit. If you can make it entertaining, you're in there, and that's the hardest fucking thing. And Mark hasn't even been able to do that in 15 years of doing this shit. He can't make it entertaining at all. So, that's
He is the
kind of
clown.
what
He is
we're
the
trying
entertainment.
Basically, he's the
Yeah.
jester. The
Mark
jester.
thinks he is actually hilarious. That's the biggest joke of all of his content.
I think he's pretty funny at times, but I doubt you would think the things are funny that I think are funny. Because
Yeah, if you harassing somebody, how is it funny?
yeah, I mean, I don't see him harassing anyone. Who's he harassing? Whose
Clown
name
shoes.
has he used that he has?
So he's covered also. So that is also counterintuitive, right? He's also
Huh?
covered. He cannot call people's name.
Oh yeah, covert. Yeah.
Covered,
yeah, that's
covered,
true.
not covert.
Oh, sorry,
Cowardly.
coward.
He's
thing.
Yeah, he's scared of calling people's name.
That's
When he's
true,
talking
man.
about me, I would rather want him to call my name.
Yeah. So Vivek emailed them at the time. Did you tell them that, like, that you when you had the thing going on with Boza, like, you'd emailed Mark and then Mark took Boza's side, which I'm pretty sure Vivek said that before.
There was a person in
And this
between.
is where Mark pivoted and started going in that direction. Isn't that what happened?
Boza told all the lies about me.
hypnotized him.
He made things up about me, and he fed to Passio, because I was telling Boza that I will tell Passio what are you doing to me. So he used Passio. He manipulated him. He lied
Spun
to
a
him.
narrative. Yeah.
Yeah, I tested Boza by telling exact same word of Passio to Boza, and he was attacking those words because he thought those words were coming from me. So I tested Boza. I had a big brawl with Boza. Then Passio ever came in contact. I had fight with Boza for 1.5 years, and I was testing all sides of him. That what the fuck is he actually doing? So I even used Passio's stuff, and he was attacking Passio's stuff because he thought that was my stuff. So that's how I know that this person is for nobody. Yeah.
You get what he's saying, Jeff, about that? Like, he specifically used that. And see, that's how, like if I say, like, hey Jeff, I'm going to tell you the secret password, don't tell anyone, and then it's a wow.
Yep.
Aryan has left. You people don't want to sleep, I think.
I do. I gotta get to bed.
Yeah, we'll get going. Yeah, so Kabbalion reading next weekend, just finishing it up, and whatever. And then I don't know what's gonna go on after this. We're gonna get Will and Logan going.
Past the point.
Let's do a cooking show one day.
All right.
Where it's not
Alicia was good at that.
I'm good at it too. I'm a tablespoon.
And we're done. We want to keep in touch with people and connect them with each other users, so that people can share their experiences.
people can find each other that are dealing with similar issues and all this kind of thing, and really build a community around that. Because in general, I think that's missing in a lot of ways in today's world, and especially when it comes to something like health and doing something consistently, having that connection can really help people be more consistent and accountable and supportive, right, to each other.
Yeah, I like that. You aspect that's so important. It's easy to forget about that. The power of community, especially when you're going through health problems and stuff like that. And yeah, that's so. How the community connected? Is there a platform that they're on, or a group that you created that people talk amongst each other?
Currently, we don't have a direct platform because we're still fairly new. We're just kind of trying to build the base of customers, get some reviews coming in and that, and of course we do have the email. So email list is kind of what we're building right now, where we can communicate with people, send them updates. We want to keep people up to date on the new coming out science and new discoveries, because this is a very kind of, it's happening. It's not a dormant thing. It's very much ongoing, and that's exciting. And then people can respond to those emails, and but eventually, yes, we want to have more of a platform, like maybe school or something like that, or Telegram. Yeah. There's a Facebook group as well that we do post studies to, and just things that we're doing. Again, just being kind of new. We're definitely gonna build something more generated to our personal community. But there's still a bunch of people in that group that, are interested in hydrogen therapy. So yeah. And then real quick, also to kind of answer a question that you said earlier, Cynthia, how do you know it has H2 in there, right? Because H2, it's odorless, it's invisible, right? It's a gas. I mean, you could put the cannula in water and see that there's some type of air or gas coming out. You can see your water bottle bubbling absolutely right. Primary, you want to get it tested. So there's chromatography that people can do that's kind of expensive. It takes a lot of heavy scientific equipment. There's also a cheaper version. You can get methylene blue. And there's actually some made specifically for testing molecular hydrogen. It's methylene blue, which methylene blue is actually an oxidizer, right? So it's the opposite of an antioxidant. And with these testers, I think they use a binder which is colloidal platinum, and you can add drops because it's a bright blue kind of dye, and you can add drops into a cup with the hydrogen enriched water, and the bright blue dye will completely disappear, and you can count those drops, and that will tell you how many milligrams of H2 are in the water. So even the cheap water bottles, you could test it and say, oh yeah, it's got a little bit of H2 in there. But there's other factors like the cell, the electrolysis cell that they're using. What type is it? What's the material? is leeching all that kind of stuff. So you really do want to do kind of third party testing for sure. I would completely stay away from, the Temu, Amazon, those type of websites. There's since especially the water bottles, you're gonna see hydrogen therapy. It's gonna blow up. It's definitely gonna blow up. It is already starting to. It's just at a low awareness. People are at the water bottle level of awareness, which they're great water bottles, for sure that'll get you therapeutic doses, but once the awareness gets to inhalation, it's gonna be a game changer. But of course, in this day and age, whenever there's any type of opportunity, the scams come along, the low quality, the low budget devices come in, people trying to make a quick buck.